And thank you for joining the Fog It Up Halloween Extravaganza. I am your host, Count Fogula. Oh, and boy, do we have a treat for you, boys and girls. Today, we're going to be doing so many different things like prizes and interviews. And what else do we have? Classes and some live interviews, too. I said that? Good. Okay, so I hope you guys are going to enjoy this. We got a couple things we're going to do first. So right off the bat, we are going to announce the winner of... One second, could somebody turn down their phone? We are going to be giving away a blue laser, a water laser FX unit. Oh, and I'm back. Woo! Okay, so the winner of this contest is going to be Mr. Alan Simpson. Ooh! We will be messaging you in a little bit about how to receive your blue water laser FX unit. Okay, so the first video, I can't do that accent the whole time. Okay, so the first video we're going to be doing comes to us from our friends over at Creature Revenge Studios. Young gentleman by the name of Greg Duffy. I can't believe it. Okay, so everybody sit back and enjoy. And welcome back. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That is from Creature Revenge Studios. Greg, who is away for a couple years, but decided to come on back, which we're glad he is. Does amazing work. Okay, so the next video we're going to be doing is going to... Oh, let me stop. So we're going to be doing our next video, which is from our friend Doug Schaefer. He's Art Guy Designs. After that, we're going to go live over to one of our artists that we have here by the name of Angel. He's going to be doing a UV painting, which will be going over the UV paints that he's going to be using, as well as that's one of the one of the prizes we're going to be giving away is the Antar UV sample pack. So that will be right after we do Art Guy Designs. Hope you guys enjoy.
Hey everybody, Doug Schaefer here with Art Guy Designs, and I'm happy to be part of the Fog It Up Halloween Extravaganza. We got just over a month from what should be the most awesome Halloween ever because it's on a Saturday. It's a full moon. It's like a harvest moon. It's daylight savings and you get an extra hour, so do Halloween stuff. And I'm here to show you what I have for that. Art Guy Designs is my side business. I say side business because I'm also with VFX, VFXcreates.com. We make those cool, awesome zombie puppets. You might see that video. And I make stuff on the side that we don't make at VFX. So I'm going to show you all this stuff here, and I do all sorts of things, and I'm collaborating with other artists, and I'm starting a tiki mug business, so you'll get a sneak peek of that that's coming out. So let's get started, and I'll show you all this cool stuff from masks to magnets to books and all sorts of stuff. All right, everybody. First up, I started doing drawings. I've been a 2D artist since I could pick up a pencil or a crayon, what have you. And so 2 years ago, I decided I needed to, well, 3 years ago, I don't know, I did in 2016. I needed to start drawing again. So I did it. Guess what? Turned into a book. 365 horror-related sketches. So I have a book, and there's prints of some of this stuff on my website. The books are $35. And then 2 years ago in 2018, it turned into a year of skulls. So I did just all these random skulls, and I started turning characters into skulls. So I have skull book. So yeah, there's Hocus Pocus. We have prints of that. So the skull book is also $35. It's 200, almost 200 pages. They're all full color. And then you can see some of the prints I got here. So here's some that might not be on the website yet. If you don't see them, message me. We got Clockwork Orange. We got Christmas Vacation. We got Lopan from Big Trouble. We got Breakfast Club. We got the twins from The Shining. We got Harry Potter. We got Jay and Silent Bob. We got, who's that? Oh, we got Pulp Fiction. And I know this is all sideways. Sorry. This is The Professional. Dazed and Confused. Woo! All right. We got Hocus Pocus print, like I said. We got Captain Spaulding. That is Willy Wonka. We got The Dude. And then this year, you can follow along on my Instagram, ArtGuy79. I'm just doing Monsters and Rocks. So here's a print set I did. Got the Phantom of the Opera. We got Mummy. We got Bride of Frankenstein. We got Frankenstein's Monster. We got Dracula. And we got the Wolfman. You get that whole set. I believe the whole set is normally $60 because they're $10 a piece. And I might even have those half off on the website right now. So yeah, right now I'm doing Monsters and Rock. Go to ArtGuy79 on Instagram. You can follow along, or you can find me on Facebook, Art Guy Designs. And then I branched off one year. I started doing sculpt. I never finished all of them as far as the sculpt a week. So here's magnets, and it might not be on the website. I got dual skull. Got all sorts of coffin magnets. Same coffin, different colors. I got a Ouija planchette. It says yes or no, it's a skull. That was one of my sketches, and I turned it into a sculpt. Got little mini zombie, which I turned into a mask at some point. Got tentacles, and I have just a couple of the individual tentacles. There's some of the dual tentacles. Those are the colors I got right now. Pennywise, Lopan, Morty, or Rick from Rick and Morty is a skull. These I call my Fife zombies by Brian Fife. He's sketched them, and I did the sculpt. A couple of just random skulls. This is my Crystal Lake skull based off Jason Voorhees. I got eyeballs, so I got flying eyeballs in different colors. I got eyeballs that are pinned to your wall. These are all magnets. I got dual conjoined eyeballs, different colors. I got pumpkins. These are my wacko lanterns, I called them. So I got those. Got like a sad, I got a grumpy, I got a shocked one. Got those in like a copper patina. Got my original pumpkins I did that are more of a Nightmare Before Christmas. Got some demons. I might have more magnets, but that's what I'm seeing right now. Then what else did I do? I did sculpts for masks. So there's my creature from the Derp Lagoon. This is a bust that I did for Midsummer Scream last year. He's still available if anybody wants him. He's a one-off. And then I did a couple different ones, but this is my creature from the Derp Lagoon, painted up by my friend Greg Duffy, Creature Revenge Studios. The bust would be like $150. Probably too cheap, but plus shipping. Masks, I'm doing those right now for $100. So you got the creature from the Derp Lagoon painted by Greg. You got my Phantom of the Derpra. This is sculpted by Greg. This is the hybrid or mixture of Michael Myers and Leatherface called Victim 31. And then I mixed him with Pennywise. So you got Derpy Wise. I don't know what he is. Pennywise back there as those three. Then we got some wall plaques. There's my Slimer. I got a clown. Do either of those for $65 plus shipping. Again, this all is going really cheap. Then I was doing paintings for my skull a day, so I got all sorts of skulls. If you see one you like, tell me. There's normally $60 during this show. If you guys message me for one, you see one you like, I'll do it for 35. And I have more than that too. It's just ridiculous. Then I have now started Odditikis. So I am odditikis.com as well. It goes to the same website. And Odditikis on Instagram. So these are a set of paintings. I did a run of about 12 in these 4 colors. These are different skull tiki masks. And now here's the sneak peek. Here's it's already up there, but this is me working on my sculpt for a conjoined skull tiki mug. And I'll hopefully have these out before October. And I'll be working on some other ones. I got a new convention I'm already kind of talking to about doing mugs for them when conventions start back up and that type of thing. And then if you didn't see this has been sitting on the table. Here's a sneak peek of the Cthulhu, Shadows of Cthulhu Kickstarter. This is the relic that's going to go with it. Brian Fife and I worked together. And this is my contribution to it. So he designed this little idol. So it's like you found a Cthulhu tiki in the rubble. So that's going to be pretty cool. So keep an eye out for Shadow of Cthulhu. It may be running by the time this launches, by this time the extravaganza happens. As you can see on the side here, there's more magnets. I have more of them. I don't even know how many different ones I've made at this point. Yeah. And then I got Art Guy Designs, artguydesigns.com. All sorts of stuff, guys. If you don't see something here that you know I make or you see it on my Instagram, message me for it. There's more prints than what I have sitting here. All sorts of skulls, some of them from the horror. Yeah. But Art Guy Designs. artguydesigns.com. So yeah, I make tons of different stuff. Whatever I come up with, I just start making, and I have to sell to keep making. So I want you to buy it. But it's all horror and Halloween related. So you can kind of use it to decorate, or masks you can wear. Halloween, people. That's why you're watching. It's a Halloween extravaganza. Hopefully you like Halloween stuff and horror stuff. Anyone that orders, I'll do I got a Doug Hugs, nope, slash that out, fist bump 2020 pin, since unfortunately every convention I had booked this year was canceled. So we can do that. Oh, I almost forgot I have my magnetic Necronomicon pencil cup. It's open on the top, and then it's magnetic. Let's see. Oh, there you go. Got a metal grid behind there. Aha! So you can put your pencils and pens in there, put them on your fridge, put them on your file cabinet, whatever. It's so cool. What else do I have? I have pins. So this is like a grab bag of pins. There's 10. I still have these on the website. I think there's less than 20 packs left. 10 pins, $10, and like the shipping's like $3 or $4. T-shirts. I'll have this T-shirt. Hopefully I'll have that on the website. I have a couple left of my Year of Horror T-shirts I might get up there. And then I have Glow in the Dark with this logo on it, my Art Guy Designs logo. And I change that up almost yearly. So be on the lookout for Art Guy Designs or Art Guy 79 on Instagram. Follow my Monsters and Rock. There'll be a new book in 2021. Probably launch that in January. But there's a new Kickstarter for that Shadow of Cthulhu with my friend Brian Fife. Might have already started by the time this airs. So yeah, Art Guy Designs, artguydesigns.com, Art Guy 79 on Instagram, Art Guy Designs on Facebook. Fright Dealer, I think I am on Twitter. I don't use Twitter. So if you guys are on Twitter and you tweet me, it might give me a message. I have no idea. Thanks, guys. Fog it up. Fogitupfog.com, the Halloween Extravaganza. Maybe you're already seeing me do live stuff with Joey while this is happening. I don't know. This is my little snippet of it. So Odditikis, odditikis.com, Odditikis on Instagram. Keep an eye out for that, and hopefully those will be coming out soon. Masks, T-shirts, magnets, paintings, sculptures, all sorts of stuff, guys. Keep an eye out on my stuff. Buy some stuff, because I had no shows this year. It's the only way it's paying for stuff. Thank you. All right. Hopefully I'll see you all in 2021, if not by the end of this year. Have a great Halloween. Go Halloween. Thanks for watching.
And welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that from our good buddy Doug Schaefer and his art guy design. Okay, so before we interview Angel, of course there's going to be a little shakeups here and there. So before we interview Angel, we're going to be showing you a little clip from what Angel does as far as haunt related. So sit back and enjoy. And welcome back. Here I have Angel. Angel, introduce yourself.
I'm Angel Escalante.
Escalante. Now tell us what you do in the haunt industry. Very nice. Awesome. Keep it going. Okay, so why are you here today?
Because you asked me to.
Good answer. Okay, so Angel is going to be using, like we said, these Antar UV paints. Really nice paint, super thick and thick. So Angel, what are you thinking about drawing for us today?
Everybody likes clowns right about now, so killer clowns, something.
Killer clowns?
Scary.
Okay. Cool. Now, let's backtrack a little. So, what do you do in the haunt industry?
We help out building hunts, painting hunts, construction hunts, masks, costuming, props.
Props. Now, Angel, if you've been to anything, especially local here to California, you will, I'm pretty sure have seen one of his props he sells, which is, go ahead, explain it, the popcorn.
Killer clowns, popcorn. What will we say? From Killer Clowns from Outer Space, we make replica popcorn clowns. I guess if you've seen the movie, comes out of the toilet. I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure most of the people watching have seen Killer Clowns. Okay, so he does make that. That's pretty popular. That's actually how I first met Angel, because we sell the popcorn scent here at Fog It Up. He wanted to get it to really smell like the popcorn. Yeah, enhance it. So that's how we met many years ago. Can we get some UV lights going? Okay.
Technical.
Okay. Here we go. We got some UV. So right now you can kind of see them start to pop. So this is what we're going to be using, like we said. So we're going to be checking back with you every so often, Angel, on your drawing. We have another location right outside where he's going to be doing this. So stay tuned. So up next, we are going to be showing you a Fog It Up commercial. Thanks, guys. See you in a couple.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Do you like fog? Do you like fog machines? Of course you do. Fog makes everything look cooler. Like your 15th birthday nobody showed up to. Or your grandma's friend's cat's funeral. But don't just settle for that crap fog juice. No way. Come on down to Fog It Up. Rain or shine. Only Fog It Up offers the best fog juice on the planet Earth. That's right. They have all your needs when it comes to fog. Thick fog? They've got it. Low-lying fog? Yes, sir. Quick evaporating fog? Oh, you bet your sweet bippy they do. Need fog juice in a quart? Gallon? Drum? Your neighbor's pool? They can do it all. Are you still listening? Aw, Spider! Fog It Up even offers fog scent and scent sprays? Who knew fog could smell so delectable? Delectable! So if you need fog juice, fog scent, scent sprayers, fog machines, lighting, or just want to talk about your feelings, call, click, or email them over at Fog It Up. That's at fogitup.co. .co! Not .com, but .co. Fog It Up!
Boo! Okay, so we're back. Okay, so before we go any further, our next video is going to be from Chevet DJ. But before we mention that, or before we go with the video, we want to let everybody know that you can win a T6 vertical fog machine from Chevet DJ themselves. We want to thank them so very much for giving us this fog machine to give to one of you guys. We will be announcing the winner at the end of the show. So every prize that we're giving away today, we will announce the winners at the end of the show. How do you win? Well, you got to comment. You got to ask a question. You got to leave some kind of emotion. React to it. Show us that you're watching. And that's how you can win the T6 or one of the lights or one of the controllers we're going to give away. So without any further ado, we're going to be showing you a video from Zev, who works at Chevet DJ. And he's going to be showing off one of Chevet's newest products. It is their new, bigger fog bubble haze machine. Well, haze bubble machine. It is now, I'd say, about twice as big as the other one. It has 2 outputs. It has LEDs. And one of the cool features is it has a wireless remote. So you can, when you set it up above, you can control it with the wireless remote. But let's let Zev show you a little more on what the machine can do.
Hi, Zev here with Chevet DJ. Today we are talking about Hurricane Bubble Haze machines. Now both of these are fantastic. We're going to go over the features and see which one's right for you. Now each of these is independently a bubble machine and a haze machine in one with the ability to combine the effect. So let's talk about those different effects. What's haze? Haze is like a thin fog. The whole advantage with haze is it makes your lights look better. So if you have wash lights, if you have spots, if you have beams, if you have lasers, those are all enhanced by haze, especially beams and especially lasers. So even an inexpensive effect or beam will look great and come to life when you add a hazer to it. Bubbles are the big attention getter. They're great for parties of all ages, celebrations, outdoor festivals, photo booths. Bubbles are a way to tell people the party is here. So each of these has both of those effects. But for me, the real magic happens when you combine those effects, because what you can do with each of these is you can infuse the bubbles with fog or haze, and that creates a more dynamic effect. When you see these bubbles flying through the air, they're not clear bubbles now. They're like gray orbs flying through the air, and when they pop, haze comes out of them too. So it's a great effect. We're going to look at it in just a few minutes. First, I want to take you a little bit more through what these machines are and the differences. So over here is the Hurricane Bubble Haze. Over here is the big brother to it. This is called the Hurricane Bubble Haze X2Q6. I'm going to run down the feature set of each, and we'll start with the Hurricane Bubble Haze. So the first thing you see on each of these machines is a mount point on top. The reason we have that is because bubbles look best when elevated. They're going to be flying through the air. The wind's going to take them one direction. They're very lightweight, so bubbles fly around. You want to get it elevated to cover the most possible ground. You can hang it with a simple clamp. It's got an M12 thread that fits most of our clamps. Over here is the aperture where the bubbles come out. There's a wand in there that makes the bubbles and they blow out. And below that, we have a fan. The purpose of the fan is to project the bubbles. If you want them to go farther or you want them to fall straight down, you have fan control. So that's the reason for the fan there. Coming around to the back, we have our 3 and 5 pin DMX in and out, so you can use it with any DMX system. You've got a 4-button display, and you've got your power input right there. Coming down to the tanks, we have the bubble tank, which has 2 hoses here. Any bubbles fluid that does not get used and turn into a bubble, well, that comes back in right here. There's a reservoir right below where the bubble wand is, and it pushes it back out to the bottom right there. So that's a way to kind of recycle the fluid and get you the least messy solution. On the right hand side, that's our haze tank right there. So it's the same size haze tank. If you're running this thing continuous, it'll burn through each tank in about an hour. In order to take the tanks out, we've got a tray right here. We just untwist this. So you can operate this from the LCD display, or you can operate it from DMX. Coming over here, we have the Hurricane Bubble Haze X2Q6. Now this one, you'll notice two apertures right below on the front. That's because it's got double the outputs, double the wands, two ways that the bubbles come out of it, as well as two fans below it to project the bubbles farther out as you need it. We've got a sponge right here to absorb any extra runoff. And then below it, we have 6 red, green, blue UV lights to give you all different color bubbles, because we discovered that people were using our lights to light up the bubbles on the fog machine. So we said, you know what, we're gonna just combine it, and we actually added the bubbles here. And you'll see that the bubbles, some of them point up, the LEDs, some of them point up to illuminate the bubbles from underneath, and 2 of them point out to illuminate the bubbles as they fall down. So it's a great way to not just have more output, but have colored bubbles. Coming around to the back, we've again got a 3 and 5 pin DMX in and out, so you can control it from any DMX system. Tactile display with an easy readout. Power con connector for the input, and we've got a remote input right there. We've got a wireless receiver, comes with it. You attach that into the back, and now this remote gives you control. So we went over some of the machines and the differences. So I just want to be clear on how you go about using these. So there's different ways to operate it. You can use the back panel on any of them. The Hurricane Bubble Haze X2Q6 is unique in that it comes with the wireless remote included. So that's a lot of fun. There's no need to really think too much about it. On this remote, you've actually got 4 buttons, and those can be 4 programmable colors. And when you hit that, it'll fire off the bubbles at the right haze amount with the color that you choose. And the Hurricane Bubble Haze, you can control from the back panel or through DMX only. Now, I don't want that to scare you. A lot of people don't want to do DMX, but there is a really easy solution. We've got something called our Obey 4 controller. Got one right here. That would be the easiest way to control something like this. It's a 4-channel machine. You've got your 4 sliders. You can dial in the look you want and just simply black it out, turn it on and off as needed. So it's a really easy way to do it. I don't want the non-DMX to discourage you, but if you want the ultimate ease of use, Hurricane Bubble Haze X2Q6 has the wireless remote, and you can use a controller if you want. So world's your oyster. I also briefly want to touch on maintenance. Both of these machines have a haze section and a bubble section, and it's important that those stay maintained and the lines stay cleaned, especially if you're going to store the unit for a long time. So we do sell a fog cleaner, which can be used on the haze side of this, but for the bubble side, you can do that with warm water, and we've actually put a mode inside the machine that's a bubble cleaning mode, and that's a huge time saver. Instead of having to go with a toothbrush or whatever people would do to clean that out, you've got a way to just run it through. It takes about 10-15 seconds. That cleans the bubble line. Make sure you're doing that regularly. It'll maintain the life of the machine and prevent any clogs from happening. All right, let's take a look at these things. First, we're going to look at the Hurricane Bubble Haze. I decided to show it with just bubbles first. Unfortunately, we got an overcast day, so it's hard to see the full effect, but you can see what it does and the amount it puts out. Now here it is with haze only. This will look better in a room full of lights, but today we're just showing the machine standalone. And here's the combined effect, bubbles infused with haze. You get a real great effect when the bubbles pop and a poof of haze comes out where the bubbles were. And here's them falling on the ground. After a while, they'll actually form a thin layer of haze on the ground. Next up was the Hurricane Bubble Haze X2Q6 with bubbles only. They don't show so good against the gray sky, so it's kind of hard to see the effect. We're adding haze to the bubbles now to see what that looks like. And here's a view from underneath. Here's what it would look like if you were in a crowd and the bubbles were falling down on you. And just to give you an idea of the volume it puts out, here's a shot from behind. I decided to throw some lights on even though it was daytime. It's hard to see what's going on. The wind's fighting me, but you can see a little bit of color action on the bubbles. Here's a better view from underneath. And I even started playing with some color scrolling. Most of the time I like solid colors, but the color scroll creates kind of a confetti thing. Finally, it was dusk. I put on some clear bubbles with a solid red color to see how that looked. Then I added haze into it and you can see the bubbles just fill in. It looks like these are red orbs just floating through the air. Here's a hot pink. Since the machine has UV in it, you get some really nice fluorescent colors. And this is what it looks like underneath. Notice as the bubbles pop, it creates a murky kind of haze that comes off with each bubble. And here's a deep blue with some UV in it. I tried to get some strobe effects with the clear bubbles. Then I did a haze only kind of smokestack effect. But this looks better at night. Here's no lights at all. Even at night, you can see the gray bubbles in the air. But then here's this. The machine really comes to life. Once you got it pitch black outside, bubbles flowing with the lights, the Hurricane Bubble Haze X2Q6 really excels when it gets dark. You get all these colors possible. The machine is full color mixing, so any one of the billions of colors that you can get from mixing red, green, blue, and UV together is fully possible. This is UV only. It doesn't look as good on camera as it does in person. It really pops if you see it off camera. If you're doing a blacklight party, the UV bubbles is a great way to add some fluorescence and excitement. And here we are strobing the LEDs. Then some color scrolls to give you an idea of the potential when it's fully dark out. Did kind of a pale orange thing here. And this is what it looks like when they fall down on the ground. And there's that hot pink when it's fully dark out. They really pop against the black sky. And it does a real nice blue light at night as well. And here's just a red only. These really fill up the space nicely. Depending on your setup and the size of your area you want to cover, it may make sense to have a few of these and cover different zones. For nighttime and dark interior events, the Hurricane Bubble Haze X2Q6 is really the go-to machine. The lit bubbles really elevate the entertainment to a higher level. Thanks for coming with me on today's journey of our Hurricane Bubble Haze machines. I hope that this gives you a better idea of which ones will work for which applications. You know, if you're going to use it only in the daytime, maybe the Hurricane Bubble Haze is right for you. Maybe you need to cover multiple zones, so you'd rather put them in the four corners of your space. There's a lot of different applications for different things. If you want to cover the most bubble output and have lights, Hurricane Bubble Haze X2Q6 has a lot of great advantages. But there it is. I'll leave the decision up to you. Thanks again for joining me. You guys take care.
And welcome back, everybody. We are on scene with Angel Escalante. Hold on one second. Angel, say hi. Okay, so Angel, turn around. What are you going to be drawing? You said clowns. So you're starting off. Okay. So what's your inspiration for this?
Clowns are a big thing during hunts.
Okay.
Everybody likes clowns. They work good with UV.
They work good UV. That's probably one of the main things right now because we're trying to show off the UV bank. So let's do clowns. Clowns are very colorful. Colorful. Okay, so like I said, we're going to be checking back in with Angel. Angel, can we see you? Say hi, Angel. Okay, so right now we are going to try to get in the scene. Okay, so next we are going to be doing a class from one of our buddies, Liam Ferris. So it's going to be on controllers. So I hope you guys enjoy. See you right back in a few.
Hi, my name is Liam Ferris, and I'm a home hunter running a home hunt in Garden Grove, California. I'm really excited to be a part of the Fog It Up Halloween Extravaganza today. So thanks for having me. I've been running a home hunt on and off for the last 30 years since I was, early teens. Probably for the last 10 to 15, I've been doing walkthroughs. And today I just wanted to talk a little bit, number one, about prop controllers. I'm not here to sell anything. I don't have any necessary, any investment in any particular brand or type of controller, but I wanted to talk a little bit about controllers because I get a lot of questions about this. And then because it's Fog It Up, I wanted to talk about triggering a fog machine using a prop controller. So let's talk a little bit about prop controllers. As I said, I've been running a home hunt for a while. I've been doing walkthroughs for a while and automating props for probably even longer than that. I've used all types of different controllers, and I still do. I use effects type controllers. I use, Arduinos. I use whatever other stuff is lying around and available. In the last couple of years, I've started using Picoboos just because they're so convenient and so easy. I actually had a situation last season, it was 2019, when I found that when I finally got people walking through my haunt, the timing was just not right. And I could really easily kind of stop the line, go in, reprogram it in like 30 seconds. And then things started flowing a lot better. So that's one of the reasons I really love these. They're super easy to use, really basic, but they get the job done. Basically what prop controllers do, I apologize if this is prop controller 101 for some of you. Essentially what prop controllers do is they allow you to turn things on and off. And it allows you to tell things when to turn on, when to turn off, and how long to stay on and how long to stay off. And it also allows you to bring in additional triggers so that you can automate that process. So with the Peekaboo, the nice thing about it, it's got 2 outputs. You can actually get them with more outputs. This guy has audio as well, so you can actually load sound onto it. The other thing I really like about the Peekaboo, as well as other controllers that are out there, is that you can have 2 different shows essentially. So one, which it's doing when it's idle, so you can have a light flickering, or you can have certain things, certain lights turned on, and then when it's triggered, you can have those things. You can have it go to the second show, turn things off, turn things on, and really flip that entire scene. But it's a nice way to allow your scene to be a lot more dynamic. So you don't have to worry about, I'm going to trigger this prop, but this light's still going to be on. It's going to look kind of silly. No, you can actually turn that light off when you trigger your prop and turn this other light on to really bring that focus in to these other lights or other props or whatever it is. One of the other things that I have found, and that you may have found, is that a lot of the time, store-bought props are coming with infrared sensors now, which is really nice. A lot of like the spirit, jumping spider or whatever props, they actually come with an infrared sensor, and they can sense when someone walks by, or sort of sense when someone walks by. However, it's a lot more accurate when you start using these guys, even if you're triggering store-bought props. So what I've been doing with store-bought props is that a lot of the time they'll actually have a try me button. It's just this thing that's plugged into the back. It's just a cheap little button. All you need to do is leave the switch on usually the demo mode is what it is. Cut that cheesy little button off and strip those wires, and you can actually attach that to the relay here. And it's just going to basically put a short between those 2 wires like a switch would, like that cheesy little switch does. But that allows you to trigger that store-bought prop on more of a schedule and exactly when you want it to go, rather than using that really cheap built-in infrared sensor that doesn't particularly work very well. The other part about this is that it allows you to really sequence props. So you're not only turning things on and off, but you're turning things on at certain times, you're turning another prop on at other times. So even if you wanted to do something as basic as trigger a prop and have a strobe light turn on, to really highlight that prop, you can do that. If you want to have a strobe light turn on and then a second later that prop triggers, you can do that too. And the really, again, nice thing about the Peekaboo, again, not at all affiliated, but just a big fan, obviously, home haunter, so it makes my life easier. The really nice thing is that this is all push button programming. So a lot of the other controllers I talked about require some, plugging in a computer, doing a little bit of code. I'm not by any means a coder, but I can get things done enough to make it work. But these are just so easy. Press the record button, press the sequence that you want, and you're off and running. As I mentioned, some of the Peekaboos actually have audio on board. So this one actually does. The full Peekaboo has audio on board. You load your sound in. Just like with the sequence, you can actually have a sound running that is basically the default sound. And that's going to run until the trigger goes off. And then once that trigger goes off, it'll switch to the other sound, so the scare sound that'll play during that scare sequence. It'll basically just loop that sound and loop that sequence of events until it actually gets triggered. Which brings me to my next point. There's a bunch of different ways to trigger these things. I mentioned infrared sensors. I used to use them a lot. I try to use them as little as possible now because they're just, I can't get them dialed in. I can't get them to be accurate. I know they're a lot better now, but I don't love them. So I've been using other triggers. So one example is a couple of years ago, I found this super crummy box at like Home Goods or something, and I put candy in it. And we wrote, sorry, it's going to be upside down, apologies. I wrote lift for candy on the top. And, people would come by and they lifted to get their candy. it actually has a switch, a magnetic switch that's attached. The other side is actually right here. You can kind of see it. And when these two come together, it triggers my prop controller. And so now I've really controlled when this thing goes off. So I know that someone's going to be standing in generally the right area, and they're going to lift this up. And as soon as they go to get that candy, it's going to go off. It's going to scare them. It really makes that scare process much more accurate and enjoyable for me. I really like that accuracy that these magnetic switches have brought to me. I just kind of have to think about, okay, I want to trigger this. Like I have some doors that have magnetic props. Last year, I actually used like a doorbell button, just a basic 50-cent doorbell button that was wired up to a prop controller. And people who visited my home would actually press the doorbell in front of this shack, and that would trigger like the initial narration. It would like open the door and do some lighting stuff. But sorry, that's enough about prop controllers. If you have any questions, I actually have a YouTube channel. You can email me. It's just I think it'll be attached to this video. Yeah, feel free to get in touch. I'm glad to talk more about prop controllers if you do have any questions. But let's talk about triggering fog machines, because this is Fog It Up, and that's what we do. So, not me, it's what Joey does. But I use this fog, and I love it. So, I'm going to talk about fog. So, this is the only time I'm ever going to recommend using a cheap Spirit Halloween or Target or Walmart or whatever cheap fogger you want to buy. And that's only because I haven't had the guts to actually dissect a fog timer for a higher end fogger. But when you're actually triggering, a fogger, you don't need anything fancy. It's not like you're filling a graveyard with fog. You're just using like you just need fog in an isolated area. So this, as you may recognize, is a super cheap, it's $1,000 fog machine. It's cheap, it sucks. However, it's really great because it has the fog controller, the little switch guy. It's not even a timer. It's just a momentary switch. Is attached to this. This, if you're an old computer fan, nerd like I am, you probably have a lot of these lying around. This is what connects to the fogger from that switch. And all you need to do is either get these cords off Amazon. I just searched for computer power extension cord, or you can actually just dissect your fogger switch if you want to too. Because you probably have like 20 of them like I do. With these foggers, the green and the white wires are the only ones you need to worry about. So, strip back some of that black sheathing, strip your green wire, strip your white wire, and you're going to plug that into the C and the NO in one of your outputs on your PWM. And what that's going to do, obviously plug the other side into your fogger. So that's what I've actually got set up right here. So I want to show you how this all works. What happens here is that my fogger is connected to my peekaboo. It's connected to the C and the NO. It's normally open connections of one of my outputs, and that's the output that I'll program when I want to set off the fogger. And then my switch, my magnetic switch, is just connected to the switch input on the peekaboo. And what that means is that when someone walks up and want to get some candy, they're going to lift this lid, they're going to set off the switch, and my fogger's going to go. And so, obviously, that's a very basic example of how this can all work. I can have lights go off. That's normally what I do. I usually actually have an air cannon, strobe light, and then the fog. So it's a pretty good scare at the end of my hunt. But it's all, again, controlled by one of these guys. And it makes it, again, really easy to program. And again, a way to set up your fog machine, get that cheap fog machine, get that computer extension cable, strip those wires, and connect them to this guy. I don't know if I mentioned it already, but I should. I'm pretty sure these guys are high voltage. Do not lift them. That would be really bad. Besides that, stay scary. Have a great Halloween. Thanks for listening to my session. Hi, My name's Liam Ferris, and I live in Garden Grove, California. And I'm super excited to be part of the Fog It Up Halloween Extravaganza. Thanks for having me do this, Joey. I'm really excited. Today, what we're going to be talking about is fog. Sorry, let's try this again. But I'm going to show you how it works when I actually lift up the box lid, and this magnetic switch tells the fogger to go. So, as I said, at the end of my haunt, I have this box. People walk in, and my fogger doesn't want to go because it's being event.
Oh, you like my skills? That's called special effects. Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed that from Liam. Very technical, some good stuff, some controlling your fog machine. We were going to do a relay. We might not show it. I don't know. We went super technical with it, but Liam always does a great job. Very educational. Okay, so now we're going to be going live with our good buddy Douglas. Douglas was on earlier. He was Art Guy Design. He's a part of VFX. This is going to be a little weird because, unfortunately, I can't find my headset, so I got to be able to hear Douglas live in the interview. So let's see how it turns out. Beam him in, Scotty. Doug, can you hear us?
Yar!
Yeah, I can kind of hear you. Okay, let me turn it up
Talk like a pirate day. Yar!
I'm trying to knock in an echo. Can you hear me good?
I can hear you just fine.
Cool. Can everybody else hear me? Jesse, are we good? Yell yes. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Sure.
Hi, Doug. Thanks for being a part of the Fog It Up Halloween Extravaganza.
Halloween Extravaganza!
Extravaganza. Okay.
Extravaganza!
So there was some questions being asked about your products.
Hey, this ain't no monkey business.
Sponsored by Dr. Pepper. Ooh, so what do we got here, Doug?
That ain't no monkey business. That's a gorilla. I didn't have him in my video. He's actually got green hair and stuff. It's a gorilla mask. He's one of a kind. He was sculpted by Greg Duffy. I have the mold now, so that's another one we kind of collaborated on, but I've made a different one each time I've painted them. There's a blank one next to my Slimer. I haven't even started painting him yet. There's Slimer. Hi, Slimer.
Slimer. Real quick, Greg, everybody, was the one of the first videos we showed, which was Creature Revenge Studios. So that's who he was talking about when he said Greg.
Yeah, he sculpted that. He sculpted this mask.
Ooh, that
There's
mask
probably
is
about
Chilean.
6 other on my shelf.
Okay, that one looks good. All right, what else we got, Doug? Let's see.
All my stuff. Oh, do you see the Necronomicon hanging up behind me still?
Ooh, that's spooky.
That was my pencil cup. It's a magnet. You can hang that on your fridge or your grid wall that you just have sitting around your basement. Basement? What's that? You're in California.
Yeah, what the heck's a basement?
It's that thing that floods when you have a lake in the backyard.
It's the thing that eats a lot of money up.
Good times. Good times.
So Douglas, let me ask you. Let's do a little Q&A with you. Let's use you up. Okay, so Douglas, why did you get into the haunt industry? What got you into this?
So my older brother, started making a home haunt when I was 6 years old. Okay. So I've been haunting for, I'm 40. So what is that? 34 years?
98, I think.
So we made, 98. Yeah, that's when I was born. So yeah, I've been doing haunted house, home haunt stuff since I was 6 years old. I started off, came back from trick or treating in second grade, and I was dressed up like Merlin from The Sword and the Stone, and I changed my costume a little bit. So then I was just a creepy old man. I had this shovel, and I just sat there and beat on a rock. I was the distraction in the haunted house or the haunted yard while my brother jumped out from the other side of him and scared people. So that was how I got into haunting. So from that year on, I basically didn't trick or treat, and I went and set up and spray painted props and all sorts of stuff. And 30 years later, have a job with VFX. When we have a lot of business and the shows aren't all canceled, and I make special effects, puppets, and stuff that you guys will see video of coming up here.
Yeah, we will be playing a video.
And you've probably seen it recently because it just went viral again the last 2 weeks. So that's good. We got some orders, so I can go in and make stuff on my downtime.
Terrific. No, that's what I say. Little backstory. I met Pat, who is VFX, the owner of VFX, at a show, and then the next show I met Doug, and my life was forever changed. I was in love.
I think I got a Death Studio mask from you at that show.
Yeah, you did. Because I was like, you either take it or this thing is going to probably wind up in the trash can.
I think you were just shocked someone else knew it was Death Studios.
Yeah, that's a throwback. Okay, so like you mentioned, because everything's so upside down this year with the COVID, you kind of, I've noticed, started to focus a little more on the art guide design. And so what do you guys have planned in the future with art guide designs?
So yeah, I've had the downtime, and I just thought about it today. I'm like, man, I really wasted 3 months of not working. And I'm like, no, I was doing a lot of stuff. I just haven't really got it fully completed. So I've kind of been, since 2018, been wanting to do tiki mugs just because I collect them. So that was in my video. So there's the first sculpt. I got a mold still. Say,
beautiful.
if I can get the camera right. It's a two-headed conjoined skull. And that was my Otta Tikis. That's my logo. It's actually one of my skulls up here is the same type of skull. I like weird, conjoined, freaky weirdness. So yeah, with suggestions and the fact that, there's no shows, I'm looking at friends that are selling this type of stuff and trying to figure out what I can sell online. And people, it's like I said, it's National Talk Like a Pirate Day, if you didn't know that. So everyone needs to get a tiki mug to hold their rum, even if they don't have a job or anything right now. They still have to drink their rum. I don't drink. Joey doesn't drink.
Yeah.
We just hang out with the people that make themselves look silly when they drink too much. But, if you're sitting around the house, you got to have something cool to put your rum in. So
I'll put my Diet Coke in it.
Hey, Joey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What does a dyslexic pirate say?
I don't know. What did they say?
Rah!
Rah! I was going to say, I don't know if I was sounding like a pirate at the beginning or Count Dracula. I'm pretty sure.
What's a pirate's favorite pickup line?
What's that?
Yo ho!
My God. I'm supposed to be telling jokes like that. I'm the dad.
That's true. That's true. I have dogs that they're just as big a pain in the butt as children.
No, my God, yeah.
They don't laugh at my jokes either.
What was that?
They don't laugh at my jokes either.
Sounds like my wife. Anyways, okay, so we're going to go to our next video. Give me a sec. Let me look. I'm a little unprofessional. 1 second.
Oh, good. It says Dougie Fresh at the bottom of mine. That's good.
Okay, I'm back, everybody. Woo! Okay, so we're going to take a little break from Douglas. Douglas, are you going to be back with us in a little bit?
I can be.
Okay, so we're going to bring you back a little later in the show because it's always a treat to have you here with us. But up next, we are going to be showing you from Antori Lighting, some of the machines and lighting that they're offering. So thanks, Doug. See you in a bit, and enjoy this video from Antori Lighting.
Hi, I'm Ray with Antori, and we are proud to be part of Fog It Up's Halloween Extravaganza. We're here to talk to you about a few of our key products that are essential for Halloween. First one we're going to talk about is our Dark Effects paint line. The Dark Effects paint line is a collection of UV paints. We've got 9 assorted colors and 1 invisible blue. And the paints are available as what we call a variety kit with all these bottles right here, or you can get them in the large 1-gallon pails as well. They are UV reactive paints. They are extremely vibrant when activated with UV fixtures. So if you're looking to make some added pop with your haunt, or maybe with some of your props, a lot of people will buy the smaller pack so that they can paint props. These will make the eyes or different parts of your props kind of glow and really pop out when they come in contact with UV light. Talking about UV light, we also make part of our DFX line is our UV fixtures. This is our UV wash right here. It is a large UV wash fixture. It has got 3 independent cells or rows of fixtures, and these are all adjustable. So you can see right here, I can turn them in. They're a little tight right now because the screws are tight, but you can loosen up the screws and you can adjust them. This will help you get a extremely wide coverage or more focused coverage. They strobe and they're LED, and all of our UV fixtures use a very special silicone lens that will not break down in UV light, especially because this is UV fixture. So we've got our wash. This is our 1750, which is one of our spots. You'll see that it only has 4 LED clusters, but these are different types of LEDs in the wash. These are designed to focus, and this will actually give you a very long throw focused light. This will give you a throw of about 30 to 50 feet of focused, intense LED UV fixtures or UV light. Again, they strobe and silicone lenses on the front. We've also got a 1650, a smaller spot, and we've got some individual little pods that require a external power supply. These are outdoor rated, so if you've got a haunt that's maybe around a lot of water or it's outdoors, we do have some outdoor rated UV fixtures. We've got UV strips, UV spots, and a bunch of different UV components. The UV fixtures, again, they are using extremely high quality. They're actually medical grade UV LEDs. These are some of the most reliable and efficient LEDs in the UV range. Our UV fixtures are 365 nanometer range, which means there's almost no visible light. If we turn this on, you will not see any light coming out of it. So it's not a purple light the way a lot of your very inexpensive DJ style UV fixtures you would get. Now, this is going to be for somebody that really wants a true high-end UV reactive glow, but they don't want to see any purple light or any glowing light. So if you use one of these fixtures, you can actually have them strobe, and so the room will be black until it strobes, and then the light you will see will be the light coming from your UV paints or your UV artwork. So that's the UV stuff. Real quickly, while we're talking about the UVs, all the UV paints and all the UV fixtures, because of we're part of the Halloween Extravaganza. If you order any of the fixtures or the paints through Fog It Up, you will be getting 20% off until the end of Halloween. So that is a huge savings if you want to take advantage of the Halloween Extravaganza. And this is a deal that we are running with Fog It Up for this presentation. So 20% off all paints and all UV fixtures. Next, I want to talk to you about our FX Works series. We have got 3 fixtures or 3 fog machines in the FX Works, 2 fog machines, and 1 hazer. This is our FX 800, FXW 800, small and compact. It is a 800 watt machine, but you'll see that the The machine itself, for being an 800 watt, is a little bit larger than most. And the real difference here between Antari and a lot of the other economy, low end, or budget machines is that the internal parts are going to be much more reliable and much better grade of components. The pumps on all of our Antari machines and our FXW machines and our AirGuard machines, which I'll get into in just a second, they're all made in Italy, so they're extremely high quality pumps. These are some of the best pumps in the world, and our heater cores are quite large. And that's what makes the machines much more efficient and much more reliable. So that's our entry level 800. Here's our 1000. 1000 is much bigger. It's much more output. It's got DMX in and out on it. And the last one I want to show you is our phaser, which is down here. And this is our haze machine. It is inside a road case. It's got DMX. It's got built-in electronic timer. It's got a large 5-liter tank. And it's got an integrated fan. And the really great thing about this unit is it's got built-in self-cleaning. Now, this is going to be one of the most efficient and one of the most reliable phasers in its class. So this is a unit, again, especially when you talk price point, there isn't going to be anything that can compete with this in its price point. So those are the 3 units we want to talk to you in the FX Works. These are going to be great units for our somebody that wants a lot of bang and a lot of punch and a lot of reliability, but doesn't want to spend a lot of money. So talking about FX Works, also part of the Fog It Up Halloween Extravaganza, all the FX Works merchandise is going to be 10% off now through Halloween if you purchase through Fog It Up and are part of their Halloween Extravaganza. So 20% off on the UV stuff, 10% off on all the FX Works stuff. Next, I want to talk to you about Antari. So Antari, of course, is the home brand or the main staple of our brands. We have been around. We have been making fog machines and special effects for over 35 years. We are one of the industry's leaders. We are one of the largest special effects manufacturers in the world. We actually build components or parts for a lot of other special effects manufacturers. So we know what we're doing, and we've got the reliability behind our products, and we've got the technology behind our products. One of the most popular products in the Antari line is going to be our M8s. Now, unfortunately, we are sold out of the M8s, but one of the products that is actually just come out in the last 6 months is going to be the M11. And I do have an M11 here. I'm going to fire this off so you can see the output of the M11. I just got to find the right remote. Where is the remote? Here we go. Thanks, Ralph. That's loud. So I don't want to blast too much because we're in a small area here, and if we blast too much, we're really going to fog it up. But the M11 is Antari's only dual nozzle unit. If you look here, you'll see that there's actually 2 outputs, so 2 nozzles, and it's also got a dual pump system. This unit can operate continuously, nonstop. And when I say continuously nonstop, that's what I mean. It'll run and run and run until it runs out of fluid, or until you turn the unit off. It's got some intelligence in there where it actually regulates the heater temperature that it allows it to run continuously. You can run it as a dual pump, dual heater system, or you can run it as 2 independent fog machines. So you get one blast from one fog machine, and then you can get the other fog machine to give you another blast. If you need a lot of smoke and you need a lot of heavy, dense smoke and you need it fast, that is the machine to get. That is going to be the most powerful 120 volt machine in the industry. Nobody else makes a machine more powerful than that as far as output than 120 volts. Okay, so we also have a few other machines. This is our Z1200. This is kind of our standard. This is one of our most popular selling machines. This machine has been around for years. It has got DMX on board. It's got comes with a wired remote. You can get wireless remote options. You can link these machines, several machines together, and again, it comes with a bracket. Just a workhorse, something that's been around for about 20 years. This is our small W508, small compact, comes with a wireless remote, and this is also non-stop continuous output. So even though it's small and it's only an 800 watt machine, in theory it will put out more than a 1500 watt machine, because a 1500 watt machine has to cool down and retime, where this can just run forever, non-stop. So just So that's just a sample of some of the different machines we have. Of course, we've got phasers, foggers, hazers, snow machines, bubble machines. We've got everything under the sun when it comes to special effects. Let's talk a little bit about our newest product line, which is AirGuard. These are some of the AirGuard machines right here. The AirGuard machines use this special FLE fluid. They look like regular fog machines, but they are not. These machines are a little bit different. They're designed to burn this FLE fluid. The FLE fluid is an antibacterial, antivirus solution. This is good for those of you that are looking for something that's going to kill bacteria and viruses, and even like the coronavirus. So this is a solution that you put in these machines, and you will operate them like a regular fog machine. You don't want to be in the room when you operate them, because they are going to release special oils and special solution in the air that will kill viruses and germs, and it will also kill any molds, bacteria, and anything that causes bad odor. So this is our FLE fluid, and this is our AG20, our AG800, and our AG1500. This machine shoots up vertical. It's designed to shoot into your HVAC systems. This one shoots out like a regular fogger. This one shoots out like a regular fogger, but it's got a battery. So this one is battery operated, so you can walk around with it portable. And that's the AirGuard. The AirGuard, if you want more information on that, you can contact Fog It Up, and they will give you more information. This is FDA registered product, so it does do what we say it's going to do, and it's got FDA registration to back that up. Okay. Last thing I want to show you is our D&G 200. The D&G, or actually our D&G 250. The D&G 250 is a large format low-line fog machine. It is a chiller. It's got a 1500 watt heater core with a chiller built in. So this doesn't use ice, doesn't use dry ice, doesn't use CO2, doesn't use nitrogen, doesn't do anything. It uses a special fog fluid and goes through the chiller system. This is our largest one. We do have a couple other low-line chillers, the ice machine being one of them, very popular unit for about 20 years. But this is our newest one. So we're going to end this presentation with this machine. Before I go there, I just want to thank all of you for being a part of this. And remember, don't forget, you can contact the guys at Fog It Up for those discounts on our dark effects and for our FX Works. Thanks, and let's take a look at this.
And we're back. I hope you guys enjoyed that. So we're going over some of the comments. I'm watching some of the comments. Okay, so Antori, fog machines. In my opinion, and not to upset anybody, Antori, they do fog machines. That's what they do. And they do it very, very well. They're one of my favorite machines. Long before I got into this business and this industry, I always bought Antori machines. I had the Antori Ice, and I had my bad boy, the Z3002. That guy ran on 220 volt, 3,000 watt fog machine. He was powerful. And that's what you get with Antori. Antori has some of the biggest output machines on the market. Now, you're going to pay a little bit more for an Antori, but it's worth it. You get what you pay for, as they say. Now, one of the things that we'll keep repeating during this event is, no, we don't have our sale price. We are having a sale at this event. However, we do not have our sale up yet. Our sale will start Monday. Why is that? Well, because our different distributors, Chevet, ADJ, Antori, as you can tell, Ray was just mentioning how much he was giving a % off on the UV lighting and the FX work stuff. So all our different companies are giving us different percentages off. I don't have on me Chevet. Chevet just messaged us yesterday, said, hey, Joe, we're doing X amount of % off. So it's going to take us tomorrow to figure out all these percentages to be able to give them to you guys. So that's why they're not up now. Usually if we were going to just have a sale like, 10% off all fog machines, boom, we'll hit 10%. But some of our distributors are giving us 15% off certain fog machines, 12% off. So we want to get it to where you guys get the best savings for this event. So we will be having deals on everything we sell. Some of the stuff, if it sells out, we'll see how long it will take. Otherwise, we can go from there. Anyways, our next, we're going to be checking back in with Angel, and we're going to see how far he's getting along with that painting. So let's go outside and see how he's going. Let me catch my breath real quick. Okay, we're back here with Angel. Can you guys hear me? Am I good? Am I coming in? Okay, Angel, how's it looking? Ooh, that looks spooky. Let me see. Come along. Right there. Okay, little difficulties. It's out here. It's pretty dang hard. You can see me sweating. So he's having a little bit of difficulty with his gun, but he's chugging through it. I'm sure this guy's been through worse. He is from the high desert where it gets mucho caliente out there. Muy caliente. And anyways, looking great. So we'll be checking back in a little bit. Let's go back to the dungeon. And I'm back. Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining. I'm so glad to see you guys all out there and hope you guys are enjoying it. Like I said, we're doing giveaways today. We're doing giveaways all day. We're going to be announcing the winners at the end of the show. I believe, what was his name? Alan Simpson has already won a blue laser from us, one of the water laser FX units. We're going to be giving away some other stuff, like, let's go with this guy. This right here is the Eliminator Par, the Mini Par UV. Let's get back up to the camera. Ooh. Right there. This is a UV light, which is also DMXable. He can actually strobe, he flashes, he goes to the beat of music, so you can get the sound mode. So there's a lot of stuff you can do with him. Really nice. He has a little spot, which is real cool. We're going to be giving him away. So like we mentioned, to enter the contest, all you got to do is like. You just got to give some kind of emotion. Like it, thumbs up, cryy face. We saw some cryy faces. Ask questions, comments. Now, we also want to mention that a lot of these videos are recorded. So you can still ask questions. The people in the videos aren't going to be able to respond. But we can respond because we sell the products for the most part. So we know a lot about them. So if you guys have questions, ask them below. We'll try to answer them in the comments. Or if it's a very important question, like with the discounts, I'll come on and I'll talk to you guys about it. So up next, we are going to be doing a safety video. So with so many things in life, you always have to be careful with what you're doing. I know I've been sent to the hospital more times than I can count. But you know, it is what it is, but you always got to be safe with everything. So this video is going to show you what happens when you're not, you're not looking around you. You're not being safe. You're not paying attention. So hope you guys enjoy. See you guys in a bit. Well, hello there. Thanks for stopping by today. Today we're going to be showing you guys a video on the importance of safety in the Halloween industry. We hope that you can take the message from this video and implement it into your everyday life. And maybe you and or your loved ones can live a healthier, safer life. Thanks. We'll see you real soon. Hey, Jesse, you think you should be up on that truss? Is it safe?
I'm perfectly fine up here.
Hey, Jesse, what you messing with there, man?
What's that?
I said, what are you doing over there?
I'm working with the new water laser effects unit from Fog It Up.
You know you got to be careful when you're messing with lasers, right?
Well, no duh, Joey.
Ah!
Oh my goodness, Joey, are you okay?
I don't think so, man. I really don't think so. My eyes are really done. I'm playing. Oh, dude, do they look okay? Do they look okay? Ah! Oh, God. Yeah, dude, this party, dude, since we got this Mr. Cool 2, Cool 2, dude, it is going to be the best low-lying machine. Yeah, I know. They're going to love it. Anyways, I don't know. He just keeps bugging me. But anyways, so I don't know. We're going to run some tests on it, but we'll see what happens. So. Ah! Oh!
Joey?
Yeah, wait. Hey, what's up, man?
I'm gonna have to ask you to go home. You're not wearing steel toe.
You talked about I'm not wearing steel toe. My toes are steel.
Alright, suit yourself.
This guy thinks he knows everything. What a fool.
Joe!
What? Ah! Ah! Hey, Steve, what are you doing, man? We got to get the snow machine mounted up on this crank truss now.
Alright, yeah, I got it.
You listening? You hearing me?
That snow machine?
Yes, the snow machine. We need it mounted properly on the crank truss.
Alright. Yeah,
Don't screw up like last time.
Right.
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 I got to get stuff done. Take it easy.
Get stuff done, he says. This guy, I hate that guy. Stupid idiot. Always thinks he knows best.
That dang kid is always on his phone. Jeez Louise.
That's not going nowhere.
Steve, where the heck did you go? Where'd you go? Did you even finish the job? Oh, I don't even think you did it right. Let me shake it to get a little, see how secure it is. Steve! Steve, what the hell are you doing now?
I'm making new fog juice.
Steve, you know you're not supposed to make your own fog juice. That's not safe. What?
But
No es bueno.
but it's working. Look,
I don't know, man. I want to put my hand there.
why not? It's working.
That's a really bad smell. Let me try. Oh, that doesn't feel. Oh, dude, my hand.
Yeah, it's working, man. It's
No, my
working.
hand.
It's working, dude.
Now, we hope you took some of these messages to the heart and realized their importance. For us, some of these situations were based on true events. Anyways, we hope that you will share this message with everybody that you love. Have a good one. Take care. Whoa, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys enjoyed that video on safety. It's always important to be safe. You know what I mean? We live longer, we enjoy our loved ones, and, I don't know, we go on further. Looks like we have one of the stars of the show with us right here. Say hi, dummy. Hi, dummy. Anyways, okay, so the next video we have prepped for you guys is from our buddies over at Boneyard Effects, Larry and Cheryl. So they are going to be doing a haunt here in SoCal in Rancho Cucamonga. So it's based on a movie that they did. It's expanding it into the haunt itself. So we're going to be showing you both the, the trailer for the haunt as well as the movie. So this is a little bit longer so you guys can sit and enjoy.
Hi, it's Larry and Cheryl Bones from Boneyard Effects.
You're watching the Fog It Up Halloween Extravaganza.
The legends say the Black family arrived in 1866. This photograph is believed to be the only existing picture of the Black family. They built their house 13 miles due south of town, deep in the forest. Strange occurrences began. People started to go missing. Rumors circulated about the Black House, witchcraft, the occult, demonic worship. For years, search parties ventured deep into the woods, looking for the Black House. No one ever found it.
I've been researching the Black House for over a decade. Stories that have trickled down through the years seem to indicate that Anton and Isabella practiced devil worship. They ensnared and killed their victims, offering them up as a human sacrifice.
Yeah, the Black family was pretty fucked up. Supposedly, they forced their own children into the occult. Knowledge of the hidden, like demonic possession, hardcore gateway to hell level shit. And get this, the legend says the son, Lucius, was actually transformed into a gnarly little demon.
Ooh. Anyway, although occult enthusiasts have attempted to investigate the Black House, nobody has ever successfully documented its whereabouts.
Or even its existence.
It does exist. Anyway, moving on. Is everybody ready for our trip? Aubrey, you're our newest member. Are you ready to investigate the legendary Black House?
Yeah. How do we know where we're going?
Don't worry. Erica and Nate have been helping me research for a while now.
From all the data we've gathered, it appears that rumored sightings in the last decade have occurred around here.
Yeah, we have triangulated this area as the most likely location of the Black House.
I determined the coordinates for the center of this area and programmed them into my GPS. We'll meet here at 6 a.m. tomorrow and load the equipment and drive up as far as we can, hike the rest of the way in. That should put us in the general area before sundown.
I've prepped the camping gear as well. We should be all set.
Yes, and I have the ectoplasmic containment unit all locked and loaded. So be good, for goodness sake.
Listen, dickhead, this isn't a fucking joke. I hired you to document this trip, not make stupid comments. Just shut up and do your fucking job.
Whoa, take it easy. What the hell? I'm just trying to have a little fun. Don't take this so seriously.
Oh, sorry. I've put years into my research, so I need you to take it seriously. All I'm asking for is for a little professionalism from you. All of you.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Fucking psycho.
Oh my god.
Okay, we can't drive any further, so it looks like we'll load out the equipment here and hike the rest of the way. Should be about a 13-mile hike.
How much further?
Yeah, these packs are not getting any lighter. It's definitely not getting any lighter. Hey, Ian, you want to carry this pack for a while? It looks like we are right on track. This should take us straight to the front door. Looks like it should be right up ahead. I don't understand. The Black House should be right here.
We've hiked for hours. How can it not be here?
Didn't make any mistakes. No. It has to be here. Serious waste of time.
Oh, just give him a minute. He'll know what to do.
Enough. Okay. I've been all over the tri-state area looking for the Black House. It has to be here. This time, I'm gonna find it. It's getting late. We're gonna have to set up camp here, and I can start again in the morning.
Ian, no way. Get your ass back here and help me set up the tents.
Ian! In the morning? God damn it. Of course he's not gonna do any of the manual labor. I mean, look around. The goddamn house isn't even here. Hey, we're in the middle of nowhere looking for a goddamn urban legend. Hey! Shut up and get to work, jackass. God damn it! Son of a bitch!
Oh, you're not helping.
What? All right, everybody just stay calm. I just need to go over some notes. It has to be here. This time, I will find it.
We
What?
We will find it.
All right, fine. Whatever. Just finish setting up camp and get some rest. We are gonna need it.
Is he still awake?
Yeah. Should I tell him he needs to get some sleep?
No. He's a big boy. Let it go.
Fine.
Oh shit.
Ian, you are a pussy.
Ian? What's happening? Where's Ian?
What's going on? Aubrey! 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 Where are you going?
Wait, here.
Aubrey! Aubrey! Aubrey, wait! Aubrey! 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 Aubrey!
Ian? Oh God. Ian? Ian, are you?
Aubrey! Aubrey! Where are you? Come on. Aubrey! Aubrey!
Shit.
I'm in here.
Aubrey. Aubrey.
Welcome back. Wow, wasn't that scary? I haven't seen anything that scary since I was at my mother-in-law's house. Anyways, yes, that is a sequence. So you watch that and then you go through the haunted maze, which we posted in our comment section where it's located in Rancho Cucamonga. So that, once again, was from Larry Bones of Boneyard Effects. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. So up next is a wonderful little delight of a commercial from Fog It Up. Enjoy. My prices are so low, I'm going crazy. I stock them deep and I sell them cheap. Eliminator, Mini Park, UVs, other places sell them $49.99. Not here at Fog It Up. How much? $32.99. I'm crazy. Jay, red and green lasers elsewhere. Over $200, not here, $99. Woo, 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 woo. You need to control your devices. We got it. We got the Amigo. We got the Buddy. We got the 3.0. We got it all. Hey, Fog Machine, will you get in the right place? Fog Machine. Whatever you need, we got Anton, we got ADJ, we got you guys, we got them all. You need more like this, we got the Chevy Scorpion to RGB, red, green, blue. We got it all. We'll bring it home to you.
Hey, you Tony! Hey, what are you doing with that?
I'm stealing it back because if I don't steal it, you're gonna steal it with prices this low. Why, hello there, everybody. We're back here with Angel Escalante. Okay, so Angel, we see that you're putting some of that UV up on that bad boy already. What color are you using? What is the technical color? Bright yellow. Now, you can touch it because you're getting all in this paint. Can you show the beautiful ladies and gentlemen how thick that is? It is super thick, so it's not like normal stuff where you got to put on about 68 coats to, to really get it to look good or to stay. I don't know. I'm not an artist. I can barely draw stick figures. So you say it's a good paint, real good paint. And like I said, this paint is from Antori. And everything Antori pretty much does is really top quality. So let's yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Anyways, okay, let's see you spray it. Let's see it. Spray it. Spray it. Yeah. Wow. You make it look like anybody can do it. Here, let me have it. Just kidding. Okay, let's go back to the dungeon. I can fly. I'm just kidding. Okay, so the next video we are going to do for you guys is a DMX class. Now, unfortunately, this was a class we were supposed to have back in, I think it was April, May, and we planned it earlier than that. But unfortunately, COVID hit and everything got canceled, so this class got canceled. We still one day would like to, in the near future, have a class in-house for the DMXing, because it's one of those things that you kind of needs to be hands-on. You kind of need to have somebody there to really show you what to do. It's not difficult. It's very easy. But like I said, we want to do one in-house eventually. So we thought this is our next best thing we can do. Now this video is, how long is this video? 48 minutes, a little bit of a long one, but you'll get the ideas. And the whole point is to kind of get your feet wet. We're going to be sitting following along because this is pre-recorded, because I didn't want to show a bunch of errors during it because it happens. So we'll be sitting right here with you guys watching it, trying to answer your comments as best as we can. And remember, everybody who likes it, does any kind of reaction, comments on it, has a chance to win one of our prizes we're doing. What is our next prize we're doing or giving away? Well, I'm giving away my Amigo. Not my friend, of course, but my DMX Amigo. Let me show you up next to the camera. Ooh, he's pretty. Of course, he's my Amigo. Okay, so the Amigo, and if you can tell, I'm wearing the same outfit as I did in the commercial, except minus the cape. What the Amigo is he's the entry-level DMX unit from American DJ. So the video is going to be on the ADJ brand, American DJ, ADJ, the ADJ brand of DMX controllers. Now, Chevy has some, Antori has some, but the reason we are going over these ones, especially the Amigo, is because he is the most cost-efficient controller that we sell. Now, what is this price? I believe it's $50. But remember, we're going to have a sale, starts Monday, so you guys will be able to get a better deal with this, as well as we're going to have a package with selling the Amigo with, say, like one of the mini parts. So you can really be able to control and figure out how to work it. Because, I mean, you buy this, but if you don't have a fixture to use it with. So anyway, so the video, like I said, it's going to be a DMX class. We'll be right there with you guys answering questions. And enjoy, and we'll see you guys in a bit. Hey everybody, this is Joe with Fog It Up. Today we're going to be going over the controllers from ADJ. They offer the Amigo, which is the entry level. Then the next one up is the My Buddy. And finally we have the 3.0, the MyDMX 3.0. Right now we have the MyDMX 3.0 controlled, plugged in. Now, we're only going to be able to use the MyDMX 3.0 software. Now, one of the ways you can tell is if you look over here down in the bottom left, it says demo mode. Means it's not connected. Means I can control everything here, but it's not going to control the fixture, like the light or the fog machine. But we're going to go over some of the pros and cons of everything, and then we'll have the ultimate controlling from the 3.0 software. But I want to show you how similar a lot of them are, and then when they start to branch off from each other. Okay, so we're going to start out with the MyDMX, which is the Amigo. Now, he is the most basic one you can get, like I said. So first, we're going to do the setup. So setup means this is where we're going to patch our fixtures in. Now, our fixture is a light. This light we're going to be using is the Eliminator Mini Par RGBW. So what we do is we have to go down through and look for E for Eliminator. I think I passed it. Yes, I did. So this already is one of the things that I am not a fan of with the Amigo, is because he doesn't have a search function. I'll show you right now the difference. So see how I get it? And now I got to come back in here, look for the Mini Par. There's the Mini Par RGBW. So if we come over here, let's come over to 2.0 software. So we come over here to the library and we just go Mini Par, or there he is. Click him, and he drops down mode 1, 2, and 3. So we can add him in, boom, add him in, boom, add him in, boom. So then we come over here, we can go to 3.0 software. So let's go back to patch on it. Same thing, you're allowed to Mini, I don't think I spelled it right, Mini Par. Oh, see, it looks like we don't have this one already loaded on here, which this is going to be another feature, what makes the 2.1 software as well as the 3.0 a little bit better. So we can come up here and we click on, sorry, let me hover it. So we click on, let me exit out of that so you guys can see. So download more fixtures. So we click on download more fixtures and we go through and we say, let's just type in mini space par. There he is. We have the par RGBW, par UV, par UVW. So we click here. We click OK. He's downloading it. So it has the fixtures over a cloud base, over the cloud, which is nice, instead of having to go look for it online. So he's still downloading it. Let's jump back over to the original one. So with this one, all you could do is, like I mentioned, you have to go find the fixture online. We will leave a link to a link to a website that has a lot of the fixtures. You can see that downloading still. So you can manually load them. Now on the Amigo, he uses .ssl files, while the Buddy and the 3.0, my DMX 3.0 uses SSL2, which is a newer file format. Okay, so we'll cancel. So what we're going to now do is, so you see right here how there's the mini part RGBW mode 1, mode 2, mode 3. Now, what does that mean? Well, as you see, there's 4 channel, 6 channel, and 8 channels. It's all the same fixture. Okay, so now let's jump back real quick over to your fixture itself. So now on the fixture, you have to set the address. So when you set the address, what the setting in the address is, so this number right here, you see this one all the way down to 512, those are the addresses. So this is what's going to be in the order of you calling out the fixtures. So your first fixture is, of course, going to be on 1. So let's just go over here real quick. Mini par RGBW LED. We're going to click, drag him on over. So there, he's 4. So he's going to be through address 1 through 4, as you can see there. Let's scoot him back. So let's say you want to add another one. Whoops, sorry about that. Whoops, shaky hands. Okay, so now you have 2 of them. So the first one is address 1 through 4. The next one's address 5 through 8. So now on your fixture, you will type the address as 1, and you will put your fixture as 4. As you can see here, when we click on it, channel 4. That means there's going to be 4 different things you can do on that fixture that you can adjust. As well as now when you go to 6 channel. Now that means there's 6 different things you can adjust on that fixture. And now there's 8 different things you can do. Now, it depends on how crazy you want to get your lighting to go. Now, we will switch over here because we want to show you it in person. So we will switch over to, that guy's still downloading. So we're going to switch over to, which one is this? This is the 2.0 software. We're going to go over to here. So we're going to go here. Let's see if it downloaded it. Okay. All right. Okay. So yes, it did download it. So we have mode 1, 2, and 3. So this was going back to, this was 4 channel, 6 channel, 8 channel. So we're going to go through real quick and show you the difference. So we're going to just click on, mode 1. Okay. So like we said before, there's 4 of them there. Okay. So now we're going to go over to edit, and we're going to move on down. So here are the sliders. So here's our light right here. This square represents our light. Okay, so because we have it very simple, all 4 channels are, all they're going to do is control. One channel is going to control the red, one channel is going to control the green, blue, and white. So here we go. So red. So as you can see, both this fixture here turn red, as well as there's red lighting the red on the wall. Okay, so now we come back down, shut that off, and we turn on green. Come back, turn on blue and white. Or we can turn them all on and get what we call the fake white. So let's go here. all on at once. As you can see, this guy's all on. So we can come through. See how this is with the white on and now the white's off, so you get that weird fakey white. Now we come here and turn off. We got yellow. We got green, and then we throw back on that. I don't know, what is that, like a teal or something? Could be wrong. Anyways, so that's what the 4-channel does. It's down to the absolute basic of the fixture. You're just controlling the lights, and that's it. Now you say, well, isn't that all we need? Not necessarily. So, for example, if you did a show and you wanted it to turn this color right here, this teal, or like, you know what, let's go back to yellow because I can, oh, magenta, let's go with this pink. Okay, so we got this pink right here. Now, if you did a show, you would have to have both of these sliders slide up to 255. They have the blue slide all the way up, as well as the red slide all the way up. Boom. Okay, so that might be fine. You might be fine with that. But is there an easier way to deal with it once you set that color you like? Yes, there is. So we go back to patch. We get rid of 4-channel mode. Now we go to the back of our fixture and we take it off of 4-channel mode and we turn it on to 6-channel mode. So now we come back here and we go down here and we have to add 6-channel mode. So now we have 6. So let's go over to edit now. So now we have, okay, so right here we have the colors, red, green, blue, and white, those black dots. So let's say, oh, let's turn on red. No colors turned on. What the heck's going on? Why is there no colors turning on? Okay, so that's because we need to turn up the dimmer. So going back to what we said, we want that magenta color, okay? So what we do in the show, instead of sliding up multiple, we leave them where they're at, and all we have to do is just slide up the dimmer. We slide up the dimmer and we get that color. Slide off the dimmer. So that's one of the reasons why you would add more channels. Now, over here on this, it says that it's a no function mode. It's no function. Let's see what that says now. This is flash. Okay, so yeah, this is going to strobe it. So this would be, I guess, what they call like the shutter. So you can take and have a slow strobe, fast strobe. So that's what this would do. So as you notice with the 4-channel, you couldn't strobe your light. Now with the 6-channel, you have both the capability of doing a dimmer and a shutter. And the shutter allows you to strobe it. And so the more channels you put on, like I said, the more you can do. Now, finally, the 8-channel mode, what that will eventually do is it will allow you to get certain functions off of the fixture itself, such as fade mode, sound mode, so you can get it to go to the music. So if you want a little section in one of your scenes you're going to do, which I'll explain scenes in a little bit, you can have it be sound mode. So it's going to pick up the beat of the music and go to that. Okay, so let's go back to the My DMX. Okay, so that's what the modes are. So these are, like we said, so we're going to stick with the basic 4. Now you're looking all around here. Now another really nice feature about this is, not so much anymore, but old fixtures used to have what we call dip switches. They were the little switches on the back. We'll show a picture right now of what dip switches are. Now, Chevet DJ is really good. They have a calculator on their website. So say, oh, well, it's going to be on address 307. What is that? You enter 307, they'll tell you exactly what the dip switches need to be at. So the dip switch is up here. Now, what's really nice about this software is no matter where you put your fixture, so let's take this fixture and say it's going to be on 177, boom. This will tell you exactly where your dip switches need to be at instead of having to do the calculation. Because myself, I don't know how to do the calculation. Once I get past address 10, I don't know how to do it. So that's what's really nice. So we come over here, 334, boom, look up here. This is what the dip switches need to be at. Now, I know dip switches are old and they're phasing them out. Everything's becoming digital, which, to be honest, is a lot nicer. Okay, so we're going to come back up here, and we're going to go and put it back up here. So we have the 4-channel. Let me get this back. So when I switch over to the DMX 3.0, he'll be back on 4-channel because we're keeping this as simple as can. Okay, so now we're going to get over to the editor. Now, with the MyDMX software, the first one for the Amigo, it is super basic, and you have to do everything yourself. Now, when you get into the 2.1 software and the 3.0, it has so much more software capabilities. It lets you do quick edits, like as far as light chasing, motions for moving heads. So it allows a lot more stuff, like automatic generators that get the job done quicker. To where if you were to do that in the MyDMX software, take you hours. Now, MyDMX software, in my opinion, is perfect for the Halloween people that aren't going to go too crazy. That are just like that, getting your feet wet. You know, you just want to get into the software, see what you can do. And then maybe eventually you're going to decide, hey, I want to get stuff. I want to go a little more advanced. I'm buying a little more advanced lighting. I want to push it to the limit. That's when you start buying the other software. This whole board across here with the sliders, all this right here. So a thing you need to know is that it is usually from 0 to 255. That's how everything is rated. So this is how you're able to get different colors. So let's switch back over to the 3.0 software. Let's go back to patch. Let's delete this guy. Yes, we will delete it. Let's get back to 4 because we switched back to 4 mode. Whoops, added too many. Let's delete the second one. Okay, so we're going to go back to edit. So when I said 255, as you can see right there, 255. So what that means is, so instead of everything just being on or off, so for example, we're going to go and put it about halfway. So see, you can see the red's not as bright. So now we take and add the green. Yeah, green. So now instead of it just being green, so look at this is half red, we take it off. There's your bright red, you kind of merge it in and you kind of get a crazy yellow. So then you can come in here with the blue and add halfway or a quarter. So you can sit and really adjust the colors to exactly what you want. Unfortunately, on these mini PAR RGBWs, they don't have, what are they called, macros, which is a set color list. So some of the other machines, lighting fixtures have, let's say, like 42. So there's 42 different colors you can immediately pick through. So you go red, green, blue, white, amber, ultraviolet, and then you start going into the crazy colors all the way up to 42. Now these ones don't, so you're going to have to sit and adjust it to however you want. However, with the other fixtures, even with the preset colors, you can still go even crazier on the colors. It's almost like sky's the limit on the color that you would like. Now, okay, we're going to go back to, let's go back to the 1.0 software. Okay, so now you have scenes. This is a scene, and this is a step. So what the scene is a scene is just that. A scene is a whole bunch of steps. So the steps are within the scene. So you can have a scene. So right here, we have new scene. We're going to click it, and we're going to name it first show. We hit enter. So this is going to be the first show, okay? So you now come over here to loop. How do you want it? Do you want this show to always loop? Do you want it to have 1 loop, 2 loop, 3 loop, 4 loop? So after, let's say you want it to be 4 loops, and then what happens after the 4th loop? Do you want it, what do you want to do? So what you would have to do is, let's put a second scene, and we'll just name this second scene. This one's second scene. Or second show, sorry. So there, now we have second show. So after 4 loops, we can then go and put, what do you want to happen next? Well, I want it to either go next, or you can have it jump to a show. Now, right now, it doesn't matter because it's only 2 shows. But say you have 7 shows, you can have it jump way over to one of the other shows. Usually, you just click next. So then over here, you say, okay, I like this one, and I want this one to loop for, let's go with 4. And what are we going to do with the next? What happens after that's done? Well, we'll have it go back to the first show. So when the first show's done, it goes next and goes to the second show. Second show's done, it goes back to the first show. So these are fades, so the whole thing's fade in between. Okay, the next thing is trigger. What trigger is, it allows you to pick a key on your keyboard. Get real technical. I don't want to be too technical with this because I'm trying to keep everything super, super simple. You can add different fixtures. Now, with the Amigo and the Buddy, he has a built-in trigger. They have built-in triggers on the fixtures themselves, which you'll see right here. The 3.0 actually has buttons on it that can allow you to go to the next scene, as well as it has a port that you can add an external MIDI board into the fixture itself instead of adding it onto the laptop. So let's do this. So we're going to say, let's hit 1, and it's going to go to the next scene. So let's see. So let's go over, we'll keep that. So now we're going to go over to steps. So we're in the first show. We're going to keep this super, super simple. So let's go to the first show, and we're going to add a new step. Okay, so now you can see there's 2 steps. So we're going to do hold time. So we're going to go 2 seconds here, 2 seconds here. Okay, now on the first one, we're going to come back up to the fade time, and we're going to come over here, and we're going to start it off at red. And this next one, we're going to take it off of red, and we're going to go to green. So now when we just click on it, it's red to green. Now, let's go over here and hit this. We're going to hit play. Let's see what we did. So up here's the timer. 1, 2, goes to red, 2, goes to green. 2. So now what it's going to do is it's going to do this 4 times, and then it's going to jump over to the second show. See? Now it jumped over to the second show. Now, unfortunately, the second show has nothing, so nothing's going to happen. So it's shut off. Okay? So now we'll go to the next scene. And we'll add another step. So we'll go back to the first step, and we'll go blue. 1 second. We're only going to do 1 second, and then we're going to do white. So now when we hit play on this one, blue, white, blue, white, blue, white. So let's take it off. So we're going to come up here. So now when we come here, we go to user. Every time we click 1, it restarts the show. So let's see this. So it's running. You can see the time. Red, green, red, green. Now it stopped. So now we come back here, we hit 1, and it's going to start the show again. Now if we click forward, it's going to go to the second show. So now let's stop this. Let's go back to editor. So the second show and the second one, the first show. So when we go back to user to see light mode, so this is if you want to mess with it, it's doing the first show. It's going to run through 4 loops. And then after it does the 4 loops, it should jump to the second show. And I know you don't really get to see the effect because it's just going on the board down here, but we'll do it in the other software so you can get a better idea. Okay, now it jumped to the second show. Now it's doing that. So there we go. We now have 2 shows built in. As simple as that. Now say, well, I don't like how it just jumps from one color to the next. Okay, so we go back to first show. So now we have it a hold time 2 seconds. So we're going to come up here to fade time. Now we can't have the fade time as long as the other one. So well, you could, but we want to get a little under. So right here, look at this. So now when we hit it, let's hit play. Now you can see it start to fade into it. So it takes a second fade. So as you can see, it's fading between red and green. So you get a color change between the red and green, as opposed to just red, green, red, green. Okay, now let's jump over to the 2.0 software. This is 2.0. As you can see, editor, very similar. Very similar. Add a new scene, add a new scene. Come over here, add steps. Come through here, hold time. So all these softwares are very similar. It's just they make it super basic at the entry level, and it gets more advanced as we go on. See, here's the different triggers, the next. You have live mode. Here's the live mode going. And now let's jump over to the, let's go to 3.0 software. Okay, so we have it patched. Next. Okay, so we're going to do new scene. So this one's a little bit more different. It's way over here in the corner. So let's add this guy. So we're going to have hold time again. Let's go to 2 seconds. We're going to build it just like we did on the other one. So here it is, 2 seconds. Okay, you can already start to see that he's doing something. So the first one we're going to take, and we're going to turn him red. So he's going to be full red. And then the second one, we're going to take and put him, let's go green. Okay, so if we just hit it, let's turn it on. So it's red, green, and I believe we have it on loops. We have always loop. So he's always looping. So as you can see, he's just going red, green, red, green. So once again, we come back here, we stop it. So hey, I really like that fade. Let's go and add a fade. So as you see these numbers, it's 1 minute, seconds, and milliseconds. So it also has you adjusting it here, 1 second, 1 minute, 1 second, 1 millisecond. So let's go back up. So we hit play. Red to green. Green to red, excuse me. So we have it fading between the colors. Okay, so let's come in here. So now, let's go back to, we're just going to let that play in the background. So let's go back to the first software. So the first software, that's it. You're done. That's pretty much what you can do. It's very simple. So that's why I say the MyDMX is perfect for beginners. So now, what's the difference between this? What sets it aside when you start getting into the 2.1 and the 3? Well, we will show you. So let's get over to the 2. So the 2 is the last one. So now 2, what the 2 has different is now you get stuff like the visualizer, as well as you have view. Sorry. So you have scene builder, 3D visualizer, scan library. So let's go to scene builder. So scene builder is what's going to be, I'm not going to get too technical with this. I'm just going to show you real quick. So this is where you can start adding effects. You can go through the different sections of the controller. So for example, here's the dimmer, here's the color spectrum, here is your white. So what we can do is now let's go check that out in the 3.0 software so we can actually edit it so you can see it in action. So let's shut this off. So this is add curve effect, add pan tilt effect, add pixel effect, add matrix effect. What the heck is all that stuff? Okay, so a lot of this stuff is when you're starting to deal with moving heads. So let's do add tilt. So if you had a moving head, you could simply just add this and it's going to do a full sweep circle. Instead of you having to sit there and tweak the moving head one step at a time, literally you have to do one step at a time to get it to rotate. This does a whole circle for you. Okay, you don't want a circle? We come in here, you can do a line. Polygon. Random position. So this is how your moving head's going to move. Now, with your par, doesn't really matter. You don't care. So we're going to come back here, and you don't want that. So once you get to what you like, you can generate it. But we're going to go back to the fader. So we're going to go to effect again. Sorry about that. So we're going to close that. Let's get rid of this. We come over to X. So let's go back to add a matrix effect. Okay. So this is where you come in here and you can do all sorts of crazy stuff. Bouncing, fire, burst, chaser. Let's go to chaser. Now you can start getting the patterns different, the colorless. So now what you got to do is you sit and put this above it. Now, as you can see, it's starting to chase. Now, something you got to know is this is a mini par, and so it doesn't have the nicer fade capability, as well as its old school LED is opposed to the newer ones where it's all the colors in a single LED. This is red LEDs, green LEDs, blue LEDs, and white LEDs. So this looks a little choppier. But say you want to come in here, and so you got to take this box, you take it off of it. So we come back here, and you just wanted to do 2 sets of colors, red, and let's go with the blue. So then we got red, blue. I might mess up the red. I don't know what red it is, but it'll be close enough. No, it is a different red. So let's go here. Let's go to this red. Okay, so then we're going to come here. We're going to come back over to the blue. We're going to come back here. Red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. So now it's chasing it. So you see how we had to do all the little steps to get it? Now what we do is we come over here and we go, yeah, we like that, Chaser. How many seconds do we want it? Let's do it 10 seconds. Okay, we want that 10 seconds. We're going to have a new scene. It's going to be a new scene. Sorry, let's go back to 10. So, generate. So now we come back over here. So here was our original scene where we had to go in between red and green. We now got this crazy scene that we just hit generate, and it now did 7. So look at now, look. Okay, so that's one of the features that allows you to start really being able to edit your shows a lot crazier, as well as with the MyDMX 3.0, you can start adding audio as far as edit. So we go back here, audio. So say you want to add an audio track in here, like I have Cutting Crew for a show I did. So I'll put in Cutting Crew song in. And so when it starts doing the beat, the doot, 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 actually we can put this. I don't think it will flag us because it's a crazy remix. Let's see if it's going to start playing. So then we come over here. Audio input. How do we want it to hear it? What you hear. So that's going to be off my computer. So see how it's going to it? So this is how you start getting your music to be able to get to the beat of the music when you start doing crazy shows. Okay, so let's go back. Let's kill it before they get mad at us for using that song. So that's what's starting to set these higher end. This one I believe is only in the MyDMX 3.0. So that's what starts setting it apart from the others. So let's go back to your basic show. Okay, so say you get your scene and you're like, you know what? I just want it to go red, green for this long, and then after it's going to go to the second show. That's all I want, nothing crazy. So now you can do standalone. So you can now write it to the dongle itself. Now I will have a list right here of the Amigo, the Buddy, and the 3.0, what they're live, because they have 2 different numbers. They has both a live number as well as a standalone number. Now what the standalone number means, you can write off onto it, and you can then unplug it from the laptop and plug it into a 5-volt charger, like a cell phone charger. And so once it gets powered up, then it will do the show for you. So now, once you plug it into the 5-volt, now the show's going to go. So you don't have to have your laptop out there all the time. Because I know certain people don't want to have their laptop out, but they don't have to, which is nice. So now, the nice thing is you can also upgrade both the live mode and the standalone mode. Now, live mode is when you're over here at user and we're just doing this. This is live mode. Now, right here, it's just calling it user, but I believe in the 3.0, it calls it live. Yeah, right here, live mode. So you can sit here and go through the scenes you want. You jump over to this scene, jump back to this scene. You can start, especially with the DMX 3.0, you can start getting multiple groups, which is nice. So we'll come back here. So this is the live. So I believe, well, it doesn't matter. I'm going to have the numbers up right here for the Amigo, the Buddy, and the 3.0, the difference in between their live and their standalone mode, which is also nice because they're all upgradable. You can all upgrade these fixtures off the link that I will give you. So say you need more, you can do it. So another thing that we're going to throw in real quick. So we want to add, not get too crazy with this, is so say you have 4 of these mini par RGBWs. What you can actually do is you can take each fixture and say they're all going to do the same. Okay, so all 4 of them are going to just do this fade between the red and the green. Okay, there's no need for you to sit and add 1, 2, 3, 4, and then address 1 through 4. Then you have address 5, 5, and then you go to the next one, which is address 9. Then you go to the address 13, and then you sit and do it all. You don't need that. If they're all going to do the same thing, we're going to take. We can take and delete all of these. No need. All you do is you put all these fixtures on the same address. So all 4 mini pars will be address 1 and it will be 4 channel. So boom, you'll control all 4 with the same slider. Now, why would you do that and why wouldn't you do that? Okay, so first of all, you would do that if you have, like, for example, the Amigo. And on the standalone mode, I believe it's 16. So you can only have up to 16 addresses taken up. After that, you have to upgrade. So why are you going to take and waste, what was it up to? Let's go, let's add a couple more. So right there, that was 4. So 4 was 16. So boom, you just took up all the space for your standalone mode on your Amigo. Instead, like I said, you put them all at the same address, address 1, 4 channel, and boom, you got all 4. Now you can add a lot more stuff. Now you have, what is that? 12? You have 12 left. I count on my fingers. I don't know if you could hear. So now you have only 4 channels taken up. So now you can add more stuff. Now, why wouldn't you want to, why would you go and put 4? Okay, why would you do 4? Well, let's move down here. We're going to take this guy. We're going to take this guy. We're going to take this guy. So say we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we come over to here to edit. Let's actually get rid of the second scene. Come over here. Let's delete this scene. Sure you want to delete? Yeah, we're deleting. Okay, now we're back on scene 1. Okay, so we're going to make this super simplistic. So when we add a bunch of new, 2, 3, 4, so we're going to come up here to red, and we're going to select this guy. We're going to turn him red. Then we're going to come down to this guy. See how, now we're going to select this second one. We're going to turn, whoops, we don't want to turn him. We're going to turn him red. Select the third one. We're going to select this third one over here. Maybe you guys understand what I'm already doing. Select this final 4th one, turn it red. So now, this is why you would want to get 4 separate fixtures instead of them all being one. So now I hit play. Okay, actually, let's go back. Let's take off fade because we want a chaser mode, so we're going to take off that. So we don't want any. Okay, so now let's hit play. So now it's doing a chaser between them. So say you had 4 totems or you had a square truss set up on your booth, you would have every fixture. It'd be like it's chasing all around the post. So that's why you would want to come back here, like we said, when you patch it, and you would want 4 separate ones. Now you can get crazier. You can start getting into the 3D visualization. You have blind editing, which is like it's in demo mode. So whatever you do on this, it won't affect the fixture. Okay, now one of the final things we're going to do is we're going to show you what you can do when you get a certain light, like how crazy, how endless the possibilities are when you get a certain light. And the one we're going to mess around with is the Chauvet Scorpion Dual RGB laser. It's really important in the Halloween because you can not only do the sky effect with it, you can do a vortex tunnel. So we're going to jump into that real quick. Okay, so what we're doing is we're messing here with the Chauvet Scorpion Dual RGB. We're not going to do any scenes or any steps like that. I'm just here to I just want to show you what you can do when you get an advanced light instead of just using the remote that comes with it. You have so much more control when you're doing a DMX. So what we do is, this is the control. So we have manual control, you have auto, and you have sound mode. So it goes to the sound. So as I'm tapping it, you can see it's going through the fixtures. So what we want to do is we want to go back down to manual. Whoops, right there. So we're in manual, so nothing's happening. So the next one is patterns. But before we do patterns, let's pick a color. Okay, so whatever color you want to do. So that's what's cool about the RGB, because it's the multi-colors. One of my favorite is the pink, which they call magenta. Okay. So let's go through the patterns real quick. So you have circle. So the circle is what's going to get you the vortex. Now, when you do the vortex, you're going to have to put something in front of it. You can put a business card. So when you put a business card, it blocks one of the circles. See, this is just my hand. So there. Now you have a full-on vortex tunnel for your haunt. Pop it up. It's back. Get rid of it. There. Now, what's cool about here is when they were selling some of these other vortex tunnels, you really couldn't adjust them that much. You had to put them and kind of build everything around it. With these, you build what you need, you set this in, and you can adjust it. So let's say you want your circle, here's your vortex, but you're like, man, that's a little too big. So what we do is we come over to so there's the X, Y, and Z axis. So there, we're rotating that way. That's not what we need. Rotating the other way. So let's go here. There's spinning. Tilt. You can tilt it. Pan it. Zoom it. So here we go. So you can take and get it really small, or you can get it big. Or if you want a really crazy vortex tunnel, you just slide it up to where it does an auto pattern like this. And this isn't me setting up any steps or scenes. This is just, you put it on that function, because this is one of the functions built in automatically. So there, now you have a vortex tunnel that's closing in on you. You can get it fast. You can have a tunnel opening up on you. So let's go back to where it is. Okay. So now we come back here. So you don't want a vortex tunnel. You can do a triangle. You can do the split circle. Here are all its different shapes. So this one right here is what would give you a kind of that swampy type style of the water laser effects that we sell, that water look. This one and this one. Now, something you can also do with these effects is you can do a wall. So like right here, this will build a wall, of a vortex wall, which is really neat looking. Some of these are a lot louder. I'm sure you're picking up. So here's a square. I like this square. So let's go back to the square. Okay, he's kind of in there. Actually, let me come down here. Right there. There's a square. So that's a square. Really cool to put that down if you have a big open area. It looks like there's walls. So you have vortex walls, as I call them. Then you come back in here, and you change the color. green, blue, yellow, magenta, so a bunch of different other color patterns. And once again, you come back here. You can have it go into where it's doing this crazy effect. You can have it going in, have it zooming out. And this isn't me, like I said, setting up any kind of steps or scenes first. This is automatic functions built into this unit. So, okay, now you got that. Now you want to have it do something else? There, you can have it rotating. You have the squares rotating. Okay, you want something more? You have them like a three-dimensional. See how it's doing a three-dimensional rotation? Now, you cannot access all these effects if you just pull this machine out of the box and plug it in and mess with the controls on the back. You will not be able to do probably, I'd say, a good 90% of what this Scorpion Dual RGB has to offer. Even with the remote, you cannot do all these effects. It needs some kind of DMX control board or software to do that, which is why it's so cool and important to get into DMX. Anyways, so that concludes this class, and I know it went a little further than I thought it would be, but I'm glad we finally did this. We were supposed to do an in-house class, but with the COVID, we weren't able to do it. We still hope to do it in the near future because it's so important to be able to get people in here to be able to mess with it. Kind of one of those things that are hands-on. To be able to sit here and tell everybody, no, this is what you do, this is how you do it. You know, this is if you get stuck, because you can watch this, but the minute you get into the software, you get stuck. So, we're always here to answer any kind of questions you have. Like I said, I'm going to send it's a playlist from YouTube from a gentleman who breaks it down really well, way better than I could ever do it. He goes and he breaks it into, I think it's 10 steps. One step is how to patch. So he just goes over how to patch your fixture in. Then he goes into what a scene is. What are steps? How to build a simple scene. How to do an advanced scene. How to do the 3D visualization. What is live mode? How to trigger. He goes really in depth into it, but he doesn't go overboard, which is what I hope I didn't do on this. Anyways, I'm sure I probably missed something. Let me open this software back up. I'm sure I probably missed something on this, but if you guys have any questions, comments, or concerns, you can always let us know. This, of course, is for the Fog It Up Halloween Extravaganza. We hope you're enjoying your day watching this. We did pre-record this because in case there's any kind of hiccups, of course, there's always going to be hiccups. We want to get it done. And we will probably take some questions after we show this video. If you guys have any questions as far as like how do you get into it, what kind of fixtures can you use with it, all those kinds of things. Now, another thing that I wanted to show you guys, which I'll show a picture of, is when you're DMXing, you do not run a DMX cord from the fixture out to each light. So, say you have 10 fixtures, you got to run 10 cords from each fixture back to the fixture itself. Everything is done by daisy chaining. You daisy chain everything. So if you notice in all the DMX products, there's always a DMX in and a DMX out. Everything goes in and then a daisy chains out to the next fixture. But anyways, so in conclusion, we hope that you like this class. We're going to have a list of all the different DMX offers. Now, Chauvet offers one, Antori offers one, everybody offers one. The reason I like the Amigo, of course I use the 3.0 today, but the reason I like the Amigo because it is low cost. So you don't have to have this big investment, like cheaper, and like that, you get your feet wet. Maybe you're going to mess with this and realize, no, it's not what I thought it was. Cool, I only spent $50. Not the end of the world. But maybe you start messing with this and go, cool, I'm glad I at least got my feet wet. Now let's move up to the Buddy. Or you know what? I want to jump above the Buddy, and let's just jump up to the 3.0, the My DMX 3. That's what I want. So that's what's cool about the ADJ version. And like I said, Chevy has them, and they're all good. Otherwise, hope you guys like this, and hope you enjoy the rest of your day at the Fog It Up Halloween Extravaganza. Whoa, and we're back. Well, we hope you enjoyed that DMX class. I know I did. Filming it, I guess. By the way, what do you call a Dracula on sale? A discount Dracula. Oh, sorry, this guy's kicking me. Anyways, okay, so up next we changed up the giveaway a little bit. So instead of just giving away our Amigo, you know what we thought? What, we're going to give you guys an Amigo and you don't have anything to play with this Amigo connected in. You need a fixture. So you know what? We're giving away this mini par RGBW, red, green, blue, and white, from Eliminator Lighting. So you will both be getting this, the Amigo from ADJ, and this mini par RGBW from Eliminator. So you can mess with it, and if you decide, you can get more later on. You know, but this package will let you get your feet wet, as I probably said 65 times in the video before. In conclusion, anyways, okay. So what are we doing now? I think next we are going to be checking back in with Angel Escalante. Ooh. Ooh, come Fogula just flew in, and boy are my arms tired. Okay, Angel, what's going on? Let's see how you're doing. So what colors have you, I'm sorry to interrupt, what colors have you been using? That is hot pink. Love hot pink. What other colors we see? Bright red. Bright red. Boy, are these looking cool. And what we're going to be doing is we want to let you guys know. So when we're done, we're going to show you guys this in black light after. Not only are we going to show you in black light, we're going to show you with one of our high-powered ultraviolet lights that is on lower on the wavelength. So all you get is the pop from the UV. Looks really cool. There's one other thing that we also would like to thank Angel here for. Angel and Angel of Death. They are going to be giving this picture away as a contest here on the Halloween Extravaganza. Oh, so we're going to be giving this away. So remember to like and comment and react to it, and we'll enter you into this. So I guess I will be seeing you guys back in the dungeon. Whoa! It's amazing how good I can fly. Okay, so what's up next? Next, we are going to be doing an interview. This is a pre-recorded interview, of course, but it is with it's one of our favorite haunters. Well, we say that with them, and then when we see everybody else, you guys are our favorite haunters, of course. No, but seriously. Next, this is going to be an interview with the Hollywood Haunters, Chris and Gina. Two absolutely amazing people. They do great work. We're going to be showing you a little bit of the work that they've done over the years, and then it's going to lead into the interview that we did with them. So stay tuned and enjoy, everybody.
Hey guys,
I'm Chris.
and I'm Gina,
And we are Hollywood Hunters.
I bid you welcome, children.
Wow.
Quick, introduce you guys yourselves.
Hi, I'm Chris.
And I'm Gina.
And we have a YouTube channel called Halloween Hunter, where we make props and decorations and all kinds of fun things like vintage Halloween reviews and on and on and on.
Crazy Disneyland props. Right now we're doing a Ghostbuster themed playhouse for our 3-year-old son.
Oh, that's what we will
It's pretty
definitely
epic.
we will definitely be talking about
Okay.
that. That thing is, I'm a little jealous. Kind of wish you guys were my parents right now. So
We'll adopt you, Joey.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of Diet Coke. Okay, so the first question is, what made you guys get into Halloween?
Oh man. My mom, I think, really inspired me. My dad, it was just always my most favorite day of the year growing up, and just orange and black and getting to dress up in costume. And, we're both met in theater, and so we love the hands-on stuff. And so Halloween was just something that we could expand on a little bit.
Yeah. Originally I just liked it because candy.
Yeah.
Right? But as I got older, I think it's fun because it's a holiday that there's so many different ways to decorate and celebrate it. So it's kind of cool,
Yeah.
No, for sure. You can either do the classic, kind of like behind you guys, or you can go gory and bloody. And, I know that's not for everybody. That's not for everybody. But so going off of what you said, so this was, as far as your YouTube channel, what made you guys decide to do a YouTube channel?
Boy, I think that what was kind of neat about starting that is at the time when we were looking up like how to do some of these kind of props and stuff for our display in haunted house, we were looking at forums and things like that. And we are, you know, I'm a visual person, so like digging through all that stuff, it's very helpful. But at the same time, I just wanted to like watch a video on how to do it. And so it was kind of neat because then we saw that there was a community that had started doing it. And when we posted our videos, they like invited us into that community, and it just kind of turned into a fun little family to do.
Plus, like I said before, we have a theater background, and both of us love acting and teaching and that kind of stuff. So it was an outlet for us when we weren't getting our paid acting gigs.
Exactly. I'm like, wait a minute, which one?
To also get that energy out there that, you know, we could, you know, entertain and educate at the same time. And then it just kind of, you know, snowballed, and here we are, what, 10 years later?
Yeah.
Because we did start on Chris's channel, and then 2 years later, we're like, maybe we should come up with a name like all these other haunts and stuff like that. So, yeah, we just had our 8-year blogger anniversary in August, so for Hollywood Haunter.
Wow.
Yeah, but the thing that was weird about our channel, it started out as a Halloween channel, obviously, like, and then moved a couple times, and we had a baby, and so it kind of morphed into
whatever we could do at the time.
Vlog of us kind of half the time, and so it's all over the map now.
No, and it kind of makes it easier to fill up that, you know, fill up your channel with different stuff. Because like that, I know Ghostbusters technically isn't, you know, necessarily Halloween, but I know that those are some really popular videos you guys are doing on your channel.
Thank goodness. Yeah, people are really enjoying it. And there's a whole Ghostbuster community too that, you know, have kind of invited us in. And so they've been so generous, and all of the information that they've been sharing with us and everything. So it's really cool.
Yeah.
No, and that's what I'm saying. I have a buddy who's a big Ghostbusters fan, and it's one of those things to where it's like, oh, you like Ghostbusters? Yeah, I love Ghostbusters. But then they go like 20 steps above you, and you're like, holy cow, okay.
You're like,
So I'm sure you guys have found that out firsthand. Okay, so the next question I want to ask. So you guys happened to be on a TV show a couple years back. So
we got to do the Great Halloween Light Fright.
The Fright Fight.
Fright Fight.
I always get about. I was waiting for you guys to say
the Christmas version.
That's why I'm gonna say the TV show. I was letting you guys say it. So how'd that go? How'd that go? How was that for you guys?
We really liked it. It was fun. It so much work, and it was so hot the night that they filmed. It was one of those weekends where it was like, oh, it's gonna be 100 and something today, and I was like, oh no, fog isn't gonna work well. I made a bunch of chili for everyone, and everyone's like, I don't want to eat hot chili tonight. But the show itself, it went really good. We had a bunch of our local haunter friends come and support us and their families, and they all dressed up and cheered us on, and was pumping.
Thing that was really neat about it is we work in the entertainment industry, and so because we lived so close to the studios and stuff, it was kind of neat because they would basically show up at our house almost like every day.
Wow.
And the director of the show and stuff would be like walking around, and it was kind of neat because I think because we were so close, he just kept popping in and out, and then they set up a bunch of chairs for an audience for local like people that work in there, and they came
in our backyard.
Yeah, our whole backyard was like this
production
scene.
Yeah.
Of like and they had screens set up and stuff. So it was kind of cool because even though it was a TV show, it felt like we were on both sides of that backstage and on camera type of thing going on.
No, that's cool. And I was gonna say, I'm a little biased knowing you guys, and you know, you guys are my buddies.
Yeah.
I thought you guys should have won. I thought it. You know,
it would have been nice, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So with that show, so we're gonna show a little montage of you guys' stuff before we do this interview. So that was the big spooky looking house. Can you guys give us a little info on that house, why you guys decided to do that house and where that came from?
Yeah, when we got picked for the show, they asked us to do our Western town. We were like, we actually sold that last year. And they're like, what?
Yeah.
Well, what are you guys going to do? And I was like, okay, so we literally have like 50 days to do something.
Yep.
What is something that we could do that is like iconic Halloween, something we could build up, you know, pretty fast, not super prop heavy, but yet we could still put a lot of detail into.
Yep.
And so we were like, haunted house.
Yeah, and so we took all our favorite haunted houses from certain movies like Addams
Scooby-Doo.
Family, The Psycho House.
Monsters.
I also really, really love The Burbs with Tom Hanks. And so I took, even though that house wasn't like that cool looking like Addams Family type of house, we still took elements from that one especially.
Yeah, the crackle paint like everywhere.
No, and that detail looked amazing. That was really good. It's funny, and I'm sure I've told you guys this story is you guys got fog from us the one time, and because like you said, you're so close to the studio, and my mom actually worked at Warner Brothers, so I had her drop off a couple cases of fog to you guys. And when she came back home, I asked her, "Hey, did you drop off the fog?" And she said, "Yeah." She's like, "You didn't tell me how crazy their house looked, how spooky it was. It's just such an old, spooky looking house." And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I've been to their house, you know, it's a cute house. She's like, no, I had to walk up a couple stairs, and they have a big elaborate porch. And I was like, oh my God, who the heck did you drop that fog off to? Because I had no idea what you guys were doing that year, because I was so wrapped up in everything else. So I was like, you know what, let me give them a call to make sure that they have their fog. And sure enough, there was the big house that you guys are doing, which was
yeah.
Hey, thanks again for that.
Yeah, that fog was awesome. And I might add that in the fog, you can see in the picture or the video that the fog still worked, and it was like 100 degrees at nighttime. So go fog it up.
Paid placement.
It's amazing how even though you can build a big display, that fog in the streets and stuff is really what was bringing all the people to it.
Oh yeah. That's why I say it's a small detail. And I mean, I'm biased. I'm biased with the fog, of course. Even if wasn't here to fog it up, that was always one of my favorite things with Halloween was the fog. Anyways, okay, so now you guys go from being on a TV show. Now we're going to jump to the next thing. So you guys were in a documentary called Epic Home Haunts. So how was that?
Yeah.
And not only how was that, how would you say that differed a little bit from being on the TV show? Was big difference, or were you guys already ready for it?
The biggest difference from being on that show to Epic Home Haunts is that Josh and Katie are friends of ours.
They're the directors.
Okay.
Yes, they're the directors of the show. And they
One sec, Chris. 1 second. 1 second. Sorry, Chris, can you hear me? Okay, I'm sorry. Just I'll edit it, but just start in about Katie and Josh. So Katie and Josh were.
Yeah. So the big difference between the two shows is that doing the Epic Home Haunts was obviously probably a lot more enjoyable because Katie and Josh are our friends.
Mm-hmm.
They actually came out to our Ghost Town display when we had that set up, and they did this really awesome footage. They caught it and edited a film for us, and we've just been friends with them ever since. And we helped them introduce. We
actually introduced them to all of the haunters that you see in the thing. So we actually kind of helped produce the Epic Home Haunts. You know, we got all of the people involved, and you know, Josh and Katie obviously took it from there, and they did amazing. You know, and
plus it's nice to see it when you're with friends and stuff. It's great to see them accomplish what they were trying to do. So
and then it took years. It took years because I want to say we were still at Scare LA, and by the time it came out, it was just Midsummer Scream. So yeah, I mean, it took like 3 years, I think, for the whole thing, which was kind of nice though for the movie because you could see the progression of each, you know, home haunt and the struggles that they would do every year and the different, you know, turnout they would get based on year to year, and
Yeah.
No, that's cool.
I think if we would have been doing a display or a haunt at the time, I think we could have probably managed to get that in the show.
Yeah.
But at the time, that wasn't going on for us. So.
No, for sure. Well, I was gonna say, it's funny you say that Josh and Kate came out and did the scenes for the Ghost Town, because I was watching the footage yesterday. And I was like, wow, Chris and Gina did a really terrific job on the scenes and the pans and the fade-ins and stuff. So I was like, okay, that makes sense.
Shot,
yeah. I was like, wow, they're good. I'm gonna need them to come help me with some shots.
Yeah, we got worse over the years.
That's me. I just, every day it keeps getting worse, slowly and slowly. But okay, so after you guys did that, so you guys haven't been doing as much home haunting lately. You know, tell us a little bit about that and what your next big projects are.
Well, I would say the biggest reason that we haven't been doing haunts lately, there's a bunch of reasons.
Yeah.
Having a little one, we're getting used to, like, how do we get things done as much as we used to? But the big thing, and I'm speaking for myself on this, we used to live in a neighborhood where we did our haunt and the community kind of knew about us. And then when we moved, nobody knows. And so I can keep getting away with, like, not doing the work.
No.
I can't blame you for that. Chris.
Get out of here. You're so lame.
Nobody holds you to that standard anymore.
Whatever. So basically, we tried to come back in 2016 with a fairy tale cottage thing.
Yeah.
I got morning sickness so bad. It started to rain really bad towards the end of October. And we also live in a city called Simi Valley, which actually means Windy City. So
yeah, it does get windy out here.
Windy out here. I mean, there's so many things. We have different landlords. I mean, there's a lot of things. As much as we would love to, like,
you can still do it.
No, we can decorate. I just don't think we can go as epic as we.
Well, we just have to, like, have everything with cables.
Yeah.
And weight.
Because, and here's full disclosure here, our last landlord lived in China. This landlord lives down the street.
Down the street, yeah. So you can't get away with
it's
everything.
A little different in
yeah.
there. You know, he wasn't driving by every weekend to check out the house.
Yeah.
I'm sure they would have said something driving by and like, what the heck happened to the house I rented them?
Yeah, where's the house?
Okay,
Yeah.
so moving on. So you guys haven't been doing the home haunts like that. You know, life happens. I was a home haunter for about 15 years. Started Fog It Up, and that definitely took the back burner. So I completely understand. I still miss it. I miss it dearly.
Oh yeah.
So moving forward, you guys have a really big, I say it's big, project currently in motion right now. So why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, because of COVID and everything, what happened was a lot of the playgrounds were getting shut down that we would take our son to. And we actually had never really thought about ever making a playground, like play set.
Yeah.
Because we were like, we don't really need to. And then we're like, you know what? Hey, let's make him a play set. And then we're like, well, if we're going to do it, we need to have fun and come up with some kind of fun theme. And I've been showing him a lot of the old movies that we enjoyed watching when we were younger. And it kind of just fit because even though Ghostbusters isn't Halloween, it still has ghosts and it's so fun little stuff. Yeah. And it's funny because I could have actually made him a haunted house because the Ghostbuster firehouse actually does get decorated with all kinds of our Halloween props and stuff.
Yeah, we have a huge orange plastic tub, like one of those Rubbermaid tubs.
Yeah.
And all of the, rubber props and, cobwebs and fuzzy spiders, I just threw them in there and he's constantly, sticking them up there.
Yeah. So it's going to be a haunted house, whether or not it's going to be a haunted house anyway.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
I was trying to close it. I'm sorry. Hang on.
Yeah,
you
no
lost
worries.
you. I touched one thing and I tried to close a window. Oh boy, hang on. We'll find you.
No, I can still see you, so you guys are good.
We just can't see you.
Oh, it's good.
Hang
You don't want
on.
to see me. I cover my face anyways.
There we are. Oh, come on now. There we go. We're back on track. Sorry, I had a window pop up and I tried to close it and then all hell broke loose.
No, it's
You know, Joey, I did want to tell you though, one thing that backing up to the last thing we were talking about, you know, in the time that we weren't doing our haunt, one really cool thing is because when we were doing our haunt, we never could get away from our house to go enjoy and visit other haunts. And so I will tell you that one thing that we were able to do when we weren't haunting is go out and film all the other walkthroughs and haunts. And it was really neat to do that because, I mean, like in 2 years, we were able to visit like how many? Like,
oh my gosh, so many.
Yeah, just going off of your YouTube channel. Yeah, you guys have visited a lot, which is good. You know, it's funny you said, because that was kind of always my philosophy starting this business. Well, okay, I'm not going to be doing a home haunt, but I'll be able to get to visit all these other haunts, you know, the home haunts, the pro haunts. And sure enough, that came true. And you know, it doesn't completely make up for not being able to do a home haunt, but it does help. It does help. And, you know, it's funny. I always thought I was like, nobody did haunt Halloween bigger than I did. And then I went and saw like you guys and, you know, Rotten Apple. And I'm like, man, I was such a poser. Like, what did I know?
But you know what? The cool thing about it, and this is what I say every time, is it doesn't matter if you have 100 things from the dollar store or if you go, you know, full not scary farm. If your heart is in it, I mean, your community, your neighbors, they love it. And that's the most important thing about it.
Yeah.
Big time, big time.
Now going back to the Ghostbuster Playhouse. So once we figured out what theme we were going to do, the rest has all just kind of fallen into place and really been just one of the funnest projects that I've ever gotten to work on. And the only reason why is because I was like, I don't want to just build your regular house, you know, like a playhouse. And so I started looking at some of Harrison's toys. Gina had bought him the Playmobil Firehouse toy set.
Oh, those are
I
neat.
do remember the.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was an old Kenner one from the 80s that I was just like always kind of thinking that was cool. And so combining those, I was like, man, what if he had a real life size version of that?
No,
So-
and
what's funny is when we started, Christopher had 3 4x8 decks. And I was like, oh, cool, you got the 3 floors done. Because I knew we wanted to do 3 floors. And he goes, no, that's just the bottom section. And I go, what? How big is it? So, but you know what? It turned out it's perfect size. And Harrison just absolutely loves it.
The only problem is by the time we get this thing finished, though, he might be too old for it, you know? He's like,
then he can sell it and pay for college.
there you go.
Because I'm sure some of
Wouldn't
that,
that be nice?
yeah, that thing is truly amazing.
Yeah, thank you very much. And you know, I do want to. It's kind of neat because even though we're not doing a haunt this year, it's like I'm so excited to work on the facade, the actual outside of the firehouse, and I still get the same type of creative like outlet for doing that. And so it's been kind of nice.
And that's the perfect way to put it. Is it's that creative outlet. Excuse me. That like myself, since I stopped doing my home haunt, you don't get to do that creative outlet to where, hey, you come up with an idea, let's put this idea down on paper, and then ultimately you see where it leads to where it's exactly how you planned it or it's nothing how you planned it. And so like I said, that's a great way to put it. And so it's not necessary, it's not a walkthrough, it's not a yard display, but you know, you're being able to, you know, get those creative ideas flowing. And, you know, me personally, me and my wife Crystal, as you guys know, every time you guys post a video, we're watching them together. So it's kind of like a TV show for us, to where it's like, oh, they put out a new video, let's watch it. You know, because it's just like that. Every video is just so amazing what you guys are doing. The detail, especially like I said, I'm a huge Ghostbusters fan, so I see it. Crystal's just like, oh my God, that's crazy, you know, from that standpoint. But I'm just like the little kid in me, the 5 or the 6, 7-year-old Joey in me. I'm just like, oh my God, I wish I had that, you know.
Exactly.
That is too neat. You guys always do such amazing creative things. Okay, so we're coming towards the end, and I'm going to ask you guys, let me see. 2 more questions we have to ask. First one is from the home haunter standpoint. What is the biggest tip you guys can give home haunters, people starting out, people who have been in it for many years? What would be you guys' biggest, tip, takeaway, pro con from your standpoint?
I think a lot of people get wrapped up in, oh, I got to do this and I got to make it big and I got to do, as much detail and I got to throw it all together. And I want to be up there with people who have been doing it for 10, 15, 20 years. I think as a home haunter, start small, start detailed, and just keep adding on to it. I think you'll be happier with it than if you just try to throw a bunch of stuff out and be like, oh, that didn't work and this and that. Just stay small and hone in on what you're good at and start I really love painting. Christopher hates painting, but he likes to build. So if he builds it, I'll paint it, Yeah. And in the meantime, I've been learning how to do stuff. Christopher's been learning how to do stuff. And that was one of the reasons why we would change our theme every year. Because it's like, okay, I really want to learn on how to sculpt foam this year and hard coat it. And so, we made big pumpkins. And then from that, it was like, well, these pumpkins aren't going to last. So let's learn how to fiberglass, and make molds and that kind of thing. And I know that's pretty extreme, but what I'm saying is haunting has given us an excuse to keep learning new tools and skills. And I think that's, and then bring the community in on top of that and make people have memories and happy and stuff.
The other thing I'd add to that is to save money, find your garage sale finds and your free stuff online, and that way you have more money to buy things like fog.
Yes. Things that you can't make.
Yeah, things that you can't make.
Like the peekaboo controllers and, like lasers and that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's crazy you say that because like in watching your video for the Ghostbusters, I'm seeing you guys are using so much stuff that you have laying around at your house. You're using old wood.
Finally.
Yeah, exactly. Getting some use out of it. And I see you guys using stuff and you're resurfacing it, refinishing it. You guys are just being able to use everything. Me, on the other hand, standpoint, I'm kind of bad. It's like, I know I have a stack of 2x4s, but they're a little twisted. Let me go buy some new ones, which in the long run, it's hurting my wallet. But with you guys, you take what you have, which, like I said, that's a very valid point. You're going to be able to spend the money on something more important down the line.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so the final question is, what is the most important part? And you guys can divide this up because you guys might have different ideas. What is, in your opinion, the most important part on any display you guys do? Is it the sound? Is it the lighting? Is it the fog? Is it, some kind of detail? Is it something that because for example, me, I would do something that I know most people wouldn't see, but the few people that would see it, they would appreciate it. So is it some little off thing? What is the most important thing for a display in you guys' opinion?
It's funny. I think that a little bit of everything is important.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Not too extreme.
I know that's a lot, but that's why I said if you start small. So let's say you want to do a cemetery scene. Instead of, putting out a fence and pillars and columns and 100 tombstones and this and that, why don't you just do like a gate entrance, couple of tombstones that are high quality, detailed, put a fog machine, get some lighting, and then throw some music on, or crickets or whatever.
Because I think when you have a little bit of everything, people accept it and really go, wow, the whole thing just is like a perfect little picture.
Yeah, it becomes immersive, yeah.
Even though, one of the things I really like doing when we do a haunt is I'm like, I want to make something that no one else usually makes, like big, So, but you don't have to do that.
No. But you can be the exception, Chris. And this isn't me just saying this because I'm talking to you guys, but no, you could clearly see it. And I see you guys, like what you said earlier. You're always kind of, you guys have been doing this enough years. And now one of the things that we didn't touch on was you. Correct me if I'm wrong. You guys build sets for conventions and other stuff. And so you guys have that background. So this isn't just for Halloween, but you guys make a living out of this. So you guys are in that position to where you can really push yourselves. It becomes that, like you said, Chris, you want to see how you can push yourself.
Yeah. There's so many times working in and out the different set shops and that kind of thing. You're always building someone else's designs, doing what other people want done for the job you're working on. And so for us, it's always kind of neat to go, okay, this is all us. Like we get to do this, you know?
No, and we can definitely see in everything you guys have done. Anyways, we are coming to an end. I do appreciate you guys taking the time to do this interview. I really appreciate all the stuff you guys have done. You guys have always been so amazing to us here at Fog It Up. We are forever grateful. You guys are terrific. Where can everybody follow you guys at?
The best place is YouTube, Hollywood Haunter on YouTube. We do have a Facebook. We have an Instagram. A very sad Twitter that I probably haven't
Everybody has a sad
done in
Twitter.
a long time. Yeah.
Unless you're
a couple pictures on Pinterest.
Yeah, Pinterest. You know, we tried. I think we have a TikTok video. Just so we could put the Hollywood Haunter in there. But yeah.
Our website's not updated.
Yeah, we have a website. Yeah, if you need to reach us, the best way if you want to see what we've done is YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We'll leave a link in this display. Sorry, Google's listening to me. I just picked up on my phone. I said Google and it picked it up. Anyways.
It's all yes, Jerry.
Yeah. It's funny. I asked Google if it was listening to me and it's like, me, Google? I'm not listening. I was like, okay. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for taking the time to do this interview. I will be talking to you guys real soon. Have a great weekend and see you soon.
Baby girl.
Yeah, she's in the background. Bye, guys. Okay. And welcome back to the Fog It Up Halloween Extravaganza. It looks like I got a little guest that came in here to visit Count Fogula, but to her I'm considered Count Dadula. What do you think, baby? You gonna show everybody your pumpkins? What do you got in your hands? Oh yeah, she has a pumpkin. What else did you bring us? You brought your blue trick-or-treat container. What else do you have in here, baby girl? Oh, you have your kitty. You want to hold it? Yeah. Oh, look at that smile. What else do you have in here? You have a book. What is this book entitled? What does it say? Good night, Goon. You like this book? Ooh, Mama and Daddy reads this book to you? This is neat. Ooh. Who bought you this pumpkin? Who bought this for you? Who got this for you?
Dad.
Dad got it for you.
Mine.
It's your pumpkin. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, she's already ready to transition into the next scene. You want to say bye to everybody? Say bye, everybody. Oh. Okay, guys, enjoy the commercial. We'll be back after this commercial. We should be live with Doug Schaefer again. See you guys in a bit. My prices are so low, I'm going crazy. I stole $99.99. Not here at Fog It Up. How much? $32.99. Ah! I'm crazy. Jay, red and green lasers elsewhere. Almost $200. Not here. $99. Woo! You need to control your devices. We got it. We got the Amigo. We got the Buddy. We got the 3.0. We got it all. Coffee machine, will you give me the right place? Coffee machine. Whatever you need, we got. We got Anton. We got ADJ. We got you guys. We got them all. We need more like this. We got the Chevy Scorpion. RGB, red, green, blue. We got it all. We're bringing it home to you.
Hey, you Tony! Hey, what are you doing with that?
I'm stealing it back because if I don't steal it, you're gonna steal it with prices this low.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Do you like fog? Do you like fog machines? Of course you do. Fog makes everything look cooler. Like your 15th birthday nobody showed up to. Or your grandma's friend's cat's funeral. But don't just settle for that crap fog juice. No way. Come on down to Fog It Up. Rain or shine. Only Fog It Up offers the best fog juice on the planet Earth. That's right. They have all your needs when it comes to fog. Thick fog? They've got it. Low-lying fog? Yes, sir. Quick evaporating fog? Oh, you bet your sweet bippy they do. Need fog juice in a quart? Gallon? Drum? Your neighbor's pool? They can do it all. Are you still listening? Ah, Spider! Fog It Up even offers fog scent and scent sprays? Who knew fog could smell so delectable? Delectable! So if you need fog juice, fog scent, scent sprayers, fog machines, lighting, or just want to talk about your feelings, call, click, or email them over at Fog It Up. That's at fogitup.co. .co! Not .com, but .co. Fog It Up!
Give me 1 sec, hold on. What? Hello, everybody, and it looks like we're back here. Okay, we're bringing back Doug Shaver. Let's see, Douglas. Oh my God, what the heck is that?
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey, Douglas. Was that the longest hour you've ever been through in your life?
That was a long hour. That was weird. I started my drawing for the day. I ordered dinner.
You know, I have the longest hour. That was a California hour.
Oh, okay. I mean, you are two hours behind me, so that 2.5 hour that makes sense.
Okay, so the next video we're going to be showing is VFX, of course.
Who's that?
Really cool guys. Some hip
okay.
guys. Anyways, I'm trying to get used to this. I have a microphone in my ear right now, and there's a little bit of an echo, but it sounds better listening to you. Okay, so let's ask a little questions about VFX. We got one half of VFX, Doug Shafalafa Ding Dong, with us. And
hard to believe there's only two of us.
Yeah. Let's go over a little story. Let's hear a story. One of the craziest stories dealing with VFX from a customer. Let's go off that.
Crazy stories that I have about customers, or?
Yeah, a customer that used one of you guys' props that had a crazy experience with it.
Well, we got customers that Oh, I don't know if Pat talks about. He might talk about it in the video. I don't have to go over that one. My favorite one is we had a guy from Australia. Besides the fact that he had to get one at a show from us, so he picked it up at a trade show like HauntCon or IAPA or one of those. We fit it into his check suitcase, and when it came off the belt when he got back to Australia, the sound had switched on, so the suitcase was coming down the luggage ramp going.
Oh my!
And everyone was just staring at him as he picked his bag up off the carousel and stuff. But the same customer actually got it, and he was actually at a haunt, and he came back. We have a video somewhere of him telling us about his experience with the puppet. And he's like, yeah, I brought that out. I got to do my Australian accent. I brought the puppet out, and everybody came around, and it doubled my attendance at my haunt that year. It's the best prop I ever had. So the Australians, they do some cool haunts, and they're just crazy guys when I talk to Australian guys. I don't know if that's... But yeah, we had one. He was buying it, and he goes, "I'll send you the loot. You send me the puppet." We say that all the time at shows now.
No, and they're some of the nicest people. Some of the nicest.
Hey, look, there's a Psycho. You got a VFX puppet behind you.
Yes, we do.
Is that Ron's?
Yes, it is. It's his, and then we have one over there. Whew,
He got one with a suit on, doesn't he?
Yeah, the one I'm looking at right now that's off camera. Yeah. Nice
orange or purple suit we got for him.
Give me 1 second. Jesse, do you hear a bad echo too, or is that just me?
Echo.
Okay, so it's just me hearing the double echo.
Let's give you a headache.
It's a learning process. I'm surprised it's gone this smoothly, knock wood. But anyway, so let's do this. Let's, what can we do? What are we, 33? Let's have somebody ask Doug a question. I'm going to walk over so I can see the questions. Let me get a little closer. What are we going to have? Okay, somebody ask Doug a question and they'll win a laser. So whoever asks questions during this process, they can win a laser.
Steven said he loves us, and the catalog cover is awesome, and the T-shirt is. That's all my artwork.
Let's see. Yes. Doug can draw pretty good. Not as good as myself. I'm pretty good at stick figures. Okay, everybody, we have 30 people right now watching. Ask some questions. Don't care what questions. And you can win a prize by the end of this.
Hold on, I'm going to ask a question.
How much are the bungee heads? Yeah. How much are bungee heads, Doug?
Bungee heads are $225 on the website.
Okay. Let's see. What's the best prop you built?
The Banshee box by far.
Oh, I agree. That's
that one combines illusion and all my sculpted. Well, Pat sculpted the head that goes in that one, but that was all my design, and I was not to brag, but I was pretty proud of that, and it went viral like several of our other props. But that one by far has been the most, well received prop.
No, for sure. I love that one. Corey said, "How did you start your company?" Doug works for the company, but he can tell you how it was started by Pat.
Yeah, Pat started it. Pat used to run haunted houses in St. Louis. I mean, he started when he was a kid doing masks and stuff like that. He was Voss Fantasy Effects was the one his mom named him, and he quickly changed it to VFX. But there's one mask, the baby mask that we still make, actually has a stamp that says Voss Fantasy Effects on the bottom. In the mid-'90s, he basically he owned and ran TerrorVision's haunted house in St. Louis. By like 96, sold that off to Larry, who owns the Darkness. But Pat was still making props and stuff for movies and haunted houses on the side, and came, to the late, 2012-ish. He was working for a phone book company. What's that? I also worked for a phone book company at one point. But he was a special projects person for AT&T phone book, and they were losing their jobs. And he actually said, "Hey, I got a bunch of ideas. I'm going to try to push to make haunted house props again." Went to the 2012 Trans World Halloween show, went to the 2011, didn't get any traction there. He went to the 2012, and I came out as his photographer, basically. And that's when he came out with Sally, the Attack Line puppet, the demo that looked like a horrible Michael Jackson sculpt and stuff. It wasn't supposed to be, but that's just what I thought it looked like. And basically that year got sold a couple of them, and by 2013, he had resculpted. I made Psycho out of Sally. We made a werewolf, a scarecrow, and a half zombie. So we had 5 puppets for the 2013 show, and it just blew up because everything looked and sounded awesome. We had found a sound effects box that worked, and it was a looping sound. Then we found some guys that he was friends with, that did toy design, and they developed a sound system for us. So we just kept basically making stuff just for VFX. So yeah, just everything just kept ballooning from there. So became my full-time job in 2013, late 2013, I guess, after the company blew up. So I quit my full-time retail job as a buyer for a camera company. Pat quit his job. Well, didn't quit. He was laid off finally from AT&T, and that became basically both of our full-time job by mid-July of 2013. So that's how long we've been doing it full-time anyway.
Okay, all right, so I'm going to hit you with a couple questions because a bunch of questions just came in really sporadically. Have you thought about putting a baby in the Banshee box?
Yes.
Somebody asked that.
And
Next
a
question.
bungee baby.
Yeah. Next question. How many magnets do you sell?
Different designs. I've retired several of them. I'm going to say right now, a good dozen to 20, something like that.
Holy cow. You got to get
Different designs, different colors of ads. So, what's that?
You got to get 2 fridges just to put all your magnets on it.
I got an I-beam over here that I put a bunch of them on.
Next question is, somebody asked, have you hit somebody in the face with your bungee head?
Never on accident. The best one, I think you were there at Mask Fest when somebody asked me to do it, and I got them on video telling me I could hit him in the head. So I was like, hit me in the head. All right, it's on video. I got him, bounced him off the head, and he went, yeah! There's drinking on the floor at Mask Fest, if you guys didn't know. Which was supposed to be this weekend.
There's a lot of drinking at Mask Fest. What does your Doug Hug pin say for 2020?
Here, I'll show you. It's right here. It is, I got a Doug Hug crossed off, fist bump 2020, and I'm wearing a mask with my picture on it.
Ooh, that is a cutie. Let me see. What is your inspiration for some of your creations?
I've been watching, horror movies are not great. They're just good for the special effects most of the time. Stories are kind of limited. So, growing up watching that stuff and going to different haunts, that type of thing. If it's my artwork, yeah, it's a lot of fan art that I do. And then just my own stuff. I just like making goofy things. So when you get into my masks, they're, like the derpy guys.
Those are some of my
creature. And and I dream up a lot of weird things, and I go to Pat at the studio and I tell him a story, and he goes, "Dude, write it down. We need to make that into a horror movie." We haven't done it yet, but I come up with weird horror movies.
What is your favorite scary movie? Somebody asked.
You guys were on it with Chris and Gina. I'd say Ghostbusters. It's not necessarily a scary movie because it's a funny scary movie. But I have a full-size Slimer in my basement. I sculpted my own Slimer. I have all the toys across the basement. I don't know if you can see them all the way over there.
Oh, your basement's bigger than my house.
My basement's bigger than my old house, so I'm very grateful to have the space I have now. But one that might be actually scary growing up would have been Children of the Corn. That used to freak me out. Malachi was a creepy bitch.
Oh, God, yeah. Nothing scarier than some creepy kid.
Some creepy backwater country kid. No offense to any country kids I know. I know a lot of people in Alabama that do haunts.
Oh, my God, I'm sure. One second. Somebody's calling me.
You're live. They want to be on live.
Yeah, we were thinking about doing the toll-free number. We might still do that. Call in. Okay. The next question somebody asked, let me see. It's kind of hard to read. It said, what is the one thing you learned when building props and what to never do? Like, what's one of your biggest takeaways?
You can always redo it. So I did, the Banshee box, and I wanted to do other versions. This is not the original Slimer head that I put into it. It looked like crud. I redid it and looks way better. Kind of like Sally. The original Sally sculpt was not the best. It's like you're going to learn from your mistakes or just learn as you go. So the first time you do it might not be the best. You can always redo it.
It's a very good lesson. I can't do it right the first, second, third, fourth, or fifth time, so I just give up.
I mean, I have props mapped out in my head, and I, trial and error sometimes. That's why people are like, why is stuff so expensive? It's like, because it took me a year to develop it.
No, and you also got to know what your stuff is worth. You don't want to ever undersell yourself if you believe your stuff is good.
Well, and we run it as a company, so we do have overhead. We have, rent, even though it's Pat's barn. We have rent on that. We have utilities. We have insurance, stuff like that. So it's like, I understand people can build a lot of these things at home. They didn't come up with the idea, so they've already gotten the benefit of us coming up with some ideas. And they don't have to insure it. They're making it for themselves. So, we have insurance on everything we sell. So if somebody gets hurt, insurance is a big part of running a company.
Oh,
a necessary evil.
Just something you got to get out. It's like you said, necessary evil that comes out monthly, but you'll be glad when it's you ever need to use it. But
yep.
Anyways, all right. So Doug, we might bring you back in a little bit, depending on what goes on. We'd love to. We might do. We're still deciding if we want to do a call our toll-free number, and you can be there with us doing the toll-free number, which I think will be beautiful. We might get some crazy people calling, but. That will be in a little bit, but what we're going to do right now is show the VFX video, all the beautiful stuff you and Pat have both built. I hear somebody calling me right now. What's up, baby? Come here, 1 second. Come here, baby. She couldn't get up. Say hi to Doug.
Hi, Sophie.
Now
I didn't get to see you this year.
Say hi, Doug. Okay, so Doug, we will hit you up in a little, but right now we're going to play the VFX video. This is Doug and Patrick Voss's company where Doug works. And enjoy, guys. See you in a bit, Doug.
Hey, everybody. This is Doug.
And Pat.
From VFX, VFXcreates.com.
VFXcreates.com.
VFXcreates.com, just like you said. We are very excited to be here on the Fog It Up!
Fog It Up!
His name has an exclamation point in it, so you have to say it exciting.
Exactly.
Fog It Up! Halloween Extravaganza. Fog It Up! Where that fist is going. Happy Halloween!
Happy Halloween!
It's Halloween season.
We're excited. Extravaganza!
Extravaganza!
Fog It Up!
Fog It Up! We're from VFX. We make the cool, awesome zombie puppets that we'll show you here very, very shortly because this is our time. And we make bungee heads.
We make
lunging boxes, illusion boxes, banshee boxes. We do some masks and stuff. If you find something, we can make it. We're not doing custom stuff. Don't ask us. We customize the stuff we have. Yes, we do everything start to finish. Sculpt, mold, paint, voices.
We're friends with Joey.
We're friends with Joey. You know Joey. You're watching this show for Fog It Up!
Fog It Up!
FogItUpFog.com. Halloween Extravaganza in September. So get your Halloween stuff now.
Now's the best time.
Now's the best time. Order now. Because otherwise we might run out.
Should we show some video stuff?
Yeah, so
Okay.
stay tuned. We'll show you some video and then we'll show you some more video.
Yes. Fog It Up!
VFXcreates.com.
Hey, it's Patrick Voss with VFX. These are our core products. Attack line puppets, lunging boxes, and crate creatures. And today, we're going to talk about maximizing your ROI, that's return on investment, with the VFX product line. One of the great things about our products is how versatile they are. We have quite a wide variety of puppets that can scare people as well as entertain them and interact with them, like our Deadfield puppet. He's a butler puppet that can actually talk to people and greet them as they come into your haunt. You can record whatever you want him to say.
Good evening, and welcome to the Haunted Hotel.
And also, we do the voiceovers that we can do for you, too. But to use them inside your attraction to do just that, scare, entertain, interact, and also, if you're not using them, put them on a stand in a scene. You don't have to take it off and put it back in the wardrobe area, or if you don't have an actor that night to use it, put it on a stand, put it in a scene, and it's still there, creeping someone out or making them wonder if that's going to jump out at them. The next great thing is Q-Line Entertainment. All of our products can be utilized to entertain the crowds waiting outside. And with the social distancing that we're having to do now, they come in really handy. You don't have to get close with any of these products to entertain and scare and have fun with your crowd. Like that. We recommend staying at least 5 feet away from people when they launch this. Even though you're going to get your money's worth, utilizing our products in your haunt and entertaining your Q-Line guests, there's another whole layer that's huge, which is marketing. Marketing your haunt outside the haunt. What do I mean by marketing outside the haunt? It's taking the products to parades, zombie walks, fairs, Halloween celebrations, trade shows, conventions, sporting events, anything where there are a lot of people that you can just walk through and you get their attention and they see your branding. And also the double whammy here is all those people see you and then bang, they're taking photos and videos because they've never seen anything like this. And they're putting you on social media. That exposure is huge. When we're talking about photo ops and getting you on social media, you always wear your branding every time you go out. When you go out with the boxes, wear your haunts hoodie or t-shirts, you're always branding. Putting your brand on there, putting your brand on your hoodie that comes with the puppets. This is something you can be as simple as printing something out like that and actually taping it or spraying mounting it to your hoodie just so you have something on. Keep it simple, do something like that. It's as simple as that. Or what I would recommend, take your hoodie and have it professionally silk screen your information on it, your logo. So you look professional, so you've got something like that. So remember, when you go out with a puppet, make sure your branding is on there in different places. You can even take your haunt shirt and put it on your puppet backwards so your haunt logo is showing. I've got something on every shoulder here, including, when you're doing the back. So when people are doing photos with you, you can be like this. Make sure one of these is in the photo. Just practice doing different things and get it in the mode of making sure that your branding is in the photos and videos that people are taking and posting to social media. Right, Sally? Another very important thing, when you go out, have business cards. I know there's flyers and everything out there, but I recommend business cards because people can just take them. They're small. They can put them right in their pocket. They're not obtrusive or anything. And like we use gotprint.com for our business cards. Everything we get printed. You can do two-sided full color business cards. They're cheap. You can get like thousands of them really cheap. Put a coupon on one side, put your logo and everything. And why not do a hashtag for your haunt if you don't have one already? That's a good one. Put on there too. Put them in your pocket, pull them out while you're walking around. And I always recommend have someone following you and they're the ones giving out the business cards, giving out the coupons so that you can be entertaining and interacting with people with the puppet and getting all the attention. They're just following up, handing out the coupons, saying, hey, and they're also branded too. They should have the haunts t-shirt on, have their logo on it, have a hashtag down the shoulder. Make sure you got plenty of that because every photo, every video is gold on the internet. This type of thing, going out and promoting, is so valuable. I've had customers that come back to me and they buy the puppets and they're putting them on their marketing budget. I have a lot of stories from a lot of customers about how effective these are using them for marketing this way. I had one person tell me he took his crew out, they were all dressed as zombies, and they went through a fair, and they were just dressed as zombies, handing out their flyers, and he said he was following them up, and he saw people just like taking the flyer and throwing it down, and he came through following them with a zombie puppet, and he said people were literally stopping and going, what the heck is that? And going back and picking up the flyers to see what it was and learn about their haunt. And he told me that they helped double their attendance that year. And I said, yeah, right. And he goes, seriously. it helped double our attendance. And I'm like,
Only from VFX.
so that's great to hear. This is how you just increase that ROI, that return on your investment in VFX products.
Only from VFX. Puppet features vary. Overactors not included.
Of the program.
This is the middle of the VFX
Welcome
part of the show.
to the extravaganza.
Extravaganza, fog it up. Fog it up! FogItUpFog.com. I mean, VFXGreats.com. Odditikis.com. Oh, you don't know if you've seen that yet or not, because I don't know where this video is going in this day. All right. So, yeah. Return on investment. Our products are cool. They're awesome. And
Yes.
there's more than one reason to get them. It's not just for the scare. Here's a bunch of people that have got our products.
Yeah,
and
check this out.
They're going to tell you why you should get them.
Fog it up!
Fog it up! Halloween Extravaganza!
Tell us about your puppet. We had my puppet I carry around with me. I keep her close up, and I make her lunge at people. And one of the best scares ever.
One of the best scares ever?
Ever. It's so easy. People jump, run into stuff. It's awesome. They just want to run from her.
So you guys at Sally? Yes, we purchased Sally last year, and we've come to Trans World for years and years, and we're a small haunt. We've never had much money, but last year we decided to purchase Sally, and it was the best thing we ever did.
Bought this beautiful lady last year at MHC. First time at the haunt. You walk up to the line, people run, people swear she's real, and just waiting on her to jump off. The radio personnel that would come around just wouldn't even, nobody likes to look at her. Walked into a bar with her on my side, and the women just thought she was real. No doubt in their mind that she was completely real. We freak people out all over the place. This is well worth it. These things are awesome.
Sally was a big hit at our haunted house. Nobody in our area had ever seen anything like that. A lot of people didn't know if she was real or she was fake. It was a great scare. It worked really well.
Oh, it was great. I mean, people were getting their clothes caught trying to get away from her and getting up real close going, is that real? Is that real? And then he'd go after her, chasing them down the hallways, getting them on the ground. It was great.
Here from Fear of the Woods. This guy was my absolute favorite prop of all time. I got every scare. The people that didn't want to be scared, I got them every single time. You can get really close to their face, you get good at it. It never flung off my hand. It was sturdy. It was the best prop. I will never, ever, ever use anything else.
Greetings, I'm Gary Collins with Culbertson Mansion Haunted House. I'm here to state that VFX puppets are the best puppets in the market, no matter what. These are the best made, best plastic products I've ever had.
Hi, my name is John. I'm with Creepy Hollow in Frankfort, Illinois, and I'm going to back up exactly what he said. Bought a puppet a few years ago. It has been the most durable puppet we have ever had. It holds up, and it is so lifelike, it just scares the hell out of people. Thanks, Patrick, for developing a great product.
Halloween stuff in Chicago.
And we have the Zombie Sally wearable puppet that we used for our Haunted Woods attraction last year with 7 different scenes. And by far the Zombie Sally scene was the best and scariest for all of the people that came through our haunt. Comparable to a friend of ours that has other puppets, the Zombie Sally is far superior in quality and show.
It held up the entire night with rain, mud, and everything else. The sound effects were phenomenal. We heard it through the entire woods. It held the charge of the battery, and it was just great quality.
We're Matt Herzog with Penn Herzog Asylum, and we've had several of these props for VFX. We love them. They hold up great. We've had them for years, and we just bought 3 more.
It's great, guys. Every time we take one of these guys out at the shop, masses of people gather up, and we just can't get rid of them until we put them back inside. We love it. VFX is the best, guys.
I love chocos. I got them last year. Been looking at this stuff for a couple of years. I took them home. I put them on the couch before the girlfriend got home, and she cannot stand even looking at them. The eyes just totally sell this thing.
If you haven't come by VFX and seen some of the stuff that they have, you are missing out. We've
been using it now for 4 years. We have 2 of the hand puppets. They are absolutely amazing. The crowd loves them. They will follow them around all night long. You gotta come by VFX and check this guy out.
Not cheap, but she's worth every penny. Every penny.
Every
Get
penny.
Sally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you to all of our customers. They gave us such awesome testimonials, and we hope you.
They come up with ideas and we don't even know. So
yeah. Hope you enjoyed what you've seen, and happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween!
And happy Extravaganza!
Extravaganza from
Fog It Up!
Fog It Up! VFX Creates, VFXCreates.com. You can find us on Instagram at VFX Creates. You can find us on Facebook at VFX Creates. I think we're on Twitter at VFX Creates. Yep. I think we have an experimental TikTok, but I don't think it's under our name yet.
No.
What else?
And you can see viral videos
YouTube
of our stuff.
at VFX Creates. Oh yeah, we just went viral. So if you haven't seen us like the last week, you just saw this. Just go search Zombie Puppet. You'll probably see a video of us with millions of views. Yeah. So that's the cool thing about our products too. We didn't even mention that in any of the videos we just showed. We're viral. We've gone viral like several times each year because people see that. So when you do that return on investment, like he said in the video, about putting your name on it,
yep,
you're gonna get hits and they're gonna start finding you and that stuff. So we've gone viral. So when you buy our stuff, people are gonna see it and they're gonna be like, "Oh, that's that zombie from that video that I saw on TikTok like 500 times because my friends kept sharing it." Because if you're in Halloween, it's going to show up in your feed, so people know it.
And yeah. So, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoy the rest of Joey's Extravaganza.
Halloween Extravaganza. Fog it up.
Fog it up.
It's got an exclamation point. Make sure you say it like that every time. And if you see us, say fog it up.
Fog it up. Are you my baby? See ya.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Hello, and we're back here. Man, my hair looks bad. It's pretty hot today. We're back here with Angel Escalante. Ooh, look at that thing. It's looking pretty. Now remember, everybody, like, comment, other stuff, and you can win this. This is one of the prizes. Ooh. So what's up next? What have we seen differently since we last visited? A lot of background I can see. A lot of detail. Just smudge it. Couple more colors. Couple more colors. Whoa, whoa. It was. Did you guys see that? That was like a California tornado right there. Anyway, so it's looking good. You almost done, right? Cool, 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 cool. All right. So we're gonna be away from Angel because I think pretty much by the time we see him next, he's gonna be done with it. And when he's done with it, we're gonna be putting it in the dungeon. Hold on, let me get my arm around. In the dungeon with the UV lights, you can really appreciate this UV color that we're using from Antori. Ooh, it's the Dark FX line. Remember, everybody, we are giving away a sample pack of this, and it's more than enough for you to do some really cool paintings and whatnot. So we will see you back in the dungeon. Ooh. Ooh. And welcome back. Ooh, took me a little bit longer this time to fly. I'm getting kind of tired. Okay, so next we are introducing one of our good buddies, Rich. He's going to be going over, it's a game he's come up with. So we hope you guys enjoy it. See you in a couple.
Hey, it's Rich from IE Hunters. Joey from FogItUpFog.com told me to let you guys know about a new game I've put together called Trick or Turn. FogItUpFog.com is a great supporter of the Halloween Hunters industry. You will always see him at the trade shows. He's always got cool gadgets, fog machines, lighting effects, all kinds of cool things for all the hunters out there doing home haunts, pro haunts, whatever you need. He's got it. Great prices, super customer support, and always a good guy to talk to. So a few months ago, I was thinking about all this COVID-19 stuff and how it's going to affect trick-or-treating, people that build things for Halloween, yard displays, people asking themselves, is there going to be trick-or-treating this year or not? Am I going to build a haunt? Do I just switch to a yard display? Am I even going to do anything? A lot of people losing their Halloween spirit. And that was really sad to me, and I wanted to find out another way we could go, do things safely, have an alternative that people can do if they don't want to go trick-or-treating, but still get out there, still take part in the Halloween spirit, and motivate haunters to get out there and do stuff, decorate, do yard displays, do all kinds of cool stuff, just like always. Wanted to do something that would get them get their Halloween spirit going and keep it going and not feel so bad this year. So I started brainstorming and thinking, what can we do? What can we do? What can we do that would be safe and still getting people out there and just see all these cool yard displays? And I thought a few different ideas. One of the ideas I had at first was something like a road rally where people could go around or do like a poker run where they get in their cars with the family and they travel a set distance. They go see all the cool haunts. At each haunt, maybe they pick up a card or something, and then at the end, whoever has the best poker hand wins, or some type of like a road rally type thing. But with the road rallies and the poker run type ideas, it would take a lot of coordination. You would still be contacting a lot of people, handing cards out, and getting times, and there would be a lot of effort at the beginning, the middle, of the end, where people are tracking times and coordinating the whole effort. And it seemed like it was a little counterproductive. You'd be swapping one socially not distance activity for another. So I kept thinking and came up with a different plan. Now, I'd heard of escape rooms, but I never actually did one until the first Midsummer Scream. And there was a mini one there, and that was really kind of cool, where you solve puzzles to figure out the clues and get to the end, which was the prize for you. And I thought maybe something like that would work to get people out there. But what can we do? Oh, maybe we can have them find directions to haunts in local haunted places through a series of clues that they solve while driving with their family or friends. And thus the idea of Trick or Turn was born. So what is Trick or Turn? It's kind of like a cross between an escape room and trick-or-treating and going out and seeing all your cool haunts in the neighborhood. You have one person who creates a game that is basically a series of directions given as clues to all the local neighborhood haunts. And they post those clues on social media. Other people grab them. They try and follow the path, the clues, the directions to get out to see all the local haunts. It's a really flexible idea. It's kid safe, kid friendly. You never even leave your car. You can go check out new haunts you've never heard of before, maybe find some old ones, coordinate with other guys doing haunts. It's really a flexible idea, and it's something unique. I'm not making games for the whole world, but I'm coordinating people who are making games for their communities and giving them ideas, tips, tricks, a few resources so that they can make their own games a little easier and work through some of the bugs as I have. Think of it like an open source game for the community. You can do it with trick-or-treating, you can do it without trick-or-treating, you can do it any time of the day or night during the time that the game is being played. You can set the date range that you're going to be playing the game and coordinate with other people that have clues in their yard. It's COVID safe, it's kid friendly, it can't be shut down. It's really versatile. You can make games easy, you can make them hard. Easy for the little kids, learning colors and shapes and numbers. Harder for the kids that and the adults that love escape rooms and have some really challenging puzzles out there to figure out their way around. You can even do the same exact maze or the same exact route with different clues for each level of person doing the game. It's business friendly, where you can involve local businesses and have them sponsor clues. You can get escape rooms involved, and they can even make their own games, and that will help bring people into their business by learning how escape rooms work and figuring out that, hey, solving these clues is kind of fun. So let's get into the details a little bit. I've created a website called trickorturn.org, where a lot of these ideas and little tips and tricks and tidbits are hosted. It's not a huge site. It's not super famous. There's no advertising on it. It's really kind of an open source community-based thing where people can come in, figure out how the game is played, use a template that I've already created for one sample game, fill that out, and be able to post that back on social media and get people going in their neighborhood. It keeps the home hunters and decorators really motivated, because they know for sure people are going to come out and see their haunt displays. And even maybe some new people that have never been to their neck of the woods will come out and see what they've got going. So next year, or the year after, and the year after that, they'll come back out again and again and again. So it's a good way to promote your haunt. Even if you're not open this year, but do a really cool yard display, people will find out where you are and they'll be able to come back again and again. Now, I'm doing this as something of an open source kind of game. It's not all me. It's not my game. It's not even really my idea. It's kind of a combination of a bunch of different ideas that people have had over time. But I want it to be something that a lot of people can get involved with and do for their own community. So you run your game. It's not my game. It's your game. So you can do it the way you want. I'm hoping to help people out. I'm hoping to spread these ideas so people can get out there and in those communities where they're threatening to cancel Halloween or trick-or-treating, that we can still go out and do this, because you're basically driving around. You're safe in your car. You never get out. There's no clues that should ever be get out of the car, scale a fence, swim across the lake to this island and pick up a clue there. It's not that kind of thing. So it's all clues you can easily solve in your car with your friends, not while you're driving. Pull over, one dedicated driver, please, and then other people can be solving the clues while you're driving around. Pull over if you need to sit and figure something out. The faster you go, the harder it is. So it's not a race. So sit back, take your time, enjoy the ride, and check out all the cool spooky sites. You can also join the Facebook group, which is trickorturn.org on Facebook. Just take a look for us and join up. Now, it is a do-it-yourself type of game, so you need to figure out where you're going to be sending people. You need to know the local haunts around you, and this is a really good excuse to go out and talk to those other haunters in your neighborhood that you've seen and you know about each other, but you've never really introduced yourselves. Go talk to them and say hi and say, hey, I'm doing this trick-or-turn game, and we need a couple clues out there. We need you to keep 3 skeletons out there like you have right now, or we need you to have a certain number of pumpkins or tombstones from this date to this date, so that people can play the game, figure out the clues based on what you have in your yard, and then go from there. Now, since I'm a bit of a nerd, I created a few online clues and puzzles that people can use, even some QR codes. So you don't have to do everything yourself. There's some puzzles that you can link to in your game, and people would have to go online with a mobile device and do one of those slidey puzzle things to figure out what their next turn is, and use a QR code reader. You can post these QR codes up at different points along the way to let people know, hey, you're going the right way, or no, you need to turn back and start and try again. Here's an example of one of the QR codes that we've created for the game. You can post these up on light posts or signs around the neighborhood to let people know that they're taking the right choice. Here's the template I've created that you can freely download on trickorturn.org. And it basically goes over the game, how to play, what it's about, and what you need. Not a whole lot. A car, a few friends, and some guys that know how to solve clues, really. So here's the website. You can see trickorturn.org. This is what it looks like. Pretty simple. The main page really just goes down and talks about the details of the game, how it works, how to create your own. And then back up here into the top, you can see where I've got a game template, where you can download a template and basically copy and paste this into Word Editor and go through there and fill in your own questions, answers, clues, links, add URLs, add codes, ciphers, any kind of puzzle you want to add, you can add that right in there because it's your game. You can make it however you want. I suggest mapping out your route first and then going through and filling in the clues afterwards after you have the route set. Another thing I've added just to make things a little bit more fun are these little shifty clues. If you go through here, this is one of those puzzle games, like the sliding tile type games, where you have to go through and figure out the puzzle in order to get the direction that you need to go. And there's words in there too that help you figure out which way you're going to go. If you go to the website, trickorturn.org, scroll down to the bottom, you'll see a link to how to add QR codes to your game. Now, QR code is just basically a big, funny looking graphic that when you scan it with your phone, it will take you to a link, and that link will show whatever is on that webpage. So I've got a few links that go to things where it'll let people know if they're lost, if they've hit a dead end, if they are on the right path and they keep going, and if they've finished the game. They have a link there they can use. And you can see what a QR code looks like here. Just a bunch of funny looking dots to you and me, but to the computer, it's going to be, it's going to take them to the link that's going to show them a graphic that lets them know that they're either on the right path or the wrong path. This is kind of nice because you can post these at different choices they get to make for directions, and they're not going to know if they made the right choice or the wrong choice until after they've made the choice, and then go through, scan the QR code, and let them know. That way they can't get to an intersection, just look around and see, oh, that's the right way, let's go there. And here's our Trick or Turn Facebook group for people that want to make puzzles. You can go in here. There's all kinds of cool resources, links, a little community where you can chat and give different ideas. There's the Trick or Turn template for making a game. Of course, you can always make your own. I'm just trying to make it easy for everyone else. The template is a rich text file, map there if you needed to make a map, QR code sites so you can make your own QR codes, games magazine link. They're a really cool magazine for doing all kinds of cool things. Getting inspirations for puzzles and ciphers and all kinds of cool stuff like that. And here's what a sample game looks like. You can see a few of the questions in there. We can go through and see the questions and try and solve the answers. Of course, you can make up your own, make it as easy or hard as you want, make multiple games of the same area, take different routes, however you want to do it. Once again, this is Rich from IE Haunters on Facebook, the Inland Empire Haunters group. Feel free to join us. We're free. We don't really meet in person, so you can go and still hang out and get all the spooky details of haunt activities going on in the Inland Empire. Don't worry, don't fret. Make a game of Trick or Turn and keep your community involved in Halloween this year. We can do it.
I didn't mean to scare you. Okay, that was a pretty dang interesting game. Thanks, Rich. We appreciate the submission. Seems like everybody did enjoy it. A lot of people are saying very interesting, which I agree. Up next, we are going to be going to a local haunt. It's called the Haunted Rose. That is ran by Mr. Ryan Banfield. And after we show his video, it's being queued up right now as we speak. We're going to do a live interview with Mr. said Ryan Banfield. So sit back, enjoy, and we'll talk to you guys in a couple minutes.
The Haunted Rose is a haunted house we started in October 2016. It is based on the literary writings of H.P. Lovecraft and other Gothic horror writers of the time. The Haunted Rose centers on the Rose Mortuary and its owner, the eccentric Dr. Macabre, who practices the dark arts and sciences by studying from the Necronomicon. Dr. Macabre collects all manner of oddities and occult items from his trips around the world, and laments the loss of his only love, Lenore, who was a beautiful violin player. Through the creation of the Resonator machine, Dr. Macabre has opened portals to other dimensions. The first such dimension took us to the town of Innsmouth. Innsmouth is inhabited by denizens who are cursed for taking gold from the sea god Dagon. In exchange for eternal life, the townspeople agreed to be turned into half-human, half-fish creatures. In 2017, the Haunted Rose brought the maritime horror to Midsummer Scream as a mini-haunt based on H.P. Lovecraft's The Shadow over Innsmouth. In 2019, the Haunted Rose returned with Carter's Crypt based on H.P. Lovecraft's The Statement of Randolph Carter. Carter's Crypt tells the tale of Randolph Carter, an occultist who enters a crypt in Black Cypress Swamp and discovers a race of cannibalistic ghouls who are feasting on the decayed bodies buried there. Now, for October 2020, The Haunted Rose presents a live theatrical performance of H.P. Lovecraft's The Color Out of Space. The Color Out of Space centers on a mysterious meteorite landing on the Gardner family farm outside the city of Arkham, Massachusetts. The meteorite seeps into the ground and starts affecting the Gardners and the local wildlife in strange ways that can't be explained. We have partnered with Fog It Up Fog to deliver a live show that is COVID safe. It will have nightly performances on October 30th and 31st at 12116 Groveland Avenue in Whittier, California. We've done everything we can to make this show COVID safe and socially distance friendly. We will also feature trick-or-treating throughout the neighborhood nightly and mini performances nightly, so we really hope that you'll join us at the Haunted Rose this October. See you soon.
How many more times could I do that? Okay, so that was the Haunted Rose. We are now going to be bringing in Mr. Ryan Banfield himself. Hi, Ryan, can you hear me?
Hey, Joey. This is
What's up, buddy? What are we doing on my
really
voice?
great, man. Your show has just been fantastic today.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I couldn't do it without all the help of just myself. It's just
You're
me.
a madman.
There's clearly nobody behind this wall over here helping me.
You're crazy,
Okay, I'm
Joey.
joking.
Just running around.
There's a bunch of
eating
people
all
over there
that
helping.
all day.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a little bit of an echo, so it's weird. So I'm going to try to do this slowly. So I'm going to first ask you a question. What got you into Halloween, Ryan?
Well, I've been haunting since junior high. And since the age I was able to start decorating and kind of coming up with my own themes, I used to get together with my friends in junior high and we'd decorate the front porch of my parents' house. And even if it was just trash bag, plastic trash bags and cardboard tombstones and that kind of thing, we'd, jump out and boo scare the neighbors. And it quickly grew into that, well, that wasn't, that's not enough. I got to build sets. I got to build a whole walk-through haunted house. I got to make it really scary and really fun. And it just got really fun being creative and coming up with the stories and the themes and going out and purchasing or finding props or building your own props. And creating all the sets and all that kind of stuff. And over the years, I got involved with some of the more established pro haunted houses. My first full-fledged giant home haunt that I'm really proud of was Dr. Macabro's Island of Death, which was in Antelope Valley back in the early 2000s. And some people may remember that in the haunt circles. It was featured and streamed on an old haunt archive of walkthroughs that was circulating online. But then, as years went on, I went on to working for Not Scary Farm for many seasons, doing sets and props construction for them, as well as being a manager down at for talent down there in one of the last seasons that I was with them. But then, I also got involved with other haunted attractions that I've had a hand in, working on, like Antelope Valley Scare that used to operate in the Mojave Desert area. That was one of the early ones I used to work with. Then doing Dr. Macabro's Island of Death in my Fear Factory haunted house days back growing up was kind of the big primer for me getting into this. And then in 2016, I invented the Haunted Rose, which is, as you saw from the video, themed around all types of classic Gothic literature, and primarily H.P. Lovecraft's stories of cosmic horror, because I'm really into that. It's a big thing that I'm really been following and really getting into lately. I have a lot of his novels and a lot of his films, and there's just such a great wealth of mythos to play off of there that really ties in well with a haunted house and coming up with these original storylines for that.
No, it really does. And one of the things I noticed when we first started hanging out a couple of years back is how much detail you put into the story. As when I did my home haunt, I was like, yeah, there's spooky monsters and they scare people. And then I met people like you and others, and it's like, no, there's storylines and there's detail, not just in the props, but like that, the story itself, which was completely eye-opening for me.
I agree with you. I think that's like, for me, especially as a haunter, I think that's a very important thing to me. I think there's a lot of people that they'll get decorations, they'll make the yard spooky, but I think one of the important things we should remember as haunters is that people really enjoy the immersiveness of the story and actually having like a full solid theme that people can really buy into and escape into when they come and visit your haunt for the season. And that's something that we really pride ourselves in with the Haunted Rose, is give really fitting in more details than you can probably see in one walkthrough with our sets and just how elaborate they are, but then also focusing on the story and having this continuous story and mythos that come back. Oh, there's the train. I hear the train.
Choo-choo.
That's cool. So it's one of those things where each time you come back, you're going to see something new at our haunt. And it's a growing story and mythos that I have a lot of big plans for the coming years to come. I know there's a lot of people who have said in the past that have come to our haunt. A few years back, we had to take a little hiatus and we were not open. And there was a few people that said, man, we were really hoping this thing was going to go for 10 years. Well, I hope with my sons that this goes on for a lot longer than that.
Yeah. No, I always joke that I think my kids are going to hate Halloween because of me, kind of like whatever my dad was super big into when I was growing up, I couldn't stand because it was just always around. But, okay, so the next question we're going to ask, so we're trying to keep it, asking the same question. So one of the questions I asked before Hollywood Haunters and question I will be asking in our pre-recorded tape with Rotten Apple is, in your opinion, what is the most important thing with a haunt? Now, we might have already heard because you said the storytelling, but what is something that you always have to have in a haunt?
Well, as it was said before, Hollywood Haunter said, details are important, not to get too elaborate with the details, but to make a cohesive show. Starts, like they said before, start small, make a complete scene, even if it's just a yard display, if that's all you can afford to do. Make a display that's complete, that has tombstones and a graveyard, if that's what you theming out to do, or if you're doing like a clown maze or a circus kind of theme or something like that. Make it cohesive, and then that kind of segues into the whole story thing. Make all those elements cohesive. Like if you got clowns, and stick to the clown theme. Make it circus themed. Give it a story. Give your characters names that all kind of work together. The guests that come to your displays or your haunt are going to really enjoy that, and they really get into that, and that's the stuff that they're going to remember. And really, those little details, they're the things that don't cost you money or anything. It's more just investing your thought or your imagination into what you do with it, and that doesn't cost you anything except your imagination. And those things are really going to resonate with the guests that come to your display or your haunt, or those little details that you put into it. Now, I think another thing that hasn't been touched on, I would say, is definitely lighting can be a big key factor, as well as sound effects. As far as lighting and sound effects, really, you can set a whole mood just by the type of colors that you choose for a scene. You know what I'm talking about, Joey. Like if it's supposed to be like a really intense and intimidating scene, then you're going to want to use like a lot more oranges and red. And then if you're trying to do like a cooler scene, or you're trying to do like a scene that's moonlit in a graveyard, you're going to want to use blues and more whites and maybe a little yellow. It's more muted, it's more neutral. And then if you're trying to do a swamp, you're going to play off the greens and yellows, and maybe a little red in there if you want to intensify some of the spots there. And then sound wise, a lot of haunts, what you can do is you can do like isolated sound, where you're just putting certain sound effects that accompany certain props or certain settings in your scene. So like you have like crickets chirping in the background for your graveyard. You know, now you may not have crickets in your front yard, but if you add that element to your yard, it's just this one more immersive audio factor that plays off your guests, that really brings them into the story and the mood that you're trying to emanate with what you're showing with your display. The third thing that I think gets a little forgotten sometimes. So we said sound, we said lighting. The other thing, what was the other thing? Settings, sound, lighting, and we said story. I'm trying to think of what that last thing was. I was like ready to just throw it out there.
It's all good, no worries.
It's really just, I guess, going back to saying, like, you know, you want to build up your haunt every year, and you want to really, you want to start small, and then you want to build bigger, and each year you can add more and more. And sticking with a theme, if you want to pick a theme that you think you can run with for a while, that's really a good way to go. As far as optimizing your budget, I think Hollywood Haunter made a good point as well, as far as, you know, you can't go wrong hitting the garage sales. Goodwill has great stuff. Savers has great stuff. A lot of the times you can find neat things there. And, you know, it doesn't hurt to hit up construction yards or like warehouse areas, or, you know, you're looking for that big piece of bead foam to do bead foam sculpture of a big tombstone or a statue or something. Don't be afraid to go hit those businesses up, because a lot of times those resources, they're just gonna, if they're not using it, it's just been sitting out a while, go ask them if you can get it, because they might just be throwing it away, or it might just be out rotting in the weather, and they don't care if they lose it or not. They may be willing to just donate it to you, and that's costs that you can chip off of for the season for building your attraction. So
no, definitely. And it's almost, I've talked to people, and you almost find out that they're glad that they want to get rid of it, so they're glad you're coming to take it off their hands.
And I remembered what I was going to say before. Now that we've been talking.
Too bad. We're friends. Thanks, Ryan. See you next week.
I think this is good. This is good to mention, because it's in your benefit, my sir. So, don't forget that with sound and with lighting and with your decor, you need good atmosphere. And what I mean by that is, you got Joey here with Fog It Up. And you look at this amazing fog that he has swirling around in front of him. He's got this awesome low-lying fog. It's been running for 4 hours straight through his entire, you know, extravaganza. That's incredible fog, folks. I don't know.
It's also helping that I'm sweating on it pretty good. So it's
that's incredible quality right there. And look at it. It looks great. I mean, that's proof right there. The product is amazing. But the other thing I wanted to mention that it really will set your display or haunt apart is don't forget that there's scents. There's scents for the fog. There is scents. There is spray scents. There's even scent machines that Joey has that you can actually purchase from him. He has a whole line of scents. So like if you're doing a swamp scene, he has a swamp scent, or a cemetery scene, or a church smell, or a haunted house scent. All these little details, if you take some of that stuff, I swear, his scent is so good. You can take it into a room. You can do a couple little
My
sprays.
scent isn't good. I smell like crap.
Not your scent.
I mean, the Fog It Up scent.
Not your scent. The product, Joey. It's always got to be about you all the time. No, if you take like his no joke. If you take some of his cemetery scent and you go or church scent, you go inside your haunted house and you spray it in your church scene. Just a couple little sprays. That scent will last in there for 2 to 3 days. I kid you not. It's very strong. It's very potent, and it lasts. And it's very high quality. So I recommend you work that into your story, work that into your scene. If you're doing a clown scene, he has cotton candy. He has candy smells. The popcorn scent. I'm trying to think of what else, was on the list. He has a burning ember smell. So if you're doing like a campfire or an outdoor scene, there's like there's a gun smoke scent that you have. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty familiar with your line of scents. And that's one thing I can say for the Haunted Rose that was really stand out for us the first couple years was there was a few people online when we got reviews. And one of the biggest things they commented about was, I really felt like I was there. I mean, it smelled like there was a campfire going in the swamp area, or it smelled like a swamp, or it smelled like a cemetery, and it just adds to the immersiveness of your haunt, and it's at a very low expense to add that effect to your scene. So I highly recommend that.
I do appreciate it. And like I said, what I'm doing is I'm trying not to just sit here and push our stuff all day. We're trying to push our buddies' stuff as well. And I do appreciate this.
It's good stuff, though.
The scent is overlooked a lot. And what the scent does is it takes people's attention off of what they're doing, because like that, they become immersed, and I don't even know if that's a word. They become wrapped up in the situation and they're not paying attention. So it's a perfect time to scare them. Anyways, so moving on to the final question. With the Haunted Rose this year, I want you to kind of go over what's making this one different from the past years. What's going to be probably we're going in all the detail with the sound and fog and everything, but what's going to be the biggest detail about the Haunted Rose this year?
Well, I think in a way you could almost say that this year for the Haunted Rose is a little more interactive in a way than we've had to go, and that is due to the COVID situation that we're in. We're planning to do a live display.
We're hearing a choo-choo right now.
Oh, there's another one.
Oh, it's quiet. Go on.
The train just keeps coming. There it was. Yeah, that's fast. That was fast. So October 30th and 31st, we're going to do a live display in Whittier for the Haunted Rose at our classic location. And what makes this different, like I said, is it's a little more interactive than we've done before. Usually we have a walkthrough haunted attraction that's, close-up scares, and it's actually spooky and really detailed. But because of our current COVID situation, I had to go back to the drawing board this year and really figure out what's going to work for this and how can we do this. So what we came up with is we're doing a live display of H.P. Lovecraft's The Color Out of Space. So what we're going to have is a live display, a live show in the yard that basically goes on about every 5 minutes of the night. We're going to try to accommodate that as best as we can, but it's basically a show that you're going to be able to watch from the sidewalk and be socially distanced, spaced every so far, to actually stand for 5 minutes and watch this interactive show with live actors, which will be separated from you because they'll be standing within the display and you'll be standing out on the sidewalk on the street around the house. So there will be a good, decent amount of space between you. We are encouraging that any guests that come down, please wear a mask, and that we'll be accommodating groups of up to 6 people per space. and they will be asked if they are friends or family that are together, and if they're comfortable standing together, we'll accommodate up to a group of 6 standing together in each space. And they'll watch this show, and the show is going to feature lighting and effects and fog and scents by Fog It Up, and the fantastic acting of the Haunted Rose crew, as everyone comes to expect. The sets and all the decor is going to be highly detailed, as we do with every show. And we're going to do a full color out of space live display for your enjoyment. So I hope people will come down and view that.
No, I can't wait. It sounds amazing. Ryan, where can we find some more information on this?
Social media for the Haunted Rose can be found at on Facebook at the Haunted Rose, and then on Instagram we are Haunted Rose Haunted Attraction, as well as we have a website called it's thehauntedrose.weebly.com, and we also have a my company prolifics.com, which you can see some of my props and some of my set work that I've done.
Okay, cool. Brian, I want to say thank you so much that you took the time to do a live interview, not a pre-recorded. It's a little bit trickier. You were kind of waiting there until we brought you back in. But
absolutely. Is there any other questions you had for me, or anything you want me to answer?
I think does anybody have any questions? Let's see. Let me walk over and see if anybody has questions. Let's see. Let me walk over. You hear my chunklets? Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Let's see. Sorry, trying to get.
I think we lost Joey.
Sorry, I just muted myself. I got yelled at. Let's see.
The ghost of Joey.
Will you film your show?
Say what, Joey?
You'll be filming the Haunted Rose this year, so put it in on YouTube so other people can see it.
Will we be filming it? Yeah, I mean, it just depends on which media wants to come out. We always welcome the media groups to come down and film and take photos. Usually Albert Lamb with West Coaster is really good about coming out and doing a nice feature on us. We've also had OC Weekly, Scott Feinblatt's come down and done some write-ups on us, as well as Hollywood Gothic. And we've also in the past have had Horbiz come and do an article on us. They haven't been in the last few years, but hopefully if they things open up in their busy schedule for October, maybe they'll come back by too. But I know there's other folks that come by occasionally too. Halloween Every Night has come by before, as well as LA Haunts, I believe, has come by and done some write-ups on us. So we always welcome people coming by, and we also have some YouTube videos that you can search to see what we've done in the past, the Haunted Rose shows that we've done previously at this location. If you go on YouTube and you search the Haunted Rose, you'll find those.
Okay, cool. Let me ask you, another question is it kid-friendly?
Yes, the show, that's a really great question, actually. What we really pride ourselves to in with the Haunted Rose is that all of our haunts are appropriate for all ages. We don't do any high gore or blood or gore or any really any thematics that I feel would be inappropriate for anyone like under age 5. I mean, as a parent that's into Halloween, I think you're a better gauge of if your kids are okay with coming to something like this. And if you want to bring your baby or your 2-year-old and it's something that they enjoy, I think that's great. So
no, I agree.
All ages. So
always one of my biggest pet peeves. Let me kick this down so I can hear better right now. That was always one of my biggest pet peeves as a home haunter, is when you had parents forcing their kids through the haunt, grabbing them by the arm and shoving them through. And what that was going to do is just, traumatize the kid, or the kid was going to get scared and run out and knock something over and cause damage. So we were always strict with, if the kid's not digging it, we don't want them to go through. We don't want to be the ones to traumatize them so they never love Halloween again.
Yeah. I mean, I won't steer anybody wrong. The show this year really isn't going to be super spooky. It's more about entertainment and entertaining you guys for Halloween, because let's face it is kind of impossible to do really good scares this Halloween. So we're being inventive with it and coming at it from a different angle to create something that's going to be really fun and still enjoyable for everyone that comes to see it. The quality and the detail is going to be super high. There's going to be a lot of great stuff. And so that's what we really pride ourselves in. We usually make a very spooky haunted house, but it's got a lot of really great detail and high in story. And that's what we really aim for.
No, that's really neat. Last question, Ryan, we're going to take from an audience member, somebody viewing. How long does it take you to set it up?
Well, that depends. If I'm doing a haunted attraction, and this is no joke, I do about 75% to this year, probably about 100% of the construction myself. Like everything that goes into the build, I pretty much I'm overseeing it creatively to actually having a hand in it, of actually putting it together. So with that said, in previous years when I've done the attraction, it's taken me like the first year we opened, it took about 4 months to put everything together. And that's because I put in a few hours a day on it outside of a full-time job, and the fact that we have 2 little boys at home now that we're raising, so that takes up a lot of time, which Hollywood Haunter knows what I'm talking about with that, and the full-time job, and then
can we all just take a second to thank our wives? Thank you, ladies.
Yeah, and our wives, our great wives that give us the chance to do what we do best, right, Joey?
Oh, God, yeah.
So it's for a full walkthrough, I try to put about 4 months out of a year into it, which is, I mean, when you look at pro haunts, that's about, they're doing 4 to 6 months out of a year on a build, because that's really what it takes. Now, display wise for this year, I've been working on it. Since early August for the actual build, but I've been designing and coming up and doing the concept and tweaking the story and kind of figuring out the logistics of it since last January. It's been on the drawing board as far as where I was going to go with this. So,
and let's be honest, there's never enough time. You could get 3 extra months and you would still be running behind.
Well, you get so far with it and you're like, oh, this looks really great and this is looking good. And then it's like, but it's not where I wanted. I need to do more. And then you're out there like burning the midnight oil, putting 8 to 10 hours more into it than you thought you were going to.
Oh, that's how I know. I wonder how more of us aren't in divorce court, especially the Halloween people. So, anyways, Ryan, it was awesome interviewing you. We love you. You're a good guy. I don't know. Let me ask Jesse. Can you hear me? Can we cue up the safety video? Okay, so we're going to replay our safety video again. Ryan, thank you once again, and we will be talking to you in a little bit.
Thanks, Joe. It's been a pleasure.
Merry Christmas.
Bye. Happy Halloween, everyone. We'll see you soon.
Well, hello there. Thanks for stopping by today. Today we're going to be showing you guys a video on the importance of safety in the Halloween industry. We hope that you can take the message from this video and implement it into your everyday life. And maybe you and or your loved ones can live a healthier, safer life. Thanks. We'll see you real soon. Hey, Jesse, you think you should be up on that truss? Is it safe?
I'm perfectly fine up here.
Jesse, what you messing with there, man?
What's that?
I said, what are you doing over there?
I'm working with the new water laser effects unit from Fog It Up.
You know you gotta be careful when you're messing with lasers, right?
Well, no duh, Joey.
Ah!
Oh my goodness, Joey, are you okay?
I don't think so, man. I really don't think so. My eyes are really done. I'm playing. Oh, to the local game. To the local game. Ah! Oh, God. Yeah, dude, this party, dude, since we got this Mr. Cool 2, dude, it is going to be the best low-lying machine. Yeah, I know. They're going to love it. Anyways, I don't know. He just keeps bugging me. But anyways. So, I don't know. I'm going to run some tests on it, but we'll see what happens, so. Ah! Oh!
Joey?
Yeah, wait. Hey, what's up, man?
I'm gonna have to ask you to go home. You're not wearing steel toe.
What are you talking about? I'm not wearing steel toe. My toes are steel.
Alright, suit yourself.
This guy thinks he knows everything. What a fool.
Joe!
What? Ah! Ah! Hey, Steve, what are you doing, man? We got to get this snow machine mounted up on this crank truss now.
Alright, yeah, I got it.
You listening? You hearing me?
That snow machine?
Yes, the snow machine. We need it mounted properly on the crank truss.
Alright. Yeah,
Don't screw up like last time.
Right.
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 I got to get stuff done. Take it easy.
Get stuff done, he says. This guy. I hate that guy. Stupid idiot. Always thinks he knows best.
That dang kid is always on his phone. Jeez Louise.
That's not going nowhere.
Steve, where the heck did you go? Where'd you go? Did you even finish the job? Oh, I don't even think you did it right. Let me shake it to get a little, see how secure it is. Steve! Steve, what the hell are you doing now?
I'm making new fog juice.
Steve, you know you're not supposed to make your own fog juice. That's not safe. What?
But it,
No es bueno.
but it's working. Look.
I don't know, man. I want to put my hand there.
Why not? It's working.
That's a really bad smell. Let me try. Oh, that doesn't feel. Oh, dude, my hand.
Yeah, it's working, man. It's
no, my
working.
hand.
It's working, dude.
Now, we hope you took some of these messages to the heart and realized their importance. For us, some of these situations were based on true events. Anyways, we hope that you will share this message with everybody that you love. Have a good one. Take care. Welcome back. Okay, guys, before we introduce the next video, we want to mention, let's see it, Jesse. Boom, there we go. This is a grand prize we're giving away today, and we want to thank Chevy DJ so very much for giving this, donating this to us. They will be shipping it out to one of you beautiful people out there. Remember to get a chance to win that. You need to comment or react to something, ask a question. That's going to get you entered to win this. We will be announcing all the winners for the contest at the end of the show, which is still 13 hours away. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, so up next we have Halloween Psycho, which is our good buddies Mike and Gina. Two fabulous people. We really do appreciate them. So let's see the video. See ya.
Hi, everybody. My name is Michael, and this is my wife, Gina.
Hi.
And we're the owners of Halloween Cycle.
We are so glad to be a part of Fog It Up's Halloween Extravaganza because we just love using Joey's fog. It's the best fog around.
Basically, we have to talk about how we got started. Basically, back in 1977, I was a young kid. We did haunts in our backyard. I built all the stuff out of cardboard because we really weren't allowed to work with wood. So basically, we built haunts with my best friend in the backyard, supported by family and friends. We just love the dark, the macabre, the horror, the Halloween, everything. We look forward to that every year that came around. We enjoyed Halloween. We enjoyed it. It's the best.
So let's move forward to the present day. My husband and I were married on Halloween. We've been a team of Halloween and horror since 2006. Getting married on Halloween also meant that we are fascinated with the Halloween and horror lifestyle. We may not look like we belong, but trust me, we do belong. Some of you may know more, some of you may not. But anyway, the reason why we wanted to enter into this whole situation with Joey and Fog It Up is because we enjoy watching a lot of horror movies and we're fascinated by that. And this is how my husband gets a lot of his inspiration from, especially from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Also, that's his biggest inspiration. I give a lot of props to that movie. That's how we've gotten so far with this whole company. And we do appreciate all of you people sticking by us and, you know, asking us to do different things. We can do some of the Gothic stuff, which is no problem. We have no problem doing that, but we are more fascinated with more of the
rustic style.
The rustic style. And, you know, as you all know, there's a lot of coffin companies out there. And I give a lot of props to people on that. I'm not going to mistreat that by no means at all.
Respect them.
But we respect them a whole bunch. And we don't mind. But we do have a unique style. And our rustics are very unique compared to everybody else's. So we would encourage you to follow us on Instagram at Halloween Psycho, and also our website, halloweenpsycho.com, for more information.
So basically, we want to thank everybody who's been a part of our operation and our company for so many years, family and friends. We want to thank you guys for being by us, our customers, our loyal customers. We made a short video coming up here of some of our product that we make. Anything else, babe?
So make sure you stay tuned to more stuff we're going to be making, and always follow Halloween Psycho Coffins. Thank you. Now enjoy our short video.
Wanna know what to say to narcissists? Better watch yourself. You wanna know what to say to narcissists? You better watch yourself. You better watch yourself. Yeah! As I say, you're out of key, game inside my mind. Moving my things around, he didn't know snakes can't need a break, can't try to break, but psych it down. Cause your mouth fellows are wax, and your artillery lead. you like a bear? Do you like a bear? Sex, sweet day. Sex, sweet day. Yeah. It's like a stranger at a key came inside my mind and moved all my things around. You know snakes can't heal a prey, can't try to break my psyche down. In my mouth of wax and your heart's stirring mad. Feel like a bear, feel like a bear. In my mouth of wax and your heart's stirring mad. Feel like a bear, feel like a bear. Sex, sweet day. Sex, sweet day. You wanna know what Zeus said? The narcissist, you better watch yourself. Wanna know what Zeus said? The narcissist, you better watch yourself. You better watch yourself, better watch yourself. Watch yourself. Love is evil, heart is confidence, heroes are soul, citizens here. Love is evil, heart is confidence, heroes are soul, citizens here. Love is evil, heart is confidence, heroes are soul, citizens here. Love is evil, heart is confidence, heroes are soul, citizens here. Citizens You wanna know what Zeus said to narcissist? Better watch yourself. You wanna know what Zeus said to narcissist? You better watch yourself.
Thank you for watching our short video. Please get any information you need at HalloweenCycle.com or follow us on Instagram. Thank
Hello again. Okay, our video up next is going to be from ADJ and some of their cool machines, their fog machines they have for the Halloween industry, or Halloween. So enjoy, and we'll see you in a couple.
Hello and welcome to the ADJ Dead headquarters. My name is Edgar Burnell, East Coast Regional Sales Manager for ADJ, and today we wanted to show you 6 of our hottest, newest, and most current products that we have to offer that we think will create a lot of excitement for your festivities. Now, whether it's for a haunted house, bar, restaurant, or even for mobile entertainers, all of these have something very, very special to offer to you. So we're going to go over each one independently to show you what they can do and cover some of the basic features, because here at ADJ, we wanted to share because we care how you scare. So let's get started. All right, so here we go to our next atmospheric product. This is our On-Tour Chill. Now, the Mr. Cool 2 before is probably our best for entry level and for smaller applications, as that one does 3,000 cubic feet per minute. But from there, we jumped up to our On-Tour Ice, which is more of our road-ready kind of low-lying fog solution machine. But now we have the perfect middle piece in our On-Tour Chill, where this unit here, we bumped up the heater to an 800-watt heater. So what that means is it's producing a little bit more heat to give you more effect and ultimately more coverage. So with this unit, you're looking at about 7,000 cubic feet per minute. But what does that mean? It means that it's just going to produce a lot of very, very nice low-lying fog for that special effect that you're looking for. Now, as far as what the unit can handle, you're looking at 2.5 kilograms of ice, and that's regular ice that you get out of your refrigerator. You could put right into the tank here. And as far as the tank for your juice, this is using the Cool Fog again, but now you have 1 liter capacity. So that means less trips to fill up your machine of Cool Fog, because the reason that's important is with this unit, it takes about 3 minutes to warm up. From there, you are good to go, because this actually has a very sophisticated electronic thermal system built in. And what that does is it stays hot, it keeps it hot, and it's always ready to go. And also that increases the amount of low-lying fog for your effect. You can get up to 1 hour out of this machine. Now, just keep in mind, just filling it with ice, filling it with juice. You can either use your remote that's included with this. What I like is that it's a little bit of a lengthier cable with this remote. So that means you could be a little bit further away to create, more of that effect without having to be so close to your unit. But we took a step further by adding DMX to this as well. So if you already have DMX for your lighting, you can tie this into your DMX line and take control of your effect at any given moment from your DMX console or from your DMX software. So again, that's the On-Tour Chill, low-lying, just very, very cool effect. And right here, again, we just filled it up with some ice. We got the Cool Fog. And one thing, while I'll just stay silent a little bit, a very quiet fan. So for that low-lying effect that you want to have hidden away, this machine is going to solve that for you at a very affordable price, and this is available now. So let's go on to the next product. All right, so here we have one of our really cool, probably most popular for atmospheric type of effects. This is called our Mr. Cool 2. Now, one of the things you're going to notice that makes this effect very nice is that the fog that just shot out is not rising any higher than, I would say, about my head level, where you imagine when you put this on the ground, this is how you're going to be able to achieve that very popular effect that you see in most horror films of that nice low-lying fog effect. This is a unit that is very popular amongst a lot of our mobile entertainers to get this similar effect. And I'm going to tell you how you get it done. As you can see here, it's a very portable and compact machine. And all it takes is regular ice right out of your refrigerator, or at a local liquor store, you can get ice. As far as the machine itself, it only takes about 30 seconds to warm up. And once you're ready to go, there's a handy little remote here, which measures about 10, 12 feet. So you could be a nice distance. But what's really neat about it, if you didn't want to be around the machine to keep, hitting the fog at every time, there is a timer option. So you can, set it to your certain timer where it has a duration and an interval setting, so you can kind of set and forget. Now, after 30 seconds, once this machine is ready to go, you're talking about 3,000 cubic feet per minute that this will cover. And even after its first shot, once this reheats, it only takes about 30 seconds to reheat once again and be ready for another 30 seconds of that nice low-lying fog action. And again, very common, just regular ice and just a handy little remote. And once you're done with the machine, as you know, ice melts, but there's a nice reservoir on the back. So you can just drain the machine of that excess liquid and be good to go. So that's the Mr. Cool. And let me just hold the button here. This is the manual effect, so you can see what's going to happen. And as you can see there, just right here on the edge of the table is that low line effect. And again, the fog is staying nice and level to my kind of eye level. Imagine this on the ground, and imagine this in your haunted house or wherever you're using this. And right now I'm just holding down the button. You can see how much effect you're getting. I'm probably disappearing, which makes it great for this video. Let's go on to the next product. Okay, our next atmospheric now is for, I would say, that peak hour in, let's say, the night or your event, or, you know, if you just really want to scare somebody. The Fog Fury Jet Pro. First of all, this is a big brother to another unit that we have. It's called the Fog Fury Jet. With that machine, you have red, green, blue, and amber LEDs. But what we did with the Pro version is now we boosted up the number of LEDs to 28. So you have 28 3-watt LEDs that consist of these colors. You have red, you have green, you have blue, and you have amber. And what we did, and the reason we wanted to put this into this video, is we added UV. So now you can have an ultraviolet shot of smoke. Now with this machine, it is a 1500 watt machine. So that means it's drawing that much juice to create just that really awesome fog effect. And also with this, you get a 2.5 liter tank. So you can put a lot of juice in this machine. As far as the blast goes, this machine, I said 1500 watts, this is going to give you a blast of approximately 40 feet. And what's great about that is the Fog Fury Jet Pro can be mounted in 3 different ways. It could be on the floor, on the ground, just on its base, like the way you see here. But the tank can also be inverted to the bottom of the unit. So if you wanted fog shooting straight down, you could do that also. There's a bracket on the bottom, so you could hang it onto a pipe or truss, whatever you have that your lights hung on. This can hang just the same with the standard clamp. And what's great about it too is it also can shoot straight out at your crowd, whether you give it a 45-degree angle or just straight at the audience, you can do that as well. Now, as far as the uses with this, there is DMX control. So you have 3-pin DMX in and out, so you could tie this into your DMX chain. There's also a wireless remote, which I personally like because the range on this is very good. You got a little antenna on here, so if you needed to increase that length, you could. But there's also wireless DMX. So you'll see here, it's got our Wi-Fi DMX technology, which is ADJ's protocol for wireless DMX, and it's extended range. So as long as you're giving this line of sight for your DMX, let's say EXR battery, that's what we call our little transceiver, you're gonna get about 2,500 feet line of sight with that wireless DMX, so quite a distance. Now, as far as the remote here, what's really cool, and I'm pretty sure you'll see this in the B-roll, is you have 4 buttons that are already loaded. So you can preset to, let's say, just the UV or a full on or a strobing blast. You know what, let's do it. So I'm gonna push the first button on here. And there you can see all of the lights turned on, the fog just hit, just very, very exciting. And that blast, I mean, will just definitely wow your audience. And as far as the electronic thermal system that's built in, not only are you going to be able to blast for about 30 seconds, but you're going to be ready to go in under 90 seconds as well. So in all, takes 10 minutes to warm up. From there, you're good to go. You can do blast for as long as 30 seconds, wait another 90 seconds. Let's say another crowd is coming through, and I could do another blast just like that. So that is our Fog Fury Jet Pro. All right, next, let's talk about some ultraviolet effects. This is our Eco UV Bar IR. Now, with our Eco UV Bar, we call it a plus. What we did is we had an original form of this that was using 1-watt UV LEDs. Now, with, let me try to get it right, Eco UV Bar Plus IR, you have 18 3-watt UV LEDs. Now, what's UV? That's ultraviolet. That's that nice effect when you have anything that's glowing or, you know, UV reactant. There's so many different ways to get that very cool UV effect. I'm pretty sure some of you have been to places such as Sky Zones or Cosmic Bowling where everything looks like it's glowing. That's because of ultraviolet. And with this unit, very, very easy to place just about anywhere where you need ultraviolet, because as you can see here, it's very compact in size. It's 1 meter in length, but as you can see here, it's very, very compact. And you could put this in any corner of any building, but especially on sets where you needed the UV effect, because with this, you're getting a very wide spread of UV. And what that means is 120 degrees, if you could just put that into perspective, that's how much coverage you're getting out of one of these. And just very easy to use. The IR in the name is because this is also compatible with our infrared remotes. We have an iOS device app that you can use called ADJ IR. And you could just download the app, plug in a little adapter into your phone, and treat it as a remote control to turn this on and off. But for people like me, I like to just set it and forget it and let it do its thing. And with that, you have a power switch on the back. Just give it some power. You have 2 brackets on the back too, in case you wanted to hang this off of any truss or piping. You could just get a couple clamps and you're good to go. Now with this is the Eco UV Bar Plus IR. We also have another product that is very similar, same size, same power, but that is our DMX form. So that's the Eco UV Bar DMX, in case you wanted to take some control of strobing or dimming of your UV effect. Now, before I jump into the next product, I just wanted to talk about UV and the way those are rated. It's nanometers. If you're not familiar with that, I'll try to explain it as best as I can. This one here is at a 400 or close to 400 nanometer reading. And what that means is you're actually getting a lot more purple light. So this is great for applications where, number one, you needed the UV effect, but maybe number two, if your area is a little bit too dark and you still need some ambient light, this is going to give you enough foot candles or ambient light to where people will still be able to see where they're going or maneuvering around. But for something that has almost non-visible UV light, let's go on to the next product. Okay, so here we have our Encore Burst UV IP. Now, this is a very special unit because this is built into an IP65 housing. And if you're familiar with that, especially if you're in areas where there's a lot of rain or dust, if you're out in the deserts, you know, those elements can be very damaging to your lighting fixtures. Well, in an IP65 housing, you are protected against those elements. This is a very rugged built UV effect. Now with our Encore Burst UV IP, it's powered by a 50-watt ultraviolet light source. This is LED, so no need to worry about any lamps, but also you're getting 50 degrees of coverage. And if you remember earlier, I was talking about lights or, you know, even the UV effect with the nanometers, what's visible, non-visible. This is gonna be your ultra kind of concealed version of a UV light. This is something you would see if you were going on a ride in a theme park, or especially at haunted houses where all you see is just UV popping, but really no light around you. That's because this unit here is at a 365 nanometer reading. So again, when you're closer to 400, you're getting a lot more visible light. But this guy here at 365, I would say for its cost, it is probably one of the best LED UV solutions with that 365 nanometer reading. And with that, anything that's UV reactant is gonna pop on this. You can get UV reactant paint, there's costumes. I mean, you can really get creative. And just by plugging one of these in, it's almost silent when you plug it in, and you're just gonna see everything pop. With this, it's using True One, which we call for the power locking in and out. And that is a weather protected power connection. And you have 5-pin for DMX in and out. But kind of like how you see it here, I have it just set and forget, as most UV effects are used. But again, IP65 housing, so protected against many, many elements, and 50 watts, 50 degrees, just total awesomeness out of our Encore Burst UV IP. So now let's look at a strobe light. All right, and on to our last fixture. This is the Jolt 300. Now, this is our solution for a very compact, powerful, affordable LED strobe. So that's right, no more lamps to worry about. With the Jolt 300, this is consisting of 288 half-watt LEDs, which have, as you follow with me here, you have 1, 2, and 3 top banks and bottom banks of red, green, and blue LEDs. And in the center, you have 1, 2, and 3 again of cool white strobes or cool white flashes out of the Jolt 300. Now, what's really neat about that is if you were to do a full-on, turn everything at full intensity, the colors are actually going to blend. So you're going to get that blast out of that strobe that you wanted with a very, very quick strobe rate. This is going to definitely solve your answer for strobes. And with that, you do have some very nice eye candy effects. Just to give you an idea, right now we're only running this unit at less than 10% just because it's so powerful. And this will definitely get that eye attention to the crowd or eye candy effects that you wanted. But one thing about the Jolt 300, it's not limited to just a strobe. This can be used as a wash light. This can be used as, just anything where you needed a lot of color to stay on fully. Now, if you know, with most strobe lights, you can never leave them full on. If you strobe them, there's usually a duty cycle that you got to worry about. But now with the Jolt 300, with its LED form, you can leave this full on at a color and create that nice wash effect that you wanted. And of course, with dim control, you could dim down that intensity if you needed to. Now, as far as the base that it's on, you do have a bracket, which is included, and you could place a clamp onto that, or you can remove the bracket, and what that'll do is free up some space, and with an included bracket on the back, you can create a nice line of your Jolt 300s. And for linking, it's very easy. You have your power lock, so you can go in and out from one unit to the other, as well as DMX. So you can go 3 or 5 pin, both connections are on the back, in and out, and you can include this into your DMX line. So again, the Jolt 300 offering a great solution for anybody that's looking for a very powerful LED strobe. Okay, so there you have it, our rundown of what we thought would be great additions for your Halloween festivities. We got you covered here at ADJ, from atmospherics to UV, as well as strobing, LED pretty much all the way here, and water-based fluids. So you're covered as far as safety and just ease of use. Now, of course, for more information on these products, you can always log on to our website, adj.com. That's where we list all specifications, including weights, dimensions, power draw, all of those important facts that you would need to know when setting up. So again, thank you guys very much for watching, and happy Halloween.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys like that little show that ADJ sent over to us. Very appreciative to everybody who's taken part in this event so far. We are so grateful to each and every one of you guys. Okay, so we're going to be moving along. A little quick note. It said this event ends at 7, but it's probably going to go a little past 7. Because we still have some interviews and whatnot, and we would never cut anybody out who was a part of this event, because we know the time it took for everybody to send us the interviews, and like we said, we're very appreciative for that. Okay, so up next, we are getting it's going to be a little class. We have our good friend Matt, who last year he was in charge of Castle Park out here in California. He's going to be going over some different stuff when it comes to haunting, as far as builds, acting, and everything under the sun. So we hope you guys enjoy. See you in a couple.
Hello, everybody. My name is Matt Gagné. I've worked in the theme park industry for over 19 years, and I've been fortunate enough to have worked as a scare actor and a designer at over 10 professional haunts in 2 countries over 29 years. Today, I'll be going over some of the basics that would be required of you if you want to design and build your own haunted attraction. Number 1, concept, design, theme, and story. Choose an overall theme of your attraction. When you're designing a haunt, you are telling a story. So you start by writing a story. It can be anything you want. You're writing your own horror story. Make sure that your story has a beginning, a middle, and a finale. Give details on locations, time periods, and main characters. Try to create one main villain and one main hero in your story, if possible. These will become your two lead characters in the haunt. Once the story is complete, write up a character list. Be as detailed as possible when describing each character, including each character's age, backstory, motivation, costume description, everything as you can in detail. The more detail you put into it, the better your attraction will be. Personally, I like to do some history on the area of the location of the attraction I'm going to be building, and I try and mix in some actual real facts for that area, mixed in with my own fabricated story. This just makes it much more believable to the public. Pick important parts of the story. Those should be your scenes, aka your show moments, your rooms. In those scenes, you should decide what, if any, kind of gag you want to put into that room to help tell the story. Things to consider when choosing a theme: availability of costumes, appropriate costumes, availability of appropriate decor, budget for the build, time allotted for the fabrication, time allotted for the build, square footage for the attraction. Make sure that all your characters you have in your attraction make sense with the story you're telling. No one wants to see a clown in a gothic vampire haunt. Avoid theming or using any intellectual properties. They're called IPs. Those IPs belong to the studio that created them, and studios have been known to sue haunters using their themes without their permission. Consider the throughput of your attraction. Now, throughput is the amount of guests that you can get through your attraction in a specific amount of time, be it an hour or an evening. Most theme parks use the conga line system, where it's a constant stream of guests that never ends. This will give your attraction the highest throughput possible, but it lets guests walk into a middle of a scene, and it never gives your actors a chance to reset or to take a breath before their next, performance. I've found that batching groups works much, much better. Batches of 6 to 8 guests sent in about every 45 seconds to 90 seconds works better than a conga line, in my experience. But when you do get swamped and slammed, you can just go ahead and make it a conga line to get the people through your attraction. Now, think about this when you're theming. 75% of the guests that attend your attraction will not care whatsoever what the theme is. It doesn't matter. They won't even notice. 20% will pay attention and probably appreciate it a little bit, but really won't immerse themselves. And then that last 5%, they are the ones that completely buy into your story, and they are 100% in. I strive to design for that 5%, because if I can get that 5%, I'll get the other 95%. Part 2, footprint, floor plan, and queue design. Pick your overall attraction footprint. Do not forget to incorporate a 4-foot fire egress around the attraction. And don't forget your queue line placement. Queue lines are those lines that go back and forth and before you get into the attraction. It's your lining up lines. They're very important. And one, they control the throughput of the attraction, as well as they help guests get immersed into the story you're about to tell them. So don't forget to theme out your queue line as well. Once guests enter the queue, they should begin the immersion into the story that you're trying to tell. I recommend that you have audio set up playing either the backstory of the attraction or something relative to that. Also, you could have posters posted up with the backstory of the attraction outside in the queue line for the guests to read while they're standing around. And also release it online. The more you put that backstory out there, the more the guests will immerse themselves and buy into it. So, okay, now, when you design the walkthrough floor plan, you got to start off by doing it on paper. A lot of people do it just on straight graph paper, but I would recommend isometric graph paper. It's triangles, and it allows you to do a little bit more detail of what you were thinking for the laydown. Some people will use AutoCAD, or they'll use, a floor planner program. They all work. When you're designing your attraction, you got to be realistic with yourself. You've got to choose your scenes and you plot those scenes out on your paper or your computer. Then you connect those scenes with hallways and pathways. Now, be realistic on what can be achieved with your budget and your time allotted. Another thing to consider when you are designing and putting it down on paper, long hallways are great for building suspense and intensity. The intensity levels should kind of follow a pattern. And the one that I've adhere to best is you enter the haunt, you start strong. So there's some show moment as soon as you walk in. And then you back off and you let the guests breathe. You build up more intensity as these things are getting scarier and scarier. Build it, build it, build it. Then you hit them hard again, and bigger than the first time. Then you back off a bit. Then you build again, build, and finally you get to the finale, and that's the biggest gag explosion thing you could pull off. The entire haunt is using if an entire haunt is using an aggressive jump scare tactic the whole way, where every turn there's somebody, every turn there's somebody, every turn there's somebody. Eventually, the guests will get numb to that, and they will no longer actually be scared. They just kind of get that PTSD or 100-yard stare, and they just become numb, and nothing's going to get to them. So I recommend hit them, get them scared, then back off and let them build back up. The length of your walkthrough should be about a 5-to-1 ratio. That's something that we use in the theme park industry. Meaning, for every 5 minutes the guests will have to wait in line to enter your attraction, you should have 1 minute of walkthrough. When you deviate from that, guests have a tendency to start becoming upset and starting to get to feel that the wait wasn't worth it, no matter how good your attraction. Part 3, building permits, fire codes, ADA requirements. Now that you've gotten your floor plan done, make a trip down to your local city hall and ask what requirements and regulations are there for opening a haunted attraction in your city. Questions you should ask is, will I need a building permit to build this attraction? Will I need a fire permit to build this attraction? What are the ADA, which is American Disabilities Association? What are the ADA rules that I must follow to build this attraction? What are the fire codes I must follow to build this attraction? And what are the fees that must be paid for the aforementioned permits? Some standard rules for temporary construction, at least in California, are all paths of travel must be minimum of 36 inches wide. Any place that you have 180 degrees turnaround, like a complete spin around, you must have 60 inches of spin clearance. In case somebody's in a wheelchair with their legs stretched straight out, that's about 60 inches. You have to have 60 inches of spin clearance. All paths of travel must be cleared of obstacles, or you can offer an ADA bypass, which is just a shortcut to cut around any of those obstacles in case there's somebody in a wheelchair that can't maneuver through those things. If you have a roof on your attraction, fire sprinkler system must be installed. If you have a partial roof on your attraction, the rule of thumb is for every 100 feet of covered pathway, you have to have 10 feet of uncovered pathway to allow smoke in case there ever were a fire to get out. You must have visible, current tagged fire extinguishers available in your haunt. A 4-foot fire lane must be left around the entire outside of your attraction, and the fire egress, aka the path of travel within the attraction, has got to be clearly marked. Fire retardant will most likely be required for most fire marshals for any attraction to be created. And this stuff is not cheap, so I really think you should budget for it. Now let's talk about haunt wall placement tips. Be creative. Avoid using standard graph paper where you just go right angle, right angle, right angle, right angle. 90-degree turns are boring and they're very predictable when you're creating your footprint. So try using isometric graph paper. You can find it on Amazon that uses 45-degree, 90-degree, 135-degree, and 80-degree angles. This will help the guests lose themselves in the haunt. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, go to Google and search Leonard Pickle's triangular grid system. Triangular grid system. It is truly brilliant. Section 4, fabrication of wall panels and your facade. Next step is you fabricate your wall panels for your floor plan, and you fabricate your facade for your attraction. Typical build. Wall panels typically are made are 4 foot wide by 8 foot tall. They're constructed of 2x4s in a framing where you basically a rectangle of 2x4s with a single cross breast, and then they're skinned with about a 1/2 inch of 4x8 plywood on either side, sometimes both. Some cities will require a 2x4 base plate be secured to the floor of your attraction, the footprint of your attraction, creating a level playing space for you to actually attach your walls to. So you put down the base plate, you let and spike it into the ground. Then you put your walls up on the base plate. You lag bolt those into the base plate and screw the walls to each other. You add cross braces on the top, and very often they'll ask you to put in kickers, which are like a 45-degree angled piece of 2x4 that adds more stability to the structure. Now let's talk about facades. Facade, that's the decorative entrance to your attraction. And facades are way more important than you might realize. These things visually start the story that you're trying to tell. Even if it's just a simple sign that says the name of the attraction, or even if it's a house-shaped silhouette, any kind of facade will help immerse the guests into what you're trying to the story you're trying to sell them. Avoid using black plastic walls. It's called visqueen, sold at any big box store. They will not hold up to any abuse, be it a guest or an actor, like slamming in a little rip right through. And you'll have to rebuy them every single season. Excuse me. You'll have to rebuy them every season. They are not fire retardant. Section 5, electrical. Decide where you want your lighting to be located. Run power to those spots. Try and use the heaviest gauged extension cords you have, and also make an effort to pull from multiple outlets and different circuit breakers if possible. The reason for doing this is if for some reason you blow a circuit breaker, your entire haunt won't go dark while you run over there to reflip the GFI switch and turn the breaker back on. Section 6, install gags and show controllers. Now you install show controllers, air cannons, or whatever gag you may designate for that particular scene. A typical gags could be a revolving vortex tunnel, drop panel windows, dot rooms, unexpected angles of attack by cast members, electric chairs, wooden stocks and whipping posts, animatronics, statue scares, ball pits, air cannons, inflatable claustrophobic hallways, dropping floors, water cannons, rotating rooms, crushing walls, elevators both real and simulated, bungee scares, blackout rooms, fog out rooms, puppets, multiple closed doors, one-way mirrors, bridges, floating heads, floating body parts, 3D, stuff floating in the way of the guests that they have to push around, tilted floors, hanging nooses, a barfing man, door knockers, lighting and audio explosions, and glitter cannons, just to name a few. I cannot recommend highly enough the use of show controllers in your haunted attraction. What a show controller is, it allows you to control lighting, audio, and animatronics or props. All can be triggered by either an actor or remotely triggered by a guest when they walk through an invisible beam or step onto a step mat. You can find them at frightprops.com. The ones we use a lot of are Peekaboo Pluses, and they are a godsend. They're phenomenal and worth every penny. Do not feel that you need to buy an expensive $10,000 piece of an animatronic that might or might not work consistently in your attraction. A good friend of mine had a great quote and said, "Give me 2 actors and a candle and I'll scare the hell out of you." I would much rather spend my money on a cast members than I would on an animatronic that's going to break down. Section 7, paint. Now that you got your walls up, and you got your gags installed, it's time to paint. Paint and distress all your walls where needed. Home Depot, you can buy this stuff called Oops Paint. It's really, really cheap, and it's awesome. It's basically mistakes that their paint department made, and they're selling it for 1/10 of the price of what it standardly is. I've found I love my paint sprayer. It's a godsend. It makes big, massive jobs go so quickly. But also, you want to make sure you pick up a lot of those little squirt bottles that you can fill up for your faux finishing. You know, go on YouTube and type in haunt painting or faux finish painting, and you will find thousands of tutorials of exactly how to do it. They're all great. YouTube is a wonderful source of information if you're looking to get into the haunt industry. Avoid, please, please, please avoid using blank black walls. If I'm going through this beautifully themed attraction and then all of a sudden I turn the corner and it's just black walls, and then I step into another, beautifully themed room, those black walls just yanked me out of the story and reminded me that I'm not really in this situation, but instead I'm in somebody's haunt, and they couldn't figure out how to paint a couple of wall panels. Section 8, lighting. Install your lighting. I've used extremely cheap lights all the way up to extraordinarily expensive theatrical professional quality lights. To me, I can notice some difference, but not much. Find interesting solutions if you're looking for lighting. Amazon has some really great LED lighting that's cheap. Or you can just go to your box store and buy colored light bulbs and use a clamp-on light. You can use tin foil to dampen or darken the output of the light, for any particular scene if you want. Make an effort to hide all your extension cords from the public view. Section 9, audio. Install your audio wherever you want. Don't forget to add audio to the queue line as well. I've used self-powered speakers, old car audio systems, bookshelf speakers, professional PA systems, and professional live sound mixing boards. Find what works best for your attraction. And the more detail you put in, and meaning the more little audio snippets you put, the better it will be, the more immersed the guests will be. Avoid using copywritten audio. I cannot stress this enough. Don't go to YouTube and just download some stuff that you don't get the copyright to. There are plenty of free copyright audio composers and groups that have putting out stuff for haunts that's phenomenal. Nox Arcana, Midnight Syndicate, both phenomenal. You can also find royalty-free or copywritten-free stuff on YouTube, but just make sure that it is copywritten-free. Section 10, decor. Now it's time to theme your attraction. Your walls are up, your gags are in, your paint is there, your audio's set up, your lighting's in. Now it's time to theme it. Decor. Decor will help immerse the guests into the story that you're telling. And the more detail you get, the better it will be. So add paintings on the walls, furniture, floor rugs, little knickknacks, etc. If you're doing a haunted mansion or whatever, the more little detail stuff you can put in there, the more realistic it will be and the more people will buy into it. Here's a simple trick though. Whatever you put decor-wise into your attraction, glue or screw it down. There's a reason for this, because guests have a tendency to put their hands on everything they can. They'll break it or steal it. Had it happen constantly. The little details will make a big difference. Thrift stores and garage sales and Craigslist are phenomenal for finding these little things that people don't want anymore, but you can repurpose them. Avoid using any stock products from your local Spirit Halloween store. If you do plan on buying them, try modifying them. Buy it, take it home, do a little bit of touch up on the paint on it, make it better, dust it out, add, modify it one way or another. Sometimes a little bit of paint can make those props very effective, and it keeps the cost quite down. Section 11, staffing. Now your haunt is up and ready. Now you need to put some actors in there to do the work for you. First, you got to set up and figure out the minimum and the maximum cast that would be needed to run your attraction properly. As a rule of thumb, I recommend 1 to 2 cast members per scene, at the most 2. 1 to 2 cast members working out in the queue line, and 1 to 2 roamers within the attraction, depending on the square footage. If you're using volunteers, expect at least a quarter of those volunteers to not show up on time and or to not show up at all. So don't rely on them. Paid casts tend to be much more reliable. You can find cast members by posting on Craigslist, go to your local university's drama department, go to your local high school's drama department if you're allowed to use under 18 actors. Another trick is, one thing is I can't stress enough, is please, if at all possible, provide costumes and makeup for your cast. Investing in a makeup person to come and do your cast's makeup is absolutely worth every penny. If possible, provide pizza, sodas, candy, snacks for your cast and water at all times backstage. If you do these little details for them and feed them, they'll work harder for you, I promise. Now, teach your cast what characters you want them to be performing and how you want them to act, move, sound, what you want them to say. Once they're taught that, give them a little bit of freedom to use their room to the best that they can and find their niche in it. Ensure that your cast has water and snacks during the show times. Scare acting is an extraordinarily exhausting job, but it's fun. These people will get dehydrated. They will definitely be needing water throughout the run. So always, always, always have water backstage for your cast. If they're not able to easily get off stage because they're working inside an attraction, have them hide water on set. Don't have water out. Don't have their cell phones out, but you can hide those things behind props or what have you. But please, please, please ensure that your cast hydrates. It's super important. I encourage my cast members, whenever possible, to use what they call clacker gloves. They're construction gloves with metal tips on the fingertips and a metal plate in the palm. If they're banging their hand against walls or just slamming the ground or slamming props, these gloves will save their hands from getting bruised up. Also, please have your actors warm their voices up if they're doing any kind of a speaking role. They're going to be yelling all night. They're going to lose their voice by the first night, and you still have the rest of the month to go, and they're now hurting. So please stretch their bodies, stretch their voices, and take care of themselves. You take care of your cast, they'll take care of you. Make sure that your cast is using appropriate language inside the haunt. I've worked at haunts that allow cursing. I've worked that don't. I don't think it's necessary to get what you need to get across to the guests, but some people do. That's up to you, but you are responsible for anything that those casts say or do inside their attraction. It all comes back to you as the owner or the designer. Do not let your cast use some of these following phrases. I have seen these overdone so many times in haunts, I cringe every time. Get out. Why are you yelling at your cast to get out? They just got there. You want them there. You want to bring people into your attraction, not yell at them to get out. Boo. It's just lame. Nothing scary about boo. Rah. Again, so not even remotely scary. Or this one's overused by most of the ladies. Want to play? It's just so overused. It's hard to get past it, and it's so amateurish. So just avoid those 4 phrases, and things will be okay. Encourage your cast members to work on different sounds, noises, be it a snarl, a grunt, a screech, anything like that. Anything. But make sure that they're not saying anything inappropriate to young kids or to, sexually harassing your guests, because it will come back onto you again. If you're using volunteers, it is okay to fire a volunteer. Just because they're working for free doesn't mean that you can't get rid of them and they have some God-given right to work in your attraction. They don't. So if you set your cast, when you go and you set them in the beginning of the night, okay, you're going to be in this room, you're going to be in this room, and you go through and they're not in that room, that effect is ruined. So you need your cast members to stay in their spots where they're told to stay or in the general zone that they're told to work in. Don't let your cast just go wherever they want. Otherwise, you'll walk through the haunt, checking the status of everything, and you'll see nothing for multiple rooms. Then you come into a room where it's got 4, 5, 6 actors sitting there all chatting it up. That effect of your attraction is over at that point. Make sure that any props that are going to be on stage are safe for the guests and safe for the cast members. I've worked at attractions that require you to have foam weapons or LARPer weapons. I've worked at attractions that allow you to use live weapons like real machetes and real axes. Just make sure they're safe, because then again, the responsibility comes down to you as the haunt owner or director. Try using victims in your attraction. Now, I worked at an attraction for several years, and we would basically take young actors in plain clothes and send them into the queue lines, waiting in line with all the other people, all the other guests. When they got to the front of the line, we would bunch them up with another group. So now these 2 young girls, approximately 12 years old, 13 years old, would go walking in the attraction with these guests. And at a very specific time and by a very specific actor, that actor would grab them physically and they would start fighting, kicking, and screaming as this actor drags them backstage. This really sets in the immersion of the story that you're doing. And those guests that think, oh, well, the actors can't touch me. Well, maybe they can, because you just saw one of these girls get yanked off. I tried doing it, which is one victim at a time. It didn't work that well because most people don't go through haunted attractions alone. Most people go through in pairs. So I paired them up. So one of my victims would go through the haunt, and at a specific time she gets nabbed and yanked backstage. Now that leaves her friend there to really freak out in front of the other guests and ask for their help. You would not believe the amount of times that this has worked. In fact, I've had guests come and lodge complaints that my actors grabbed somebody and yanked them off stage and they were kicking and screaming. I've even had guests try and fight my actors off to save these victims. Now, the whole time, these victims are actors. They're getting paid to be doing this. They're all part of the gag, but the guests don't know it, and it works out beautifully. I've also done trail haunts where I've had a woman, young woman, just wait in the dark, and when guests came by, she would call out to them for help, saying that she was lost, and they believed it. It's a very, very useful, very cool effect that not everybody does. It's worth trying. Section 12, tips. As a director or manager of an attraction, I cannot stress to you enough, walk your attraction every night before the guests arrive, during the run, several times throughout the night, and after closing. You're doing this to ensure the lighting and the audio and the gags and the cast members are all performing at what you want them to be doing. Nothing has become broken or dangerous for the cast or for the guests. Do not feel that you're in competition with other attractions near you. Also, do not speak poorly about other haunted attractions in your area. If guests are willing to come to one haunt, they're going to be willing to go to more than one, especially if they have a good time. And a friend of mine, Scott Swenson, says, when the tide rises, all ships rise. So if my haunt's doing well, the other local haunts are going to do well as well. There's no need for infighting or hate. When you're facing a problem with design or build, and you don't know what to do, how to fix, or you don't know how to fix it, reach out to your local haunt community. Haunters, by their nature, are really, really nice, careful, and helpful people. And 9 times out of 10, the problem you're having right at that moment, they've probably already faced and figured out a way to get around it or to fix it. Haunters, by our nature, can repurpose pretty much anything. We are pack rats. We're dumpster divers. We will go to garage sales and buy out everything else that they have. We'll go on Craigslist and buy the old broken down things and repurpose them. But that's a phenomenal trait and a great attribute to have as a haunter. But please keep in mind that your family and the people that you live with are going to suddenly be essentially living with a hoarder unless you have a good place to store all this stuff. So keep that in mind before you trips home that beat up, nasty looking old couch that you found on the side of the road and shove it in your garage. Keep your spouses, if you want to keep your spouses, keep them in mind when you're dealing with this stuff. Haunting rules. There are no right or wrong way of doing something. There's a million different ways to do the same thing. There's a million different ways to skin a cat. So just because I do something one way does not mean that it's the right way. So be open-minded and try really hard to find the solutions to your problems that you might be having. And like I said earlier, when in doubt, ask a haunter. We're willing to help. Section 13. Due to COVID-19, this year has been a brutal time for most of us in the haunt industry. But if you're allowed to open this season, here's some tips to ensure your guests and your cast's safety. Number 1, avoid any props that require the guests to push them out of the way, like the rubber mats dividing scene to scene, or floating heads or floating body parts. Number 2, attempt to maintain social distancing of at least 6 feet. Try using shakers or noisemakers to bridge that gap. Number 3, require all guests to wear masks while in the queue line and inside of the attraction. Number 4, avoid using inflatable claustrophobic hallways. They are just petri dishes for that stuff. Number 5, try to implement the use of plexiglass shields to separate your guests from your cast members. It may feel odd, but it does keep them safe. Number 6, try using medical masks underneath your typical haunt masks. It is possible. Number 7, offer hand sanitizer stations at the entrance to the queue line, the entrance to the haunt, the exit of the haunt. Number 8, require a touchless temperature check on all guests and cast members before they enter the attraction. Number 9, require any cast members not feeling well or showing any symptoms of COVID-19 to not work and stay home until they get test results. Number 10, request any guests not feeling well or showing any symptoms of COVID-19 not to enter the attraction. Number 11, attempt to use airbrush makeup instead of the old school way of using brushes and sponges. It's a touchless way of doing makeup, and it's very, very effective. Number 12, sanitize the entire attraction as much as humanly possible. We all understand that it's completely improbable and unlikely that you would be able to completely sanitize it between each guest or group, but make every effort you do. All of these efforts you make will ensure your guests their safety, and they'll feel more comfortable and enjoy your attraction. Haunting can be a very rewarding. It's a lot of fun. It requires creativity, resourcefulness, hard work, and countless hours away from your loved ones working behind the scenes on something that you'll never probably get credit for. You got to accept that, but it's worth it. Once you are open and get a chance to sit backstage and listen to the screams of the first guests as they make their way through an attraction that you created and you designed and you built, it all becomes worth it. There's nothing better than that sound. I want to thank all of you for watching this video. If you have any questions or comments or problems, please feel free to contact me. My email address is keys951@yahoo.com. That's keys951@yahoo.com. My name is Matt Gagne. Be safe and happy haunting.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Do you like fog? Do you like fog machines? Of course you do. Fog makes everything look cooler. Like your 15th birthday nobody showed up to. Or your grandma's friend's cat's funeral. But don't just settle for that crap fog juice. No way. Come on down to Fog It Up. Rain or shine. Only Fog It Up offers the best fog juice on the planet Earth. That's right. They have all your needs when it comes to fog. Thick fog? They've got it. Low-lying fog? Yes, sir. Quick evaporating fog? Oh, you bet your sweet bippy they do. Need fog juice in a quart? Gallon? Drum? Your neighbor's pool? They can do it all. Are you still listening? Ah, Spider! Fog It Up even offers fog scent and scent sprays? Who knew fog could smell so delectable? Delectable! So if you need fog juice, fog scent, scent sprayers, fog machines, lighting, or just want to talk about your feelings, call, click, or email them over at Fog It Up. That's at fogitup.co. .co! Not .com, but .co. Fog It Up!
Hello and welcome back. I am here once again with Angel. Hi, Angel. How you feeling? Feel good about this? Think you did a good job?
Pretty good.
I think you did a pretty dang good job. I'm very impressed with it. I think I already won the contest to take this home. Okay, so we're gonna reveal his artwork. You guys ready? Are you ready? Are you ready, Angel?
I'm ready.
Okay, let's pull this off real quick. Okay, let's let everybody see it without any UV on it. This is how it looks without any UV. Let me run up and see how good it looks. Yeah, okay, you guys can see it. You guys see it? Okay, are you ready to see some black light on this bad boy? Drop it, Aaron. Boom! Look at that beauty. Let me get up here and see how it looks in the camera. That thing is bright. Let's adjust it a little bit. Grab this, guys. Let's adjust this. Actually, I'm going to pull it off. Is that fine? Yeah. Can I hold behind it? Yeah. Let me come up behind. I'll probably end up breaking it. Okay, what do you guys think? Is this guy not absolutely beautiful? Amazing work. There's his autograph, his John Hancock. This thing is beautiful. Look at the way those colors pop. Look at that. Angel, you're so calm. He's a little too calm. I had to make sure he didn't die. I'm
still here.
Okay, guys, we haven't picked the winner. Who wants to win this? Who wants to take this butte home? Let's see. Okay, you know what? I don't think I've seen anybody give the angry face emoji on the reactions. Let's get some angry face.
It's a couple of middle fingers. No.
Yeah. Jeffrey, I agree. You do need some UV paint. I'm going to hand this over to Angel. Ooh, I broke it, guys. I'm sorry.
Start over.
I got to buy it. Okay. So like we said, that's this paint in front. This is the Antori UV paint. God, my shirt is bright. Okay, we're going to be honest with you guys, though. We are kind of cheating with the UV, though. Okay, so the UV light we're using is from ADJ. It was mentioned in the video earlier, which is the Encore Burst UV, which is the UV on the lower wavelength. Let's switch it over and let's get a normal UV LED. Can we get that going, Jess? All right, cover up Aaron, cover up the other UV. Okay, I'm gonna grab this guy back off and we're gonna show you, here he is. We'll, there he is. We're trying to get him placed in. Oh, there we go. So he still pops pretty. You know, give me 1 sec, guys. Hold this. Let me grab another light real quick. There you go. Okay, 1 sec, guys. We're going to plug in one of the mini PAR UVs that we're giving away from Eliminator. Let's see. All right, can you guys see it? So this is, we're going to blast it with UV right here. Boom! Look at that beauty. Okay, so it really pops. Now we're going to go back to the ultraviolet. Let's see it, Aaron. Boom! Camera has to adjust. Now we're going to tell you guys real quick. We did a video on our YouTube channel. What's the difference between the UV on the lower wavelength? So what that does is it allows it doesn't do the purple hue like normal UV lights do. So you get whatever is going to pop and nothing more. No purple hue. But as you can see, this guy looks absolutely stunning. We want to thank you, Angel, for coming out. I'm not paying you. I'm just kidding. I want to thank you for doing this for us. Thank you for donating it to give it away. We will be announcing at the end who wins this, as well as who wins this sample pack of the UV paints from Antori. Up next, what do we have up next, Jess? Okay, so we have a buddy. He was late. He didn't get a video in time, so we're just going to show you about a minute of just his ad. He gave us a discount. Joey Rocks. You can go to their website and type in Joy Rocks and you get a discount. Let's see it, Jess. Oh, you're doing double. That's fancy. So we're going to leave that up for a little bit. Oh my gosh. Oh, we're back, everybody. Ooh. Okay, everybody. What we're going to be doing next is we are going to be showing you a. Aaron, do me a favor, bud. Cover up that UV. There we go. Next, we're going to be showing you an interview that we did with Diane and Preston from Rotten Apple 907. Hope you guys enjoy.
Hey there, step right up. Welcome to the Wilsley Brothers House of Fun. Place your ticket in the turnstile and continue on to explore the mysteries that lie within. As you explore our House of Fun, please watch your step. This house and its floors have a mind of its own.
One. Okay, max screen. Okay, so we are now recording. I am here with Preston and Diane. Diane and Preston, introduce yourselves, guys.
That's Preston. I'm Diane. We do the hot Rotten Apple 907 in Burbank here.
Okay, so what made you guys start doing this home haunt?
Well, we started having Halloween flavored birthday parties for our daughter, Melissa.
Okay.
And some of the parties ended up on Halloween. And the trick-or-treaters that came to the door didn't want the trick-or-treats. They wanted to go to the haunted house that we built inside the house, because all the party goers to the birthday party had to go through the classic haunted house thing with the peel grates and the spaghetti and the, so we started real small and grown a little bit larger since then.
Now, let me ask you real quick before we go to the next question. What would you say the craziest thing you guys did as far as those early years?
We emptied out, that's when we were still doing everything in the house. We took out all the furniture in the front room except for the couch and the love seat. We turned the love seat on upside down on top of the couch. We covered the entire front room full of plastic and brought in bark and made a graveyard.
Oh my God. I was going to say, not many people would go that.
I say that's when we were young and stupid.
The cat loved it though.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, we had the problem. Yeah, we had the issue with the cat wanting to use it as a cat box, but you know.
Everybody's like, wow, how'd you get that dead rotting smell? You don't want to know.
Yeah, yeah. We had one cat. The one cat loved Halloween, so she always if it was in the house or outside, whatever, she would always find a spot to scare people for Halloween. She would plant herself someplace and everybody thought, oh, look at that prop, it looks so real. They'd go down to look at it and the cat would move and scare the crap out of them.
I was going to say the least expensive prop you guys had.
Yes, yes, the cheapest prop we've ever had.
Uh-huh. So the next, getting into, so you guys have been doing this for many years, and I'm sure this has come up a lot of times. Have you guys ever thought about going pro? If yes, why haven't you? Well, we kind of messed that one up. Why haven't you guys gone pro?
We talked about it. We've been with some people have asked us, you know, we talked one time with somebody about going in with them and stuff, but we kind of talked it over and decided we're doing it for the community. So we honestly would feel really bad that we would let down the community by not having the haunt. I mean, so many people have come. I mean, we've had kids that were babies and are now bringing their babies through. And
that is amazing.
You know, it's one of those that I feel like I'd still have to do something at home.
Yeah.
Because it's all about the main reason we do it. I mean, somebody posted the other day on Facebook about really we do all this because, you know, we really like it. We do it for ourselves. Well, that's not true for us. Yes, we like when people compliment us, yes, but we truly do it for the people and for the community, for the people that have been around here for, you know, 25 years and stuff. And that's why we do it.
No, that's awesome. And I was going to say, when I did my home haunt, I used to joke that I'd get paid with thank yous because that's all that I needed. Because I mean, it sounds it sounds cheesy, but the people come and they thank you and they show the appreciation for putting all the time and effort. Especially, I feel most people that are going to see this video are going to be some kind of home haunter, so they already know the amount of work that goes into it. But for others that don't, they think that all it took was the couple weeks of setting up or the month of setting up, when they don't realize the months in advance it takes to plan it out and set it up. And, you know, halfway through you decide, well, that's not going to work. That theme's not going to work. So you switch over to something else. So,
but I like the 2 weeks before that you say, I'm done. I can't do anymore. Yeah. Or the night when you open the haunt, you're so dead tired you can't put one foot in front of the other. And you're going, oh God, just let me be able to stay awake through the night. And so, but then once you start seeing the people, it's all over. I mean, you then you get back to this is why we do it.
Exactly. You get that second wind.
Yeah.
And we kind of think about the families where you've got mother and father and 3 kids, and can they really afford $15, $20, $25 a head to go out to a haunted house?
Yeah, I was raised very poor, and you know, I had 3 sisters, and there was no way that my family could take us anyplace and stuff. So this is, and that was the other thing that when we've been asked to do is that's one less place that people that don't have any money can, you know, this gives a chance for these kids to be able to celebrate or to have something Halloween if they can't afford to go to, you know, all the different other haunts that are around.
No, I completely agree with that. And like you guys said, it's especially after so many years, everybody gets, you know, so used to it. They expect it.
Yeah.
And like that. Myself growing up, I didn't go to a lot of theme parks. And so like I look at what you guys just said. Yeah, it allows a lot of people to go and have some kind of fun. And in my personal opinion of having gone around to a lot of home haunts and pro haunts, with Fog It Up, I've almost noticed that I'm kind of biased towards the home haunters because of the stuff that they do on the budgets that they do it on. You know,
right. Yes,
because I mean, you're not always going to be able to get the craziest things. Like, here's a big chunk of money, do something, and you just give it to anybody. They can't do anything. They can't just come up with all the ideas. But you get people like yourselves who the budget's not this crazy budget, but you guys say, well, we don't have the money to do this, so let's improvise and let's do it this way. And so in saying that, I feel that with these home haunts, you get some really cool ideas implemented into them to where I've seen, in my opinion, some cooler things at a home haunt than I've ever seen at a pro haunt. You know.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, some of these people are so creative, and in fact, we go through and go, why didn't we think of that? You know, we go through and go, oh yeah, that would be a really good idea, and you know, and I always tell everybody, we can tell you everything not to do.
Oh God, yeah.
Because we've done everything wrong, and as I said, we've been around for so long that we were like, there was nothing on the internet.
Oh God, yeah.
For you to
started.
You know, I mean now, oh, you want to do this, or you want to do a Axworthy Ghost or something? Oh, let's just type it in, and oh, here's the instructions. This is how you do it.
Well,
and so back in the old day, they didn't have this, you know.
No. Everything was trial and error. I was just discussing with somebody the other day, and I'm sure you guys remember the website. What was it? Monster Halloween. What was it?
Yes.
Monster Halloween.
Monster List or
Monster Halloween List.info. And it was funny because it's still up, but like half the links are all broken and but it's like that's where when I was really getting into it, that's what I had. Like you said, there was no YouTube. To where YouTube now, you just type in anything you possibly want and it's there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know.
What? Which I remember when we first did years ago, probably 15 or 20 years ago, we wanted, well, it was 20 years ago, we wanted to start animating things. Up till then, it was just, you know, static props. And if we could afford to buy something, which very rarely happened. And so we wanted to start animating things. So we wanted to do this dragon. And so we thought, okay, how are we going to do this dragon? We want to make it so the mouth goes up and down and goes forward at people. Okay, first thing is, how do you do this? Okay, I knew a little bit about paper mache. Okay, so my nephew paper mache the outside of it and all this. And okay, now how do we make it, the mouth go up and down? Well, it was all, we had an actor behind there doing it because, you know,
manual labor.
You know, go forward 15 years, and we have the dragon that, you know, the head goes up and down, the wings go up, you know, and all that. So it's funny, you know, how times have changed.
Oh God. Well, that brings me to I don't even have it on this list, but I was thinking when you said that, just the amount everything has changed since then. Like now you see what's getting popular is projection mapping, which is super popular, to where a couple years ago you're like, man, you'd have to be somebody special to be able to get something like that. And the next question I want to ask, which you brought up, is what would you say, as far as through the years of doing your haunt, would you say was probably one of your biggest, I guess, mistakes? Like that you guys sound like, holy crap, we can't do that anymore. Other than putting all the stuff in your house, the dirt and the bark.
Yeah.
Other than that, but as far as
the house was just not big enough, so you've got everybody going through half of the house, and then we have everybody that's in the haunt in the back. And the one year we did, was it a clown maze, and you went through the house, down the driveway, and came out. Well, we had to blow up balloons. The whole room was full of balloons. Well, they're in the back half of the house blowing up balloons. You couldn't walk. That was like one big massive balloons, and there's people are falling all over each other trying to do makeup, but yeah, you couldn't do it in the kitchen because the kitchen was actually a lab or something. So you had to do it.
Nothing was sacred. Nothing was sacred.
No. So what
No, they basically make sure you've got enough space for what you're doing. Because we've attempted doing things where we just didn't have enough room to make it happen.
Yeah.
And basically had to abandon, you know, the whole plan and change and do something totally different because it just didn't work out. The space just didn't work.
Then one of the things that we laugh about is try not to overthink what you're doing. We had one year,
easier said than done.
Burbank Underground. It's, you know, we wanted to make it so you went in through the lobby of the city hall, and then you went into an elevator. But then when you came out of the elevator, you through the same door because we didn't have another way to go. It takes up too much space. It had to look like you were down underground. You were down in the basement. Okay, so as you walk in, they're going to see this one way, but how do we switch it? So, I mean, we had it that we were moving walls. We're actually flipping great huge walls. We're talking all this. I mean, we spent a month just discussing how we were going to make this happen.
How to implement
so one of the guys helps us with the hunt. And he's sitting there and we're talking about what our final plan was.
Slide walls, move the wall, change this wall, put that wall in. And
and all this stuff. And the guy finally says, well, why don't you just make an oversized door in the lobby and have it so it's big enough that it covers up the hallway, and then close the door on the back side of the door, makes it look. I'm going, damn. We spent all this time, and it was so cool.
The door on one side, the wall on the other
Yeah,
side.
so I was like,
Worked beautifully.
Yeah.
Had a guy come back 3 times when we were breaking down haunt, wanting to know where the elevator was. Where was the hole in the ground that the elevator went down into?
Oh my God. I was gonna say, then you guys definitely know you did a great job if that's the case, they're coming back. And wow.
Yeah.
Okay, next one. The biggest one we have right now is because you guys have been doing a walkthrough for so many years. My experience, little backstory, before I got in this business, I was a home haunter, and towards the end, we had a kid fall, and I did it at my parents' house, and my dad got scared. And like I tell everybody, my dad, we nicknamed him OSHA. Everything had to be safety. He always came and regulated everything. And so my dad told us, well, next year, no more walkthrough. We're going to do a display. You can do whatever you want, do a display. And I was like, this is terrible. I don't know why I'm going to continue. I want to walk through. It's all about walkthroughs. Because I knew once I did a display, my dad was never going to let me go back to a walkthrough. So I knew it was his excuse. But I said, okay, let's get through 1 year and we'll do a display. Did that display, and I never wanted to do a walkthrough again. There was just fell in love with the displays for me. I'm not saying we were not as safe about it, but you don't have people on the property. You don't have to have everything regulated. And so that was my experience of why I fell in love with doing displays over the walkthroughs. Now, especially with COVID, and you guys are now switching from a walkthrough to a display. So can you discuss a little bit about your mind think and how switching from, of always doing a walkthrough to the display?
Well, before we did walkthroughs, we just did yard displays. We did the standard, graveyard in the front and all that kind of stuff. So it was really a tough decision this year because this would have been our 30th anniversary of doing walkthrough haunts.
Wow.
And so, it was really a super tough decision. But the reality was we made the decision early on. We were like by April, May, we knew that it just wasn't going to happen. And we have people in the haunt that have health issues, and we don't want to take the chance of getting any of them sick, let alone I couldn't live with myself if I found out that somebody went through or got seriously sick or even possibly died.
Yeah.
So we decided early on it just wasn't worth the risk. We will celebrate our 30th next year.
Next year, yeah.
And because we had these big plans for the 30th and all this stuff, and then we just basically said it's just not work. Because we're talking about, no, we don't want to get somebody sick, because what if we build this whole elaborate thing that we've got all these big plans for, and then the city comes in and says, oh, can't do it. Or the neighbors down the street, which, they love us anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
And
you're already on their good list.
And they've got 500 to 700 people a night, or 1,000 sometimes, waiting out in front of their homes. And some of those could have COVID. You don't know.
I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that. Them just waiting in front of other people's homes. Yeah.
Yeah. So that way they can't go out. They can't, and that is all right there in front of their homes. And so we just decided early on, it's just not worth the risk. Now, that being said, okay, we don't want to give up Halloween because that's not us. If there was a year to take off, this would have been the year, because you haven't, and a good excuse. But we thought, no, the people need it more than anything.
Yes.
And so it's one of those. So then we thought, okay, well, we're going to do a yard display. Well, we can't.
Discovered that it is much harder to come up with a good yard display than it is a walk-through haunt. Walk-through haunt, 5 or 6,
7 rooms. Yeah, that's easy.
And each one, you come up with a theme, and okay, we're going to do this. We're going to go sunken ships and underground and a fish and a shark, you know, and something
Airplane,
and
yeah.
you end up going through a kraken to come out. Okay, cool. All right,
That's
let's do
easy.
it. How do you do something like that with when you can see everything at one time?
One time, yeah.
How do you make it interesting? How do you make it intriguing? How do you make it, you know, worth coming to?
And, you know, we also, not the same as everybody else. Now, the theme this year is pretty much, a lot of people have done it before. And, but we thought, well, that excited us more than anything. And because it's basically the Haunted Mansion, rooms from the Haunted Mansion.
Okay.
And the outside of the haunt is going to be part of the Phantom Manor in Paris. And so it's going to have a little bit of that look, but parts inside are going to have the Haunted Mansion. It's going to have some, we're hoping to bring in some of the pieces from the Museum of the Weird that Disney had wanted to do and they never did. And there are some pieces in the Haunted Mansion with it. And so we're going to try to do some of those. And then we wanted, at the end, we're just going to have a little bit of fun.
Okay, cool.
We're gonna have a dance party.
Ooh, can't wait for that. I heard a little bit about it. So,
yeah.
So,
and guess who's going to be Madame Leota?
Ooh, I can only imagine. Yeah, the prettiest one there.
Oh, he's got a fat head. I'm having a hard time finding a jar to go over his head.
You got to put a couple of them together.
Right.
So as far as this display goes, because I know the whole, I don't want to say theme, but the reoccurring thing you hear this year is drive-throughs. So is this going to be only allowing people to drive through? Nobody's allowed to get out and walk by? Because I mean, there's some people that, let's be honest here, they're going to want to walk by it anyways.
There's not a good way for them to drive by the place.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they can try, but the reality is that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, we've already said up front that if somebody comes without a mask, you're out of here.
Getting out, yeah.
And we're not going to fight with people. We're not going to do that. If you won't put on the mask and you're around, there's a bunch of people around, and you're not putting on the mask, we will close down.
Yeah.
And we have doors that are going to be on the front, and we will literally close the doors. We're not going to put anybody at risk. We're going to have the things where, it's marked out on the sidewalk, the social distance and all that. If it gets too much, I'm hoping that we're not, I don't know how many people are going to come and stuff. So, so we can kind of start a line going down the street if we have to, and as the show goes through, it's a little bit of a show. Once it's done, and then they have to leave, and then so that way we can get more. If there's no people there, then they can stay there as long as they want. But we want them, and if people are not social distancing and doing all that stuff, well, then we will shut it down. Because that's one of the reasons why we didn't want to do it, because we want people to be safe.
Yeah, exactly.
And we want the people to have fun.
And it's a really short show.
Yeah.
So that you don't have to stand there for 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
While the show cycles through. It's only a couple of 3-minute shows.
Well, no, Jay's got it longer than that.
Okay. Anyway. So
if I know Jay, yeah.
I keep going, it's a little too long, Jay. He's good. Okay.
He's got to bring out a pair of scissors. Snip it, Jay. Snip it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
so
that is cool. Because, like I say, I know a couple other people, and discussing with other people about Halloween this year, and my take on it, because as a working here at Fog It Up, I've seen the drastic difference in the amount of our sales and everything. However, what we've noticed is that's with our big bulk accounts, but we've seen a lot more smaller sales coming in. And so that's what I've been talking with other people. How do you guys feel that Halloween's going to do? My view is I think everybody's cooped up, and I think everybody can still do it very safely. I mean, as you guys saw, LA County said no trick or treating, and then within a day and a half, they're like, "Oh, okay, you can trick or treat." Yeah, like how long did that last? So I think that
how many thousand telephone calls did they get?
Oh, I'm sure they got a lot. They got a lot. Especially, I was like, Halloween people are crazy enough. So, how do you guys think it's going to do this year?
I'm sitting there thinking, we should be okay. But then as the closer we get, I'm thinking, I think there could be a lot of people out because they really need this.
Yeah.
And truthfully, I mean, when they put out the thing about no trick or treating for the kids, I thought, really? How about giving them guidelines how to trick or treat safely?
Exactly.
And tell parents how to do it safely. Bring hand sanitizer with you. Bring wipes with you. Bring if in case the kids have to have a piece of candy. Make sure they have their masks on. Under their masks or whatever. I mean, there's ways to teach them how to do it safely. So that way, these kids have lost everything. I mean, they've seen the inside of the house and that's it.
Oh, God,
and a lot of cases.
Yeah, these poor kids.
My grandkids, I mean, that's really, they have not been out anywhere. And so I feel bad that they really kind of need this. And if you just think about it logically, you don't all go in big mass up to the door. You go you go as a family group, not gargantuan groups where everybody's going to get sick. Think about it logically. And I'm hoping that people will do that when they're standing in front of originally we thought, well, the people just drive by, and then the reality is that's not going to happen. They're going to stand there, and plus, then if they drive, well, only one person's going to get to see it, and then you won't be able to get down our street, and so they're going to get out. I'm just hoping that they're going to spread out far enough and be good about it so that way nobody gets sick. I mean, Preston will be fine. He'll be inside, so he'll be fine. And Melissa and I will be the ones that will get sick.
Yeah, he's shoving you guys out there. Yeah. I'm sure he'll be in the, what is it? The command station with all the cameras and.
Yeah, Jay's inside with the cameras, yeah.
So, no, and that's why I say I'm hoping, like I tell everybody just be a little courteous, be courteous. It goes a long way, and we can have a great Halloween, especially with the fact that it's Saturday. I think everybody jinxed it. We're talking about how this was going to be the Halloween, the best Halloween ever, because it's Saturday, and now it's like, even if we just can have like a
Saturday full moon.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh man, we all opened our mouths a little too soon. But
you wait for this one time, after so many years you finally get a Saturday, and then it's it's wasted now. And so there's a lot of people that are doing displays. A lot more people there's a lot that are saying no, I'm just not going to do it, and I don't blame them. I mean,
neither do I.
Even as when they brought out the guidelines, I was questioning us again doing it. And and stuff, and then I finally said, "Oh, screw it, we're doing it." And because I thought, well, maybe we're being selfish and stuff, and maybe we shouldn't. But then the reality is we want to give something back for everybody to enjoy.
Exactly, and it's like you keep saying. Sorry, let me switch over here. It's like you keep saying as far as the whoops, 1 second, sorry. Lost the channel. There you guys are. Like you guys keep saying, it's so much stuff is going on in everybody's lives. It's like when I have people come up and I talk to my friends, my family, with the business and everything, and I say, it's different because it's not just me. Maybe I would be a little more self-loathing or woe is me if it was just me that was filling this all by myself. But like they say, we're all in this together, and so I look at it. Everybody's in so many people are in bad spots right now with this for one reason or another. And so I feel myself that Halloween is that thing that we can escape to, that there's no politics, there's no nothing. We can just go and cut out the world and enjoy it, plain and simple, And so that's what I say. I'm hoping. And every time I hear somebody saying, "Oh, we're doing a display," like I said, I don't hold it against
apologists.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Hold on one second. Okay, you guys are back.
I said bye, Joey.
Next question. Truthfully, who likes Halloween more? You, Diane, or Preston?
We like it a little bit differently.
Okay.
I like it because of the techie stuff that I can do and play with, and I like the performance and getting in and creeping out people. Diane likes the creative part of it, painting and making something that looks totally real but is absolutely 100% fake.
Okay.
She probably doesn't like her job, which is line control. She probably rather do something else.
I do and I don't, you know. Sometimes it's very trying, but then I get to see all these people, so it's, you know, as everybody knows, I don't do my job because I'm so busy talking to everybody. It's one of those that, you know, as a lot of people know, I don't like spooky movies, or I'm not a huge haunted house fan. And because I don't like, it's not that I don't like haunted houses. I don't like to be scared. So I've gotten where I'm pretty good now that I pretty much know where everybody's going to be. So it's not nearly as bad as it used to. I mean, for years, I never went to a haunted house. Couldn't catch me in it. Finally, my daughter begged us to go to Knott's for her birthday. And I'm like, oh man. And stuff. And then she did it again about 5 years later. I'm like, oh man, and now it's gotten to be where it's okay. But I still don't like to watch spooky movies and all that. I mean, all these movies that you guys are all talking about, I have no clue. I have no clue because I leave the room. I don't like to be scared.
Well, see, that's what's funny. I found out that I say a few years ago. It's been many years. I always just figured that horror movies and Halloween went, hand in hand. And then I talked to people, and like people that absolutely love Halloween, like yourself, like, oh, if I never saw another horror movie in my life, I wouldn't care. And I'm like, what? Like, you get ideas from horror movies, or but like I said, apparently they don't go hand in hand. So
no, I know that one year we did that with Funhouse, and we watched all these clown movies. And I think we got through 2 of them.
3, I think.
And I said, oh my God, do I have to watch another one of these?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. The clown movie plot is basically half-naked women and stabbing clowns.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Preston, I think that's like pretty much every horror movie in the 80s is half-naked women and stabbing of somebody.
But you every year you watch these movies for reference and to get ideas and all this kind of stuff and all this, and I'll sit there and get through a couple and going, really? The only one I did okay one was the old Mining Town, because those are somewhat,
so interesting.
There's not really blood and guts. It's it's just old Western movies, and but there's some other, but they weren't so bad. But some of these other ones, I'm going, oh man, do I have to sit through another movie?
And that I could just watch me personally, I can watch that stuff till I go blind, and I'd be okay with it. And then I'll just listen to it.
Preston and Melissa used to go to the movies and watch them. And they'd go to the movies by themselves, father-daughter bonding time. Mom staying home. What was it when I got to, when I went and saw the Haunted House on the Hill or whatever it was, or something that came out, and then I'm going, okay, I'm going to get brave. I'm about halfway through it going, why in the hell did I come see this movie? So then I haven't been to a movie, this horror movie again since then, until I decided, I want to see Winchester House.
Oh, okay.
And so I really want to see this Winchester House. And we got through the first 5 minutes and we're like, what the hell was I thinking here? And did I lose my mind? This is, what did you think it was? I wanted to go for the Winchester House,
Yeah. For historical value.
Yeah, right. And so see the cool things, and then I thought, oh shit, that I gotta watch all this stuff coming out and stabbing you and killing you and doing all this shit. And,
this is not a documentary.
I know.
I was gonna say they probably had about 2 seconds worth of the house, and everything else was just the stabbing.
And most of the time my hand was over my eyes, so I didn't have to see it.
Man, that is too much. Okay, let's see. Okay, so getting towards the end of it, how has you guys' life changed since you guys became famous from being in Epic Home Haunts?
Well, there's people that'll sit there and stare at you. And I remember last year we went to Knott's, and this woman keeps kind of staring at us and stuff, and she's finally just, I know you. I says, she goes, do you and I says, no, I don't, you know. And she goes, I know who you are. I know you. I don't know where it's from, but I know you. And I'm going, okay. And stuff. And then, and then all of a sudden they'll come up and what was that, like 5 or 10 minutes later? I guess she went and saw Greg and Pam Packard. And so then she goes, I know, it was at Big Home Box. That's where I saw you. Because like, they were in it too. And so with that, so it's funny and stuff. And, we were in the other movie too, so it was not as many people recognize us from that one as you do from Epic Home Box. So.
But I get more Facebook invites.
Oh, I can imagine.
I can imagine. From the Haunters movie. And I don't accept any of those because I figure anybody that likes the Haunter movie, I'm not real sure if I want to be friends
Yeah,
with.
you want them on your friends list. Like I always joke, to do home haunting, we're all missing a few screws up there. We're all a little wacky.
Absolutely.
So yeah. That is cool. That is cool. I had a question on my brain right now, and now it fried. I might come back. Okay, so we're towards the end. I wanted to ask you guys, home haunting. You guys can have different answers. What would you guys say is as far as putting a haunt together, what would you say is one of your always has to have it? People always have to have fog. That's me. I always have to have fog, lighting, sound, some kind of jump scare. What is, every time you guys do a home haunt, what is the most important aspect that you guys want in the haunt?
The thing we worry about most is it going to be scary? Mm-hmm. Where's the scare? We have this whole elaborate set, and we have this elaborate feeling and the plot and the atmosphere. But then we go through and say, okay, but where are the scares? Mm-hmm. Is there anything that's really scary? I mean, you could walk through this and, this is cool, this is neat, this is right. And some of the haunters do that, they walk through and yeah.
Super guilty
but
of that.
Kind of discount them. Yeah, yeah. Is there a really scare? And we're always paranoid about that. This is, because we don't think we're any genius scare people that come up with this,
In fact, we're not that scary.
Well, we are. But yeah.
That's on a side note.
We get our share of strings.
I think a lot of it is, for me, is that we have to have a theme. We have to have a reason for something to be happening. Mm-hmm. And in fact, most people never even know this because we're like really anal retentive about it, is that if there's something there, it's for a reason. I mean, we really do plot out. It's an actual story that we're always telling. And we have tripped ourselves up so many times. Like there's been times that we've wanted to do something in the middle of the haunt. Oh, well, you can't really do that because it doesn't really flow. And if you go up into the attic, how do you get down from the attic? Well, you could just, you don't necessarily have to have a way out. You could just go out, but in our brain, we can't do it. That's why when we did Burbank Underground, you went up supposedly to the tower, but it crashed and you went down underground, and then you came out and you were supposedly underground. But okay, well, how do you get out from underground?
You can't just walk out to the sidewalk.
And which there's no reason why you can't. But it's like we're super retentive about this, We're going, okay, so that's when we came up with you come out through the AMC theater.
So you walk up a ramp with seats and then you went right down the ramp again. But again, it doesn't register that. And that's a lot of that is we really try to. Now Preston is like you; he tries to put fog in everything, and
I love you, Preston.
And I'm always the one. But if you put the fog in, no one can see anything else.
That's the whole idea.
Yeah, it means you guys have to do less work. The fog covers up everything. You're good.
Well, it used to be, a long time ago. When we did like Wizard of Oz and stuff like that, we had so much fog in there that it literally you could not see anything. And we started having to, because we've got everything enclosed with the tents and everything, that we had to start running ducts so we can fans and stuff to blow out the fog because we had no way of getting rid of it.
Ventilation
system. Yeah, and we did when we did the space one, we had a fog wall, and well, that about halfway through the night, you couldn't see anything else in the hunt. And so that's why whenever they start talking fog, I'm going, oh man, yeah.
The crowning achievement though was one year, I think we had like 3 fog machines going, and we just bought a new big one. Yeah. And Diane went out to the store to get something, and she goes, "It's really foggy out." And then when she got a block away from the house, she realized, no, it's not foggy. It's just us.
It was you
But
guys,
we
yeah.
fogged up the entire block.
Yeah, I went down, I got to the stop sign, and all of a sudden the fog cleared, and I'm going, wait, and as I'm coming up the street, I'm going, wait a minute, we're causing this fog.
I always used to say that we were just being like at my home haunt, because fog was always the main thing, that I was just being generous and giving all my neighbors free fog for Halloween.
Right.
So they didn't have to have it.
That's it.
Anyways, okay, so we are coming to an end, but I want to ask you guys, where can people find out more information on Rotten Apple?
We have their website, rottenapple907.com.
Okay.
We also have the Facebook page, Rotten Apple Haunt.
Okay.
And we do, when I remember, Melissa's better at it than I am, we do have an Instagram account, Rotten Apple 907.
Okay.
And so it's there. Right now, we don't have that much information because we didn't settle on the exact dates until this past weekend. And the guy that we have James Lopez, that always draws our flyers. And he is in the process of making the flyer, so it should be up in the next week.
Okay, cool. But I do appreciate this, guys. As always, you guys do a great interview. I do appreciate it. So thank you for stopping by the Fog It Up Halloween Extravaganza, and we will be seeing you guys.
It's great to see you, Joey. We miss you.
Oh, I miss you guys. Okay. Why, hello again. Wow. Hope you guys enjoyed that interview I had with Preston and Diane. Truth be told, once we stopped that recording, the conversation went for another hour after that. It seems like there's never enough time when I get around Preston and Diane. Always enjoy it. They're two of my favorite people in the haunt industry, as well as I'm sure a bunch of you people. If you have yet to meet Preston and Diane, you guys are missing out. They are a wealth of knowledge, and they're just overall great people. I'm very appreciative that they took the time to do the interview with me. And not just with me, it allows you guys to see it too and see how cool they are. Next, we're going to throw up, we're going to just take another little minute, and we're going to throw up our buddy's ad for us. I don't think I mentioned what they do. Their airbrushes. They do the Grex airbrush, which is a really high quality airbrush for makeup. So cue it up, Jess. Let's see it. So this is owned by Ken. This company is owned by Ken and Bernice, which two really good friends. What? Can you see me? Ken and Bernice are really good people. Check out their stuff. It's quality stuff. I said stuff a lot, right? It's really good. Okay, so I'm thinking of what we have next. Okay, up next. What? What's that, Jess? One second, guys. Let's see what's going on. Are we still live? What happened? I'm still. It still says we're live. Let me see, guys. Am I still live? Yes. What? Okay, you guys can still hear me? Okay, yeah, everybody's saying they can still hear. All right, one sec. One of our main computers that shows all the videos went down. Wow, first hiccup, and it's towards the end. Not bad. Not bad, guys. Our first hiccup was at the end. I'm not complaining. Give me 1 second. Let me maximize me on the screen. I can control from my main computer here. Okay, let's go single. Here I am, guys. I am back here. Okay, like I said, we had a little bit of a hiccup. Our main computer on the other side, something happened. Ooh, it's crazy. A little short story, side story. Yesterday, our laptop that had a bunch of the videos on it just stopped working, and the laptop's less than a year old. So I had to take it to Best Buy and have them remove my hard drive and give it to me so I can load it on my desktop and pull off the videos. I think we would have lost half of our show had I not went there and demanded my hard drive out of it. Because then they told me, yeah, we can send it back to the Geek Squad headquarters. And I was like, no, you cannot. Give me 1 sec. How's it going, Jess? Okay, 1 sec, guys. We're going to put it on a little standby. On your laptop? Hey everybody, this is Joe with Fog It Up, and look who I found. It's Jesse, he's back. Okay, so today we're going to be going over a little hack or tip that I like to show people on how to. What was that? A pro tip, yeah. Semi-pro. On how to control your fog machine from, say, some kind of like peekaboo controller or controller in general, PLC, programmable logic control. So I have Jesse with me today because my hands are shaky and I don't want you guys to get frustrated watching me do this with my shaky hands. So Jesse has a lot more stable hands than I do. So anyways, I hope you guys enjoy. Sit back and watch. Okay, so what we're going to be doing today, like I said, is hacking one of your controllers on your fog machine to be able to get it to be controlled from some kind of controller. So now, right now we're using the ADJ VF1100, and right now we have plugged in is a simple push button remote. So this push button remote, you just hit this. Ooh, spooky. That's scary. I don't blame you. I kind of peed myself. Anyways, so we have all the stuff here that we're going to need to be able to wire it in. So what we're going to do is, first and foremost, safety first, Jesse. Unplug that remote. Okay, so it now no longer works. Okay, so this remote is very simple. It is just a 2 contacts, so we press the button. So first what we're going to do is we're going to unscrew this and open it up so you can see the innards on this remote that, like I mentioned, is very simply made. Okay, Jesse, can you do it for me? Wow, you were good. Glad to have you. Okay, so we open this guy up, and my shaky hands are already getting at it. Okay, so here you go. So here is the innards of the fog machine. Okay. So now, what we're going to do, we're going to be dangerous. Plug this back in, Jess. I'm kind of sure. About 30%. You see the innards of this guy. So he has the 2 contacts here as well as the light. So I'm going to have Jesse show you. We just plugged them back in. And now if we take and get this contact of the screwdriver and lay it across and make a contact. Okay. There you go. You close that contact. So we get the fog. So what we're going to do now, instead of just doing it an easy way by just pulling these wires off and wiring it straight to the relay that we will be using to help make the connection, we're going to make it a little bit nicer so you can still use this remote, as well as this remote can still tell you when he's ready to fog. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have Jesse take, and he's going to solder 2 wires, 1 wire to the yellow, 1 wire to the black. And once we're done, so we went ahead and Jesse pre-soldered these tips just so when it goes to solder, it makes a better connection. Now what we're also going to have to do is we're going to have to put crimp on some connections to be able to connect to this relay that we're using. Now, technically it would probably be easier if we crimp them on now, but because we want to take and run this backwards, sorry about that, we want to take and put a hole in this so we can run the wires out. And we don't want to overdo the hole because we'd have to do a lot wider hole with the connections on it. So we're going to wait to crimp this until after we run it through the back of this. So, you ready, Jess? Have at it. Okay, so Jesse has those soldered up. So the next thing we're going to do is you can either come in and use a liquid electrical tape, or you can use regular electrical tape. If we were selling this off to a customer, or we were going to go use this out at an event, we would use the liquid because it's a lot more sturdier. It gets really good into it. Oh, you have tape. So we're going to instead use just the electrical tape right now. So what we're going to use the electrical tape is, we're going to put it between the wires so that there's no way of them touching each other and accidentally setting off the fog machine. So you should say we're insulating to not getting false. Okay. Very good. Okay, now what we're going to do is have Jesse plug this machine back in. Well, at least the remote. Now, it's plugged in, ready to go. So now if I take these two wires, if I touch them, you already see my shaking hands? So I touch those two wires together, you're gonna now, it's acting like we're pushing that button. Okay, unplug it, Jess. All right, so now we're gonna go to the next step. So what the next step is we're going to take and drill a hole in the back of this. Now instead of using a regular bit, we're gonna use what is called a step bit. Now the step bit is nice because you drill to what you need. So we can start off at the first notch. If that's not wide enough, then we go to the next notch, and so on and so forth. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna level it up. This is all a lot of just eyeballing it. We're gonna take right in the center. Right there. Okay, and you want to take, you have it there, you want to take and do it on the other side too. You kind of want to debug it. You want to get all of this stuff hanging off. That's all this stuff right here. You want to debug it. Okay, Jess, there you go. Now, shove it in the back side. A little bigger seat. Some step in. Come back here. Go to the next one. Around. The other side. Go. More bigger than a minute. Guys. Alright, just take a zip tie it on the opposite side. So if this gets tugged, it's gonna hold it in place. So it doesn't tug the wires out from where you soldered. Doesn't kill your beautiful solder job. Tastes good, at least. There you go, Jess. Put that bad boy back on. I think we're actually done with that, Jess. I think we can move it on over. Safety first, right? Mind us, we will be having a safety video on what to do and what not to do throughout your warehouse or just prepping for Halloween. So that video will be shown a little later on today on this Fog It Up Halloween Extravaganza. Oh, okay, then you got it. Sure. Okay, now that Jesse has this thing soldered and ready to go, we're now going to put the back on. Beautiful. A little bit of pressure. Let me see that real quick, Jess. All right, do me a favor, bud. Plug it back in and let's see if it's good right now. Okay, so he still says he's ready to fog, so we hit the button. We'll hit the button like he's normal remote. Okay, that works. Now let's go back and hit this. Right there. So far, so good. Okay, now the next part we're going to do is we need to take some connection fittings. All right, so the next part is going to be, we're going to be crimping on these little connections. Now we are going to have to use the blue ones that came with our crimping tool. Now, of course, most of you guys are going to realize this is a Harbor Freight crimping tool. Now, anytime you buy a crimping tool, you will see these little colored dots up here. There's red, blue, and yellow. Now, what do those mean? Those coincide with the color of the connection. So, if we're going to use blue, we'll use the blue crimper, the blue dot. If we're going to use red, we'll use the red one. So, what we got to do is we got to crimp connections onto these fittings so we can connect them to this relay right here. Okay. You ready, Jess? Have at it, buddy boy. Now, while Jesse's crimping, I want to give you guys a little bit of information. So, different things you can do. You can get heat shrink tubing, so you can heat shrink tube onto this, all the way up to this, so there's no metal showing. It looks nicer. You can, once again, use the liquid electrical tape, or you can use random ones. Not random. So, what we do is, take, you can kind of coat them and just let them across. So we have him. Right now he is encased. Now can we get that last guy down? Okay, you're gonna do that piece. Now this is a little bit more traditional way. Now with the heat shrink tube, it tends to be a lot easier. This. Oops. We'll take this and we can even take another little piece and connect it down onto the wire itself. Squash it. That's kind of what's nice about the electrical tape, because it will give you, not the electrical tape, I'm sorry, the liquid tape, because it will give you a smoother finish. Now we have everything clamped and we put some electrical tape on it. What we're going to do is now connect it to the relay. So when you buy a relay, there's two things you need to know about the relay. Is the contact and the coil. So the coil itself is going to be these two front ones. See how these ones go differently to what these are? These are the coil. The coil is the energizing port. What is the type of electricity you're going to put to it? So as far as is it going to be DC or AC that you're going to put towards this? How are you going to energize this to be able to close these contacts? Or if you're going to keep it as an open, to be able to shut the or close the contacts. So on this coil, we're using a 110, and on the contact part, it's a 110 as well. We're not going to get anywhere near that, so this one's a little overkill for what we're needing. We will show you a link on this video to what we're using as far as, not just here, but in other Halloween projects, because these ones tend to be super cheap. Okay, so what we're going to do is, now that we have these, that we can connect them right in, instead of doing that, we need to go to the next step, okay? So the next step is, we have a wire here, and we usually buy the cheaper cord, and we cut it, and we splice it. So instead of doing that, we're gonna make it easy. We got one pre-spliced. Now this isn't gonna be ground, so we don't really need the ground wire. So we can drop this ground wire out. Just cut it off, put them in a bib. Okay, so now we have these guys. So now what we're going to do before, because this is going to be 110, so we do want to step in and we want to take these guys. Because if we cut these guys with 110. That's a spicy meatball. That's gonna be good. What are you doing? Okay, so we're gonna get up here. We're gonna tape them onto. So usually when I am doing it, I like to start off on the wire itself to get a better connection. So not just the crimps helping it connect to the wire, but this tape is as well. So now we come around and we tape it. So you can also find connections. These are the ones they sell that come with everything at Harbor Freight Electrical. I actually prefer the ones that are completely encased. It's, in my opinion, safer. You don't have this to where you touch it, and it's gonna bite you. Okay, so next, what we're gonna do is we're gonna put this, we're gonna connect it in. Look at those shaky hands there. So what we gotta do is we gotta actually come in, just squeeze it down a little. Now that we squeezed it, we can take, perfect, gave me a little bit of trouble. Next thing we want to do, actually somebody squashed this nice like that out. You got that. Perfect, see how hard that was to get them on? See that? Okay, next what we're gonna do is we're gonna have Jesse plug this in, and we're gonna have you guys listen to the click. So that's going to be meaning to where when he gets power, when he gets energized into his coil, click, unplug it. A couple more times. Okay, so you're hearing that clicking noise. So when you hear that clicking noise, what it is it's closing the contact. Okay, so now this is a double pull, double throw. So we have two sets of them, so you can set up two different things on this. Us, we're only focusing on one. Did he unplug, Jess? Okay, so he's unplugged. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take, and we want this guy to be to where when he's not plugged in, he's not gonna do anything. He's only gonna work once we plug him in. Can you take and squash those guys down a little bit? So we want it to work every time he gets plugged in, so the plug gets energized, it's going to be like us pressing the fog machine remote button. Okay, so we're going to take. And if you're ever confused, you can see there's a diagram on the side of this. It's hard to see because it's clear on how these schematics, it's a schematic that shows you how it's set up. Okay, he's now plugged in. So right now, when I plugged him in right here, that's normally open. So he's gonna go because it's already, this guy back here and this one in the front is a closed circuit, so he's going. So what we wanna do is we wanna put him in the center. So when I put him in the center, he's no longer working. Okay, now Jess, take this cord and he's gonna plug it in. So now every time we plug this cord in, it's gonna be like we're pressing the fog machine remote button. Have at it, Jess. Wow. Magic. All right, go for it again, bud. Cool. Now, like we said, this is going to be cool. So when you start doing your peekaboo controllers, so if you eventually step up and like watch our DMX class, you get a machine that you can DMX, so the machine can DMX and you can just have it controlled in your show and it goes off when you want it. That's nice. But not all the fog machines are going to have DMX capability. This from ADJ, the VF1100, does not have DMX capability. A lot of fog machines at Halloween people using do not have DMX capability. So this is something you can do instead. So once we plug this into, say, like the peekaboo controller, you just plug right in and you do your show. So we come in and all of a sudden the peekaboo goes off and you can have it. Well, I want when that strobe light goes off to also have my fog go. So the boom. Okay, so something very simple. It's not hard at all. Now we also want you always be safe about it. If you don't feel comfortable about this, I'm sure you know somebody that does feel comfortable. Friends, family, maybe you know a local handyman or something that can do this for you. If you have any questions, we're always here at Fog It Up. We're always here to help you guys out with any kind of questions, comments, or concerns. Now, as far as this goes, there's different ways you can make this look a little bit prettier. You can take and you can electrical tape it to the side. Project box, which is very good. I've seen people use really sturdy Tupperware. They use Tupperware, they put it in there, so this all goes in and it's weatherproof. Because truthfully, you don't want to leave this out in the road. This will end up causing a problem, especially with this right here with the AC. And the glass sitting, that looks crazy. Anyways, we hope you guys enjoyed this project. A little small project, just, you know, to add, to take your Halloween to the next step. What you can also do with this too is, I know a lot of people teach you how to build the security sensors. They put a power strip onto the security sensor to where whatever's plugged in the security sensor goes off when it trips. Well, you can now plug this fog machine into that sensor to where when the sensor trips, boom, shoots out fog. Just another thing you can do. Other than that, we hope you guys are enjoying the Fog It Up Halloween Extravaganza, and, you know, keep on keeping on. Thanks, Jess. That would be smooth. Okay. Don't even fog me. Bring me in. Whoa, and we're back again. Just technical difficulties. We waited all to the end to unload them. Anyways. Okay, we just showed the video from the Chevy T6 fog machine. That's our grand prize we're giving away today. Remember, you have to comment, show a reaction, and that's how you enter to win that. We will be announcing it. Well, I think right now, because I think we're done. I think we showed all our videos.
Joey.
Crap, when did we get microphones?
Joey.
Yeah. Yeah, this is Joey.
Hey, we received a submission from Skeletal Corpses.
Who the heck's that?
Eric Grayson. It's a late entry.
They do know that I asked all the entries be submitted by Friday, right? Yeah, I guess. I don't want to see him cry. Okay, cue it up, Jess. Let's see it. All right, I guess we have a late submission. Let's check it out. Let's see who he is.
What's going on, guys? I hope you enjoyed that video. Really awesome to be a part of this. Big shout out to Joey from Fog It Up. Just an incredible experience to be a part of this Halloween Extravaganza. Isn't the internet crazy? With COVID going on, we're still able to connect in this type of way. It's amazing how the internet works. Do want to talk about a lot of new things coming up, 2020 events, masks, and on top of that, we've got life-size props coming. I'm probably not going to issue them for this Halloween, we're a little close, but next Halloween you can definitely put that pre-order in. If you guys want to shop any of these products, please stop by my Etsy shop. It is Skeletal Corpse at LLC. If I happen to skip any of your comments, please just send me a message. I'll definitely reach back out. I'm going to follow up on those comments and really reach out to anything you have or any questions you may have. So I know you guys saw my mummy sculpture. They are coming. They're all casted, ready to go. We're going to test some paint jobs, and we're going to have some mummy wrap available. It should be a full count type of mask. On top of that, we do have our new light up mask you guys saw at the ending of that trailer. Let me grab that.
So just a super awesome mask, right? So this mask has an integrated EL wire. You can definitely play with the settings. You got a kind of speed, quick kind of flashing strobe. You can slow it down, and then you've also got a still. Just an awesome mask to play with in the dark. We're going to have these in different colors. You can really play with any type of setting you want on here. If you want to change it to red, yellow, whatever you think you want to do with it, you know, we're here to send us a message, and we'll definitely play with that more. Talking a lot about pre-order. Yes, you can customize anything you want, but we do have a lot of in-stock masks. I will be shooting a sale after this, so keep an eye out. Let me show you one of our pig masks. The reason I love this company, why I started it, is I wanted it for the scare actor. I wanted it for the haunt actor. I wanted to make something affordable. I mean, silicone's great, but let's be realistic. Not everyone can afford that. So I made these masks to be super close fit, easy to put on. So this is my pigskin mask, very affordable. Right now I'm selling them at $70. If you guys want to purchase that, again, send me an email, and I'll send it down at the end. So really easy to put on. You just fold it over your head. You've got this crazy character, right? So, awesome mask, easy to fit, very believable. So please shoot it in.
We take it farther than your typical mask company. Bending the line between insanity and reality, we take your nightmarish ideas and place it on a clay canvas that marks only the beginning of your creation. We don't only admire the essence of Halloween, but entertain the strongest components of a great movie monster. We lay paints to your satisfaction and customize every mask to meet your specific needs. Including color, hair, and accessories, we can also make modifications such as adding tusks or horns to really sell your character. From clowns, demons, ghouls, and goblins, we take our time to create the most horrific and mesmerizing sci-fi creations. Want to step up your scare game? Join us. Let's make monsters.
Hey you. Yeah, you. Yeah. Do you like fog? Do you like fog machines? Of course you do. Fog makes everything look cooler. Like your 15th birthday nobody showed up to. Or your grandma's friend's cat's funeral. But don't just settle for that crap fog juice. No way. Come on down to Fog It Up. Rain or shine. Only Fog It Up offers the best fog juice on the planet Earth. That's right. They have all your needs when it comes to fog. Thick fog? They've got it. Low-lying fog? Yes, sir. Quick evaporating fog? Oh, you bet your sweet bippy they do. Need fog juice in a quart? Gallon? Drum? Your neighbor's pool? They can do it all. Are you still listening? Ah, Spider! Fog It Up even offers fog scent and scent sprays? Who knew fog could smell so delectable? Delectable! So if you need fog juice, fog scent, scent sprayers, fog machines, lighting, or just want to talk about your feelings, call, click, or email them over at Fog It Up. That's at fogitup.co. .co! Not .com, but .co. Fog It Up!
Whoa, I'm just jumping. I totally botched it. Sorry. It's been such a long day. All right, everybody. We have come to the end of the show. Oh, my God. It has been a long day. It has been a long month prepping for this. This has been difficult. I know we make it look so easy and professional, but it took a lot of time and effort. I am so grateful. I want to run through, before we announce the winners, actually, let's do winners first. Okay, so the winners of the contest, I have them all here. We will, if you hear your name, you can email us at help, H-E-L-P, at fogitupfog.com. Help at fogitupfog.com. Tell us that you won. We'll match it to here. Otherwise, tomorrow we will send out a message saying who the winners are. So we're going to go through. So the blue laser from the contest we did a week ago, this one right here, that was Alan Simpson, and he asked for a blue laser. So asking you shall receive. You will be getting one of the blue water laser FX units from us. Next, we have the Mini Par UV. This was given to Devin Allen. You won the Mini Par UV. Next, we are doing the ADJ Amigo plus the Mini Par. That was Steve Matthews. You won. Congratulations. We'll be sending that to you a little later in this week. The case of LA smog. That's 4 gallons of LA smog. You get to smell that beautiful smog-tastic waves. That is going to Michelle Brown. Congratulations. Okay, next we have a couple of our top fog scent and sprays. That is going to Scott Schwartz. I probably butchered your last name, but it's okay. You can butcher mine. Next, we gave out another laser when Doug Schaefer. We did the interview with Doug Schaefer. This, very similar to this. We are going to give you a blue one. We'll give you a blue one. This one's going to Paul Smith. Paul Smith, you want a blue laser for asking a question. We appreciate it. Okay, so the UV sample pack. Who's going to get that one? Well, of course. It is. Let me double check this. Hold on. Let me double check. This can't be right now. Let me double check this real quick. Come back. We're good. Kirk Higgins, you won the sample pack of the UV, the anti-UV paint. I hope you enjoy. Angels painting. This went to Brad Larson. So you won the UV painting. Angel took it. He stole it. I don't see any. Where'd it go? No, he said he's going to put it in a frame, and we'll get it back this week, and we'll be shipping that out to you. So you won it. Now, the grand finale is the T6 Chevet fog machine. Who won this? Well, Mr. Angel Diaz. Congratulations, you won it. Chevet will be shipping it from their headquarters to your house. And I believe they said they're going to use their fog. They'll send you a gallon of their fog, which, our fog. No, I'm just kidding. We want to say thank you so much to Chevet for giving that to us. We appreciate. They didn't have to give us anything, and they offered the machine. So I'm so grateful for them. Our sales rep Zev, who was a part of it with us. Now we want to, and I know everybody's going to probably leave when we do this. We want to go through this list real quick and thank every single one of the all of our buddies who participated in it. Without them, none of this would have been happening. Nobody would have just wanted to see me ramble for 7.5 hours. Luckily, my buddies were able to put videos together. Let's see. There's a train coming through. Okay, so we have Creature Revenge Studio, Greg. Art guy, we have Doug, Chevet, DJ, Zeb. Thank you so much. We have Liam. Liam, thank you so much for taking the time to do the class. So grateful for that. We have Antori, Ray, Nick, John over at Antori. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to do that. Into the Black, Larry and Cheryl. Thank you so much. Next we have, we don't want to thank ourselves, Hollywood Haunters, Chris and Gina. You guys are always a blast. Next we have Rich. Rich, thank you so much for once again taking the time to talk about the game. Next we have Halloween Psycho, Mike and Gina. You guys are the sweetest people in the haunt industry. Thank you so much. You guys always have our back at shows. We always appreciate it. I have Jesse's dad here. Who's Jesse's dad? That's Angel. Angel of Death. Thank you so much for taking the time to do this painting. You are just, I knew if I had to ask you for something, you would be here helping us. You're always here to help us. We appreciate it. Matt, thank you so much. You're such a great guy. You did this video, and I know it was a long video. Wasn't easy. Super grateful for that. FX Makeup, Ken and Bernice, thank you so much. Last second. Rotten Apple, Diane and Preston. You guys are too awesome. Always super nice. I appreciate it. I miss you guys. I think I thanked everybody. Jess. Oh, Eric Grayson. Thank you, buddy. I know you were tired. You got home from work and you still did the video. That means a lot. Last but not least, a couple other people I need to thank. I need to thank the crew here at Fog It Up. Man, I just got stuck on that for a while. Thank you, Jesse. Jesse, you are always there for me. I'm going to cry. Jesse, thank you so much for being here with me. I want to be able to do this without you. We have AA Ron. AA Ron, dude, you are the man. I appreciate you. Who else? Courtney for taking the time to do the schedule yesterday. Who the heck wanted to do a schedule? She sat down, did all the scheduling. And this isn't my normal one, but Courtney also put do not cuss on it in the corner. So I thank Courtney for reminding me, because otherwise you guys would have sworn that I was a sailor, because I do kind of like to cuss a little bit. So I kept it PG. Everybody else, thank you so much for taking the time watching this. This has been a really crazy year, and I know everybody's going through a lot of stuff. Sorry. It's been a long, long day, and I'm just so appreciative for every single one of you guys who stopped by, commented, Doug, Ryan, Ryan Banfield, everybody who took the time. If I'm forgetting somebody, I'm truly sorry. It's been a long day, but guys, thank you so much for taking the time to watch this Fog It Up video. We will be reposting it on our YouTube channel and on our Facebook. If you guys have any questions, comments, or concerns, you guys can always email us, help@fogitupfog.com. We'll have the list of winners tomorrow, as well as our sale starts Monday. Like I said, there's price differences all over from all our distributors, so we got to narrow it in. It takes a little bit. But if you guys have any questions, you guys want to just directly order from us, you can email us, help@fogitupfog, or wait till Monday to where we'll have all the discounts on the website. Everything we showed, DJ, the UV paint, that's all on us, Fog It Up Fog. Everything else will have a list presented by Sunday night tomorrow of everybody who was a part of this and where you can buy their products. Everything else. God bless everybody. Thank you so much. See you guys real soon. Miss all of your faces. See ya. Fog it up. Well, hello there. Thanks for stopping by today. Today we're going to be showing you guys a video on the importance of safety in the Halloween industry. We hope that you can take the message from this video and implement it into your everyday life. And maybe you and or your loved ones can live a healthier, safer life. Thanks. We'll see you real soon. Hey, Jesse, you think you should be up on that truss? Is it safe?
I'm perfectly fine up here.
Hey, Jesse, what you messing with there, man?
What's that?
I said, what are you doing over there?
I'm working with the new water laser effects unit from Fog It Up.
You know you gotta be careful when you're messing with lasers, right?
Well, no duh, Joey.
Ah!
Oh my goodness, Joey, are you okay?
I don't think so, man. I really don't think so. My eyes are really dead. I'm playing. Oh, dude, do they look okay? Do they look okay? Ah! Oh, God. Yeah, dude, this party, dude, since we got this Mr. Cool 2, dude, it is going to be the best low-lying machine. Yeah, I know. They're going to love it. Anyways, I don't know. He just keeps bugging me. But anyways, so I don't know. I'm going to run some tests on it, but we'll see what happens. So. Ah! Oh! Oh!
Joey?
Yeah, wait. Hey, what's up, man?
I'm gonna have to ask you to go home. You're not wearing steel toe.
What are you talking about? I'm not wearing steel toe. My toes are steel.
Alright, suit yourself.
This guy thinks he knows everything. What a fool.
Joe!
What? Ah! Ah! Hey, Steve, what are you doing, man? We got to get this snow machine mounted up on this crank truss now.
Alright, yeah, I got it.
You listening? You hear me?
That snow machine?
Yes, the snow machine. We need it mounted properly on the crank truss.
Alright. Yeah,
Don't screw up like last time.
Right.
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 I got to get stuff done. Take it easy.
Yeah, get stuff done, he says. This guy, I hate that guy. Stupid idiot. Always thinks he knows best.
That dang kid is always on his phone. Jeez Louise.
That's not going nowhere.
Steve, where the heck did you go? Where'd you go? Did you even finish the job? Oh, I don't even think you did it right. Let me shake it to get a little, see how secure it is. Steve! Steve, what the hell are you doing now?
I'm making new fog juice.
Steve, you know you're not supposed to make your own fog juice. That's not safe. What?
But
No es bueno.
But it's working. Look.
I don't know, man. I want to put my hand there.
Why not? It's working.
It's a really bad smell. Let me try. Oh, that doesn't feel. Oh. Oh, dude, my hand.
Yeah, it's working, man. It's
no, my
working.
hand. No.
It's working, dude.
Oh. Now, we hope you took some of these messages to the heart and realized their importance. For us, some of these situations were based on true events. Anyways, we hope that you will share this message with everybody that you love. Have a good one. Take care.
Hey you. Hey you. Yeah you. Yeah you. Do you like fog? Do you like fog machines? Of course you do. Fog makes everything look cooler. Like your 15th birthday nobody showed up to. Or your grandma's friend's cat's funeral. But don't just settle for that crap fog juice. No way. Come on down to Fog It Up. Rain or shine. Only Fog It Up offers the best fog juice on the planet Earth. That's right. They have all your needs when it comes to fog. Thick fog? They've got it. Low-lying fog? Yes, sir. Quick evaporating fog? Oh, you bet your sweet bippy they do. Need fog juice in a quart? Gallon? Drum? Your neighbor's pool? They can do it all. Are you still listening? Ah, Spider! Fog It Up even offers fog scent and scent sprays? Who knew fog could smell so delectable? Delectable! So if you need fog juice, fog scent, scent sprayers, fog machines, lighting, or just want to talk about your feelings, call, click, or email them over at Fog It Up. That's at fogitup.co. .co! Not .com, but .co. Fog It Up!
My prices are so low, I'm going crazy! I stock them deep and I sell them cheap! Eliminator, Mini Park, UVs, other places sell them $49.99. Not here at Fog It Up. How much? $32.99. I'm crazy. Jay, red and green lasers elsewhere. Over $200, not here. $99. Woo, 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 woo. You need to control your devices. We got it. We got the Amigo. We got the Buddy. We got the 3.0. We got it all. Hey, Fog Machine, will you give